All right. Good morning, everybody. How is everybody doing today? Welcome to the Ivy League live stream. I'm Justin. I am your host. If you have any questions, please post them in the chat. Matter of fact, while we're in the chat, let's go ahead and hit that like button. Let's go ahead and hit that subscribe because you know why? Once we get to 1,000 subscribers, I am doing a giveaway for y'all as a token of my appreciation for you guys. So thank you for being here. We are going to cover what's moving in the market right now at 9:30, 10 o'clock, 11. We have earnings. We have all kinds of stuff to get to. And let's go find us some top tier trades. I was busy yesterday. I had to go ahead. I went ahead and gave some blood yesterday. And Sunday's watch list. I ended up actually. I was really exhausted this weekend. So it was kind of nice to just take a break. I didn't trade anything yesterday. I came close to trading IONQ yesterday. It had some decent liquidity in my opinion, and I kind of just started just being tired, and I don't know if that was because of having my blood taken or what, but I didn't trade anything yesterday. So this was a really nice runner yesterday. Congrats to anybody that had caught it. But anyway, grab your coffee, grab your pen and paper, get ready. We're going to go over the top trending stocks of this morning. Right? Why do we go over top trending stocks? Because normally, you're putting yourself in the right side of where there's volume. Where there's volume, there's movement, all the basic things that you should know about the markets. But anyway, thanks again for being here. We're going to cover some of these earnings from this morning. Also, let me not forget, Paul Tudor Jones will be on CNBC this morning. Let me go ahead and throw it in the chat right now. All right, the man, the myth, the legend. Okay, let me not do this. There's a chance I could end the stream by hitting a hotkey. We'll do this.
These are people who are trying to change the world. Startups have this energy that energizes me.
How do we spell it?
By helping others thrive.
Is it A-R, E-R, O-R? None of the above. Wrong. Give me 1 second here. We just want to put this in the chat over here. All right, so we will listen to that as soon as he comes on. All right, so I think we're good to go. We have sound. Can everybody hear me? Can you guys hit that like button for me? Today's goal is going to be 20 likes. Subscribers, we're going to look for 10 subscribers. That's the goal for the stream. Any stream contribution donation, that link is in the description. If you learn something, if you make money, if you just want to simply give back to the stream, remember, it goes to the stream, not to me. Even if you want me to buy a cup of coffee, I'll probably tell you, yeah, and it's still going to go to the stream. There's people I'd like to bring on here. There's a lot of things that I would like to start to be able to do, and with your help, you'd allow us to be able to do that. My nose is a little stuffed up, so I do apologize again. Please hit that like button, subscribe, and let's get moving. All right, we got a lot of work. All right, it's already 7:30. As soon as Paul comes on, we will go ahead and put that on. I'm excited to hear what he has to say. I really am, because we're in a melt-up phase. Really nice cup and handle here. The SPY did nothing but put in a base here. And this 20-point day, I traded the SPY 3 times long this day. I was long 3 separate times. I'm sorry, I was short, and I got long twice. Okay, I got short on there was a nice down move, and this thing just flipped with a massive amount of volume, and it was a huge move, man. When a stock is at 348 versus 600, okay, 348 to 367, a 20-point move at 300 is a hell of a lot different. It's double the movement than being at 600, and we're nearly there. So you can imagine what a 20-point day is. Imagine what a 20-point day would be, just even where we're at now. All right. So the S&Ps are just sitting up here consolidating. We pulled back nicely to that 9 EMA yesterday on the daily chart, and we're grinding higher. This is a healthy market. 50 above the 100, 200. I'm sorry, 100 above the 200, 50 above the 100, so on and so forth. Right, 20 above the 50. This is your moving averages. This is just, late market bull cycle, late market. Mid to late cycle bull market. I'm sorry. I mean, I honestly think that, until something happens, and I don't know what it is, what it could be, but I think we just continue to grind higher, especially with the amount of money. Don't forget, $7 trillion was just printed just a few years ago. Congratulations to our long term. Can we give it up and clap it up for our long term real quick? Because anybody that's been in the game at least since 2020, even if you got into the markets at 2020, you're on fire if you didn't wimp out and sell. You're on fire. You're on fire. Literally, I got to put you out here. Let me hit you with some water. All right, so we had a nice pullback off of that 9 EMA yesterday. And I was cautious taking a long on the SPY yesterday. Again, I didn't trade anything. I was really tired. So I kind of just took the day and was browsing around. So as of right now, we're still just consolidating. This morning, we're opening up down big. So what's going on here? They're selling it off early in the morning. I'm sure they'll start to buy the dip now and bring this thing back up. But when did this start to happen? Let's go find out real quick. What is that, 3:30 this morning? Let's go look at the economic data really quickly, because I want to know what happened. I might have been. I don't want to spend a bunch of time on this. But 741, so 1022. All right, I just wanted to make sure you guys could hear me. So it was around 3:30 this morning. Futures started pulling back. 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. It doesn't have a time here. What is going on with this? 2 a.m. New car registration. I don't really see anything that would. I don't know what happened last night for this to start to. I'm not sure. I wouldn't make too much of it. If you ever want to know if a move is worth anything, just go over to currencies, and if there hasn't been a move in currencies, then chances are it doesn't necessarily mean anything. Lockheed Martin raises guidance, guys. So Lockheed Martin just came out with earnings here. I mean, the dollar did pull back a bit here. All right, let's go to Lockheed Martin. That's the first one. I forget. LMT, right? Again, if you guys have any stocks or tickers, throw them in the chat. I'm just going to put this on here. Let me see here. Make sure you guys can hear this when it comes out. So Lockheed Martin here, guys. Q3 2024 EPS, adjusted EPS is 684. expected 650. Revenue at 17.1 billion, expected 17.3. So that's why it's down. Look at the revenue. The revenue is actually down.
Of note here for Commerzbank, according to Handelsblatt, citing parliamentary answer, German government does not currently plan any talks with UniCredit management on Commerzbank, and that is via German outlet Handelsblatt, citing a parliamentary answer. Government does not currently plan any talks with UniCredit management on Commerzbank.
Where is the volume? All right, so General Motors CFO says China consumer is migrating to new energy vehicles, adding inventory builds have caused. I do not want to do that. I do not want to hit the power record button. A sale process of a few small businesses. RTX trims full year 24 capex guide to US 2.5 billion. All right, we'll leave this up. Let me see here.
TASH and FI. Fiserv enters a collaboration with DoorDash.
Just give me 1 second, guys. I'm just trying to get a couple of things. I do apologize. I want to get moving here.
Alpha City Hotel and India.
All right, so
SIFY Sifi Technologies.
we're stuck in this range. Let me turn this down. Good morning, NASCAR. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. HYZN, yeah, I see. I was watching this just a second ago. Wait, yeah. Yeah, I was just looking at it. I was just looking at that. IONQ was a nice runner yesterday. Let's go look at this. Let's have a look here. Let's go. This is a good sign if you start to get above the 50. Like, I hate it when these stocks pop off, or if I start watching them at the wrong time and they're already above their 200. Like, I have nothing to like if we do rally, like I have nothing to like pull back and hold because it's done blasted off to the moon and we're 20 standard deviations above the 200-day moving average. But I'd keep it at that. That's your first target, $5. So you already hit 450 roughly. Let's see here. This is so hard to read. Some of these are a pain in the ass, but
On the geopolitical footing, just making you monitoring some comments from Israeli PM Netanyahu via Al Jazeera does note, whoever pressured me to make irresponsible concessions on the hostages actually wants me to endanger Israel's security. Just making you aware there, monitoring some comments from Israeli PM Netanyahu.
Let me close this really quickly. Okay, so Paul Tudor Jones is going to be live here, and I'm waiting for it. They just said he's at JP Morgan conference or something, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be on CNBC. 320. Oh, damn, that sucks. So I was. Man, you might be pulling it all the way back down here to 280, if I'm going to be honest with you. This thing. Okay, and look, yeah, 275. So there's our 50-day. This is where I'd be watching for support around 275. Right around here. I honestly don't want to see it. I want to see it start holding. Let's go find out. Let's see. I think it could. Let's see if it starts holding here. See if it starts trying to hold. It may not, because outside of this pullback here, your 50 days down here around 275, 277, along with that gap fill. So if you guys notice here, you have a gap here. That's where I'd be watching for a pullback. Ultimately, somewhere around this zone. Right around here somewhere. You call it 285. to 265. So you want to give this thing 20 cents. So I'm not really going to pay attention to this right now. We'll let it see if it holds up. It's not. It hasn't had any real selling pressure yet, but I don't like that. I don't like that. See what I mean? Let's see. It's got to hold here. It's got to hold here. Abby, I'm fucking coming. Alright, I shut the door because I'm not fooling with her all day. She's been going from window to window to window. It's been really nice out up here in the Northeast. So, I mean, don't get it wrong. It's still cold here, but still cold, but chilly in my opinion from down south. Alright, let's rock. Alright, I want to go look at some overall markets here real quick. All right, so the SPY. All right, we're hanging out, congregating down here at the bottom end of this range. And again, if you guys have any other tickers, guys, please throw them in the chat below. So here's what I want you guys to pay attention to that I noticed yesterday. Right, yesterday the Qs, and I'm not saying that this is happening, but like take notice how remember the past month. Right, the SPY has been our leader, the Dow. Like, the Qs have been really weak. Well, if you noticed yesterday, the SPY broke Thursday's low. It broke Friday's and Thursday's low, and the Qs never did. The Qs never did. If you guys hear, I don't know what's going on outside. I don't. It might have been. I have no idea. But you guys might be able to hear somebody cut the grass. I didn't know what the hell that was. Sorry. Let me stop getting distracted. But anyway, so I feel like we're seeing a little bit of, you know, the Q's tech sector holding up a little bit better than the overall markets. So that tells me energy, healthcare, financials. Some of the bigger tech names are not faring, not holding up so well. Yeah, see, look, this thing is just starting to. It's just that's not a good look. Wait, 280. You still have a little bit of room, but for HYZN, I just don't really like the daily setup. This has got to hold here. So, how do I do this? Let's see here. Let's go to a 4-hour chart. So, 580. 586 is your range. Your middleman up here at 582, 580. I'm sorry, 582 to 582.50. It's really the levels that I have here on the SPY. Anything lower than that on the SPY, it's going to be. We need to go look. That's what we need to do. For anybody that doesn't do it, you got to go look. You got to see where your Apples, your Microsofts, your Meta, and what they're doing versus the other parts of the market. Let's see here. So, daily trade line. I would just look to sit up here in this range. We still have Tesla earnings. I'm going to continue to attempt a long down here. It just shows. So if we look at this, and this helps me sometimes, like especially like the last Fed day, if you would have paid attention to like what the market was doing. So here's our breakout. We pull back, right? There's a little break, little retest of initial morning high of that day there, and then you break out. Right, you have a massive rally. We got long here last week. We got long there. And then we started holding up here at 582. And then what's the market do? We attempt to go out to a new high. You come in with the gap up. You pull it back to try to hold prior day's high. And hopefully attempt a new high, which was yesterday. That's a failed new high. That's a failed new high. So it pulls back. You can see we pull in and we try. And then it just gets taken away from us. So that's a failed high. So you pull back to this pivot high support. Okay, let's go see if let's go back test this 582.50, and then let's go see what happens. Another rejection up there at 584. And then this morning they're just sending in, okay, we know we have buyers down here at 580. So again, it's 580, 581. Like this area here, I really wouldn't consider a place to be really watching, but that's why, like yesterday, this spot here at 580, I could see why it was turning itself around, but it just, to me, isn't really an area as 581. Like, where, you know, obviously it's a range, but like this little level here, I don't understand what about 580.60 is making this thing turn around. I really don't. So here we go. I would look for a test now. It's trying to hold. We know we have buyers here, so you can see it bouncing off of this 580.50, and it's pulling back into 581, and it's holding it as support. And now watch for a run back to, what's the first level? 582. Because you already rejected 584 twice yesterday. So where's the next level? If the market does get a rejection at 582.50, then I would look for a further move back down, and I would really start to target this 577.50. And I know that may not make sense to someone, but I'm looking for that move, and we're already oversold as it is. But you know, let's see. Listen, when I'm coming into this week, I don't have conviction one way or another. I don't have conviction one way or another. I think the market's going to wait for some earnings. We've already rallied our tails off, and you know, so I'm going to wait for like nice setups. If I get a chance at 580, conditions tell us to, you know, get long, then we'll get long. Then I'll get long. But outside of that, I don't have conviction. There's our gap up, pull back, and you try to rally. And you can really see it here off the daily chart. You rally, you pull back. It starts to bounce and turn itself around off of this gap here. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there's your gap, right? It goes off the bottom end of this gap, which that was an ugly square. I do apologize. So there's your gap. And then it, you know, it finds support. It pulls back, finds support. Then we come in with this huge gap up, which is okay, right? So what does it do? It pulls back to prior day's close, right? And we try to bounce off of it, and then it fails. Yesterday was a failed, you know, attempt at Friday's opening, Friday's high, I will say, an all-time high, you know. So look for a consolidation, and maybe we attempt to break out. But what's the reason to break out? More than likely some earnings. Some of the notable earnings from yesterday are going to be names like SAP, which I want to own. I totally got this company wrong. All right, I totally got this company wrong for what I thought it was. I thought it was for old people, but it's not. I don't know why I equate this SAP with old people. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure it's a data center. So they had monster earnings, guys, and they're still raising guidance. I listened to their earnings call yesterday. This is a stock that I want to own. And look at this. Look at this beast. So if you've owned this, congratulations. This thing has been a monster. You're talking 680 to 130. You're at 260, at 250, 240. Come on now. I think even if we can grab this on any type of pullback, right? I really think that this could give us. Here's the problem: is you have this sharp wedge forming there, which I'm really not a fan of. I do not like this wedge forming there. That is an ascending wedge, which is in fact a reversal pattern, right? So if we get any type of pullbacks, I want to start being a buyer, because I'm not worried about buying at all-time highs. Even if we get a pullback and sitting, being down some money and waiting a little bit of time. My point to this is that after a stock split, which I could see them doing a stock split, who knows when, but in the next couple years, whether it's at 3, 4, 500, you get that stock split, right? and then you get that next climb. You get another climb. I think this market cap could very well double. How long it takes, I'm not sure, but I like this name. I think they have a lot of good things going for them. You can see how it was resistant to get out through 229 up here. And yesterday they had some really nice earnings, and now they're up to 240. So congratulations to SAP and anybody that owns this. I should have bought this a long time ago. I just didn't really pay attention to it. I didn't know what it was. Like I assumed that this was like some old people stock. These are okay. All right. Here, let me do this. Let me pull up. All right. So let's make this really easy. Really easy, and then we're going to go into stocks. I'm going to make this really easy. So the SPY, I'm looking for a move back up to 582.50 if we get up there. Any holds down here at 580. I'm going to attempt to be a buyer depending on the overall markets. The Qs, Snowflake had a mean pullback yesterday. So we are underneath of this zone here at 594. All right, you guys can see here, 594. Resistance, resistance. We try to get above it, hold it, right? And then it fails Friday or yesterday. You failed to hold it. It tries to get back above it, and it just failed again. So you're failing at 494. All right, your support level's down there at 490. Support level's at 490. And we'll see if this is a double high. That's actually a lower high here that we put in last week on the QQQ. I know you guys can't hardly see it, but it's so hard for me to go in this chart here. Here, I'll just leave it on that. You know, it's not like we're. Just feels like the MACD's starting to attempt is trying to go negative. It's just my opinion. All right, so you know, any pullbacks, you have the 20-day moving up. You have the 20-day to watch for. Use that 20-day, which is coming in here down at the bottom end of the range at 490. I'm gonna look at 490 to attempt to be a buyer here. That's a lower high. That's officially a lower high. Keep your eye on Bitcoin too. Keep your eye on Bitcoin. Yields have been rising. We've been long the dollar. Let's go look at Bitcoin right now. So it's another pullback, which is okay. That's okay. We want Bitcoin to hold 65. So. So, just watch for pullbacks to 490. If you get any pops that look like they're on low volume and look like they're overheated, you know, honestly. Whoa. Hold on. Oh, that looked weird. That looked really weird. Dude, I don't know why. We got to get above 494 in the Qs. Got to get above it. Got to get above it. I want to move along here. Yeah, the Dow is just falling out of bed for whatever reason. For whatever reason. It's a break retest. So the Dow has some nice move down here to 425. You do have some support here, so watch for the Dow to start attempting to hold support down here at 427. This is your leader to the downside, in my opinion, guys. This had no recovery yesterday. So this is the weak part of the market. So that if we want to be short, we want to wait for this setup here to set itself up for us to get short the Dow. Because it's giving us the follow through. And the bounce backs aren't very much. Like if you would have got short the Qs yesterday, it took the whole move back plus some. The Dow never took any of it back. Right? That's probably 32% of that down move. If I were to draw the Fibonacci retracement right there. I would say 23. No. It's right in between. I figured it was right in between. Let's go look at the IWM. And look at the IWM. Just stupid weak. Stupid weak. You have some nice support here at 220. Let's see if you can get some bounce backs. See if you can get some bounce backs going here. I'm really curious if that hold here. So the IWM, let's look for this bounce back into this rejection point up here. Listen, I have been waiting for this. All right, I've told you guys 1,000 times. This has been a long consolidation, just everything about 2021, the consolidation from 2022 to 2023, the Dow, the SPY, the Qs being so extended into new highs, the IWM not even at highs. These markets need to match back up. That's a healthy market. You have lopsidedness on one side of the market, and if you don't get this bottom of the barrel, right, to go with the market, what is there to hold it up? You got a big gap. So if you look at it like, I don't know, a pyramid, right? You have your Apple, your Microsoft, then you have your AMDs and blah, 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 blah. So you have all, you just go down the tier. And then if everything, we've had everything follow, and I'm not saying we're in a bear market or anything. We need to look at financial conditions, but the fact that we have not yet had the IWM continue to rally, it's leaving a hole in the market. And another stocks that did run up, they don't have much to fall back on because there's not support there. A healthy market, every leaders lead and laggards lag. You have some laggards that are trying to, follow suit, and it feels like that's a big failure in my opinion yesterday, guys. Not much volume. I'm not going to hang my hat on it just yet until we start really breaking down. But today, if you get like a bounce back reversal, depending on where we open up, and you notice that we're still struggling to get back through 225, and we just can't get back through 225, I'd be careful. And I'd look for the markets to start pulling themselves back down. I'd also be keeping your eyes on financial conditions too. All right? I would be keeping... I thought I had the chart up. So you have to take a look at it. We have to take a look at it really quickly. Still easing. You got to be kidding me. This is insane. This is so insane. All right, well, I take everything I just said back. I mean, so I'm looking at adjusted because that's really going to show you what this top chart isn't. And we have no reason to go down in that part of the book. So this is a nice break and retest off the 20. But I'm going to watch. What I'm saying is this week, next week, for the next couple weeks, watch if we cannot get through 225. If we fail to get back up through 225, I'm going to be getting short. All right. So for now, 20-day moving average, I'm going to keep that on my watch. Let's pull this over. All right, and that's pretty much it for the markets. The Dow and IWM are breaking down. That's where you want to be short. All right, wait for them to pop. They've already moved. They've already sold off a ton. So, in my opinion, it's not a smart move to go after them now because that trade's been had. I'd be going long here and looking for a move to 223. All right. Look for 223. That would be a nice 223 to 225. I'm sorry, I have the hiccups. 224. All right, 224. You have a gap here. You broke out. excuse me, you failed to hold the gap. All right, so look for a move to 224. That's what I'd be on watch for. All right, that's a nice rally pullback. You know what we could also do? We could also do this. We could also do this really quickly. I mean, that is a nice pullback here at 219. Let me get rid of that. So 223. Where are we at right now? 221. Wow. All right, so you guys have you guys get that, right? I'm looking for a bounce back to 224, 225. All right, why 224? This really starts to put you back into the gap that you gapped up. You had a nice gap up here. All right, and let's see, 225. Just make it 225. I'm gonna make that 225. 222. Holy shit.
GRFS Performance Partners with BARDA for proof of concept testing of ocular immunoglobulin.
I don't want to be putting a bunch of lines here. So there we go. Alright, you guys can see this little support zone here on the IWM. I feel like this is going to be the better place to trade. This is a nice, that's a nice hold there. That's a nice hold. I'd be looking for, especially if we can get back above 222. I'd be looking for that move back to 224, 225, guys. All day long. That's where I'd be targeting today. A move right back up into this zone, and then watch to see if you can get into the box, right? Can you break into the bottom of that box at 224? All right, that's what I'd be watching today. That's a nice pullback support at resistance. You rally, pull back. Let's look at this rally real quick. Just give me 1 second. I want to see something here. Like, this is a nice breakout and a nice long consolidated pullback with tight price action. And that breakout was just like, it didn't do much. That's hardly a break. Like, from that type of consolidation, like that rally and pullback consolidation, like, to me, this should have had a lot more upside on it than it did. And if you see what I mean, like, look, you've already taken back over 50% of that up move. You know? So alright, so that's that. Let's keep it moving, I guess. That's going to be your range. Alright, that's going to be your range. 220. I'm going to look for this to be the range. 220 to 225, okay? I don't think I need this. I don't need that one. I don't need that. And look, if you can't get back above 222 here, you have some issues. You probably start taking back and you head back down to 215 if you cannot get up through this area here. You can see resistance. It breaks above. That's a break. Retest. Boom. And that thing took off. So what happens when you get back to 222? It's going to be interesting.
More engines for Boeing 77X will go out.
All right, so let's go into some stocks here. First things first. Tesla. Tesla. All right, because we don't have much time here. I just been going through these and not really.
Forecast for GDP up at like 3%. What is the reason? How do we know?
I need to go through and delete all these charts.
Than they should be to be cutting rates.
Well, I mean, you have to rely on a forecast. One of the challenges is
I'm still waiting on
we have an election coming up.
Paul Tudor Jones here to show up
The fiscal policies that are being suggested by
to CNBC.
probably
Let's see here. This could be a really nice break and retest on
and at least one of the candidates
on the Qs here at this zone. I'm really watching this level here, guys.
makes it a little bit more difficult to forecast.
Because this was a failed hold and climb higher on Friday off of 494.
Estimate where you think the economy is going over the next 6 months. And I think some of the movement that you've seen in the bond market is in part reflecting people thinking a little bit more carefully
All right.
about the fiscal policy implications. So highly stimulative fiscal policy, we don't need a stimulative monetary policy. So if you're anticipating significant cuts by the Fed, it's probably assuming that the economy continues the way it's been going and that we don't have a very stimulative fiscal policy. If instead you start thinking fiscal policy is going to be very different, that brings some uncertainty into the market. And I think some of the market movements we've seen over the
Damn, look at that sell-off yesterday on TLT.
Rohit Chopra from the CFPB on earlier talking about these open banking rules
And I thought we could start to get a bounce back.
to be required to share
This isn't good, guys. This is not good. I mean, everybody was talking about this sell-off on TLT, and I wasn't really worried. But now that we broke down, we had a gap and sell-off.
Funware shares at the highs now, probably no uniform November.
fraud, straight out fraud if they are forced to give this information to
I mean, this is the work that it takes.
what's right news to oversee the banks, which is
Hold on.
Well, I think we do have to worry about privacy.
To understand what type of environment you're either heading in, are in, you got to look at your yields, where risk assets, and where, if money moves out of these areas, what does it move into?
Scientific announcing exercise of final contract option for delivering about 120 megawatts additional digital infrastructure, increases potential cumulative revenue to $8.7 billion over 12-year contract terms. That's Charlie Oscar Romeo Zulu, CORZ.
My guess is that at least one of the candidates
Shares of Core Scientific spiking on that news.
So there are a number of areas that could change depending on the outcome of the election. We do have an election
$13.58 on CORZ.
on things like bank regulation, but also on monetary policy.
Yeah, I guess I was. If you were just
4.1,
wow, that stock market's been ripping and the economy.
4.1, 4.85. Yeah, like look at the upper end of look at the long end of the bond. Look at the long end. It's been ripping, guys. It's been ripping.
Up 500 basis points. That was hard work to get there. And here we are. For what reason? At 4% unemployment. For what reason?
I mean, that's a major resistance zone there.
4% unemployment.
I mean, do we have further to go? If we do, we could look to be shorting TLT. This trade on TLT isn't over, guys. So watch for a pullback today. And if we get a pullback on that 30-year, we could probably look for an up day on TLT, which you can see it's already starting to bounce. Okay, and we would look for an up move back to $94. So that's going to be on my it's going to be on my list, guys, because this is where volatility is, and you may not know it. remember when the market was consolidating that whole time? I had brought up to some members here about, yeah, the market's consolidating sideways, but TLT's been selling off. So it all depends on, what you're looking at and where you are in the market. Just because what you're looking at isn't moving doesn't mean there isn't something else out there that is moving. If yours isn't moving, then that obviously means money's moved, and you got to follow the money. All right. So always remember that. All right. So I will look for a bounce back on TLT today. I'm not just going to assume it. Like, look at that volume. I don't want to get in the way of this thing, but here's a pivot low we need to be aware of. We need to be aware of that 93 zone, which is our middleman. And that's what I would look for. I'd look for pullback longs off of this area here at 92. And we're looking for a move back to 94, honestly. I want to see if we can get some buyers in here. I don't think you will. I think this is going to be a low volume bounce back, and then it gets rejected. And look, it's already oversold. I think TLT has further to go. I think it has further to go, you guys. This could be a monster trade here. This really could be. I'm really interested in this. Fuck, I need to go through the stocks that are moving today. I know this doesn't wet people's whistle, but for traders that have been doing this for an extended period of time, they know. All right, Paul Tudor Jones is going to be coming up. Now, here's why I say this, because I'd like to look for this pullback here in the 30-year. We could use the 30, 20, whatever. And I think that this top here, I want to see if this pullback to 4.4 holds. And if it does, I think you see this thing climb back to 4.7, maybe higher. Are we getting ready to run to 5.5? That's not going to be good for... I mean, it's not that it's not going to be good, but it's going to suck for people. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, because look, you could have locked in your 30-year at 1.5. Call it 2.5%, 2.25, right? That kind of sucks when you're paying 5, 10. Oh, I mean, really, if you're at 5, you're going to be paying 7 to 8 to 9 times more than your neighbor who bought the dip. So start living your life that way. Do the work. It only takes. Don't be so arrogant to say, "Oh, I don't care about that. I don't care." Okay, cool. If you want to throw your money away, but if you want to make a new purchase, do it. Like, there are times when it saves you so much money, right? And then you recoup that on the back end. You're just doing yourself a favor by looking at it. I know so many people don't look at these when they make decisions, and it's a shame. This is the shit they don't teach in school. All right, so the 30-year looks like it's going to be climbing higher. What does that mean? The real estate market, chances are, if we do get up to 5.5 and you start hitting those 7 to 10 marks on 30-year mortgages, chances are the real estate market's going to take a hit, because you have to understand the viewpoint that everybody's looking around saying, man, my neighbor's only paying, $2,100 a month. They got their mortgage at 3%, right? 2 3/4, because they were smart. And when rates pulled back to nearly zero, it's where they were. We didn't go negative. They took advantage of that. And now they took advantage of the low interest rate. Then they got the upside on the price. And now the price is still there and the mortgage rates are higher. So I want to see if this is our dagger that could start to put a dent in the real estate market. So you can use this to look at real estate names and home builders, okay? It would take time. This is not something that's just going to hit overnight and you're going to start seeing, sales just start to drop off and builders start to say, we don't have money to build anymore because people aren't buying houses. and you couldn't have a situation where all these new neighborhoods that are being built, nobody's either they don't qualify. One, because the house is not loss of value, they're trying to sell it for too much, or they don't qualify, or they don't want to pay it, which I don't blame them. You shouldn't. You should not be buying the highs and selling on the low. All right. So, home builders. All right, or home builders or TLT and or financials. JP Morgan. All right, JP Morgan's starting to pull back here. We'll see if we get a pullback in financials like JP Morgan, Citi. And I'd look to be long here on TLT. So let's go back to TLT real quick, and we'll go into individual stocks like Tesla and some other names that are moving here.
Benzinga market update, S&P futures down 20.75.
92.40. They're going to take this trade away from us, I feel like.
Is down 82.75.
I feel like I'm not going to have an opportunity to,
$70.55.
because I want to trade options on this.
28 cents. Gold up $12.10 at 27.
So you guys know I'm looking for a move back to $94. All right. Let's go to... Let's go to Tesla. I've been noticing Tesla yesterday. I almost got short Tesla yesterday. I just wanted to give it a minute. I wanted to give this thing a minute here because this is another rejection off of 219. Now we're below. This is the setup here, in my opinion. All right, 217.80, 218. All right, a nice rejection off of that area. We've been consolidating. You guys know what happens when you have price action that's just really tight. And look at it starting to find its way to the downside here for whatever reason. Here's the thing. They have earnings. They have earnings tomorrow. They have earnings tomorrow. So that's what sucks about this. So, if you want to trade it, I would be selling. I'd be a seller, not a buyer here. And what do I mean by that? I mean like selling spreads. Really just selling the contract instead of being a buyer. I will look to trade this after their earnings. So we're not even going to look at this. If you guys have tickers, please throw them in the chat. So TLT is on the list today. My handwriting has gotten sloppy with just a day off. Alright, so let's look at Apple here. So Apple has a nice little break and retest here. If Apple can hold 235, 234.50, look for a nice hold here and see if we can extend to a new high. But if the overall markets are going to sell off, chances are this is not going to hold. Yeah, it came with the gap down. Hold on 1 second. Okay, alright, let's start going over stuff here that matters. Sorry about that. I was thinking to myself, I'm like, what am I doing here? Let's just not aimlessly go through stuff. Okay, Nike. There was news yesterday with Nike. They extended their NBA contract, blah, 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 for 12 more years. There's apparently it's a good amount of money or whatever, what have you. Hold on 1 second here. All right. Again, if you guys can, hit the like button. Please subscribe. Any stream donation contribution links in the description. So Nike could not get over $82. That's weird. That's really weird, isn't it? That is weird. So
Media announcing release of Truth streaming on Android TV. That's Delta Juliet Tango.
all right, so what I would look for
GATX with their earnings
is a bounce back to this 50-day. Hold on 1 second here. Let me make sure.
reporting adjusted earnings of $2.50. The estimate was $1.85, so that's a beat for GATX. Revenue $405 million. The estimate $391 million, so that's a beat for Golf Alpha Tango X-Ray. AMPG, Amplitech Group.
Roll the punches and always paddle your own canoe. Because the secret to being around for a long time is to have
Amplitech Group's AGT GSS division signed
Damn, the
5-year
200 is
supply
way
agreement
up there.
with Jutsu Spain for 5G network products. That's Alpha Michael Papa Golf AMPG.
Called Nexcellent, stock symbol NXL, has developed a groundbreaking solution to address this multi-billion-dollar sleep
I think that's what you gotta look for, guys.
neurostimulation technology. Could solve America's chronic insomnia problem.
You're just hanging out in this area.
Sometimes small companies just
That is a monster bull flag here, bear flag.
symbol NXL.
PHUN Funware shares continuing to spike here now, $9.73. Papa Hotel Uniform November. NVEI, Nuvei announcing partnership with BigCommerce, BIGC, launching internationally across North America.
I would look for bounce back rejections off of yesterday's close unless we reclaim it, but 81.50.
SNOA, Sonoma Pharmaceuticals, announcing amendment number 1 to distribution agreement with Medline Industries.
Wait, so that
August 19th, that's Senator
81.
Alpha, SNOA.
That was yesterday's close, so why? That's what I thought.
Apoquel is the #1 treatment for allergic itch that veterinarians have trusted for over 15 million dogs. And it starts working in just 4 hours.
Do not use in dogs with serious infections. May cause worsening of existing parasitic skin infestations or pre-existing cancers and serious infections. New neoplasias have been observed. Do not use in dogs less than 12.
Let's see what happens here at yesterday's low.
Now available in a tasty chewable.
If the Dow's going to continue to sell off, I feel like today we get a bounce back day though. And I'd look for a rejection up there at $82. I would. The fact that you could not hold this yesterday, that's a problem. That failed hold is a problem. So, you know, maybe you get a nice rally here off of this area, but I think Nike could offer a nice short.
Next, the interview of the morning. We've got Paul Tudor Jones here, investing legend. He's going to join us live in just a moment. We've got so much to talk about.
All right. So Paul Tudor Jones is just a few minutes here before he shows up on the CNBC interview.
It's nuts online too.
So there's Nike. All right, let's look for a move on Nike back into $80. Bounces into 82, looking for a move back down into $80. All right. You're going to want to take profits down at 81, at 80.90. All right, you're going to want to take something off there. I mean, that's not really... It is, but it isn't. Like, if I extend this to the left, I don't want to spend a bunch of time on this. Maybe that's where we're going to find support. This just doesn't... I haven't really traded Nike. I just hate how it moves, you know. I'd much rather have an 82.50, like a short off the 50 day. But it failed to hold that. It failed to hold 82. It couldn't even get above it after that news came out. Like, I feel like that's telling us everything we need to know. You know, look at that. Yesterday, it just got above it, then it just like failed, and it just... So, is what it is, I guess. Looking for a move back down into 81 off of $82, okay? Bounce backs to 82. I'm looking for a move. Looking for that move into 81. All right? That's Nike. So what else do we have here moving?
What happens in the next 10 years will define the next 100. And you have a chance to change the world.
There was news yesterday with Disney. Oh, it's on now, guys. All right, listen up, guys.
Box, we are Soho, joined by a very special guest this morning. Paul Tudor Jones is here. He's the founder and chief investment officer of Tudor Investment Corporation. Of course, he is also the founder of the Robinhood Foundation, which is hosting its annual investor conference in partnership with JP Morgan right here. That's going to begin tomorrow, and we're thrilled to have you on the program.
So good to see you again.
So good to see you. We got to talk about a lot of things because we are now 14 days away from the election, and I think everyone is trying to make sense of this market and where things are headed and where things are going, and maybe, depending on who you think is going to win the presidency, how that's going to impact this. So where are we?
Well, for me and in the hedge fund world, this is kind of the macro Super Bowl coming up on November 5th. And I think this one, you know, some elections are not that binary. This one is binary, not so much because of which candidate wins, but it's binary in the sense that what is the market's response going to be to either candidate if they win? And so we can either continue down the path we've been on, which I'm going to kind of frame here in a second, or we may have that point of recognition where all of a sudden the markets have different ideas than what the candidates have been espousing. So
before you lay out where you think that piece of it is, let me just ask you this. So Stan Druckenmiller said that he is convinced by market indicators right now that Trump will win. And I'm curious if you agree with that thesis. Part of it is that he's looking at, you know, Polymarket and the betting markets. Part of it is he's looking at the shares of DGT. Part of it he's looking at Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, certainly the markets are saying he's going to win. I think they're heavily skewed by Republicans, so I don't know if I necessarily believe the betting markets. but I don't have any great insights. I really don't. I just would be more skeptical of them than I would normally. It's the same way, look, in football betting, right? You can get a huge home bias where the line doesn't reflect reality. So, yeah, I know what they're saying, and I respect them.
But what about other investors? Dan Loeb recently came out with a report to his investors saying that he's positioning or repositioning his portfolio around the thesis that former President Trump will become the president.
And I have also, if I'm being honest, primarily because I see the polling numbers have clearly moved in this direction.
You say also, meaning you've repositioned as if former President Trump wins.
Yes,
You
yes,
have.
I've moved in that direction for sure.
And what does that mean?
It just means more inflation trades, which I'd love to get to, but
Right.
I think it's really important that we frame where we are right now, and where we are is an incredible moment in U.S. history. And what I really want to talk about is the debt trajectory that we're on. So we've gone in the space of 25 short years from debt to GDP at the federal level from about 40% to almost 100%, 60% in 25 years. And if you look at what our trajectory, what CBO projects our trajectory to be, as well as what we see as project further. Show you a chart. This is debt to GDP. So CBO says that we go from 98 to 122, I think 124. That's very conservative over the next 10 years. If you extrapolate that 30 years, you get to 200%
Look at the market.
debt
The
to
market
GDP.
literally sold
And
off
so
when he came on.
That's
At 8.15,
something,
and now you're
obviously something
retesting
that
581.
can't go on forever, won't. And the question is,
The market listens when he
after this
talks.
election, will there be
Go.
some point of recognition, particularly with all the tax cuts that are being promised by both sides and the spending plans? I mean, they're handing out tax cuts like they're Mardi Gras beads, right? We're doing tax cuts on everything from tips to toucans. So it's crazy what's being promised. After the election, I think the fact that you've got 7 to 8% budget deficits as far as the eye can see, the question is, will the markets allow either candidate? I think under Trump, the deficit goes up by $500 billion. Those are just pipe dreams. Chances of any of those being enacted are...
You mean that the tax cuts that they're putting on the table during the campaign?
Those have zero chance of being enacted in my mind. I think the markets will, the debt markets for sure. The Treasury market won't tolerate it. So
why do you think that the Treasury market continues to tolerate it now?
well, you know, it's so funny because financial crises percolate for years, but they blow up in weeks. That's kind of the history of them, right? And so for me, this election becomes one of those seminal points where all of a sudden, let me really think whether this proposition that the U.S. government is making me is something that I actually want to participate in. And I just want to, and I want to try to frame in layman's terms. Let's assume that I'm making $100,000 a year. You've lent me, because we're such great friends, $700,000. That's what you've lent me. And I come to you and say, okay, Andrew, I'm going to pay all that back to you in 30 years. But between now and when I ultimately pay you back, I want to borrow $40,000 every year for the next 30 years. And then at the end of 30 years, I'm going to pay the whole thing back. Would you lend me that money?
Unlikely.
You son of a bitch.
Right?
I thought you were my friend.
Well, this is the problem that we have.
Okay, so that's actually the proposition that the U.S. government makes to every bondholder today. That's the exact same proposition. So think about this. We owe $35 trillion. Our tax take is $5 trillion. So we owe 7 times what our tax take will be this year. Our revenues will be this year. And our deficit is $2 trillion, and it's $2 trillion right now as far as the eye can see. That is literally the proposition that the U.S. government is making to someone who buys a 30-year bond.
So I'm not disagreeing with you. The question is, life is relative. So some people would say, sure, you can either buy bonds from the U.S. or you could buy bonds from some other country that has an even worse situation.
Or you cannot buy bonds.
At all.
Right.
Hey,
So,
ding, ding, ding,
so
ding,
anyway,
ding.
I was watching
Look at
this
the
Vince
market,
McMahon
guys.
documentary.
Look,
And in
here's
it,
a breaking down.
and I
breaking
love
down.
wrestling, particularly when Stone Cold
It's
and Rock and
important.
all of them. So in it, there's a term that I'd never heard of called kayfabe. And in wrestling parlance, that represents the unspoken, unwritten, tacit agreement between the wrestlers and the fans about the illusion that's going on in the ring, the suspension of disbelief that what's going on in the ring is actually, we know it's scripted,
I
and we
don't
know
know
it's
how
a.
you want me to hit you up, dude. My email address, all that stuff is inside the chat. Ty, what's up, Ty? Just listen. Paul Tudor Jones is talking right now. You can clearly see we all need to be paying attention to this because the market is. But hit me up, Facebook, email. You guys can get a hold of me. I don't know how. Like I don't know how to. I mean, outside of that, just hit me up. My stuff's. You guys can get a hold of me. My information's in the description.
Where all of a sudden there's a point of recognition that what's going to happen or what they're talking about is actually fiscally impossible, financially impossible.
So are you betting on a Minsky moment?
I'm hedged.
I am clearly not going to own any fixed income, and I'm going to be short the back end of fixed income because it's just
Talked
completely
about
the
this
wrong
today,
price.
guys.
But
TLT. That's one of the top ideas.
I just want to add one
watch.
more thing.
Yep.
And this is why this election, I think, is so. I find it so interesting because
We've already been talking
the
about this,
candidates
guys.
and the
We're gonna
parties
hit
are so
4-7.
interested
Look for a
in winning
pullback.
this election. But
Hit 4-7.
if you look
Can
at
we
it,
break
certainly from a
4-8?
fiscal
If we
standpoint,
hit-
you're
if
winning
we
the booty
break
prize.
4-8
And
on the
let me
30,
just make
watch
this
out.
a little more
You ain't got
complicated.
nothing until 5-5.
In addition to the
Bye-bye,
problems that we have
real
fiscally,
estate.
the United
I'm not
States
going to say bye-bye.
has a
But that could be the catalyst to bring
a
home
net
prices down.
international investment
We need
position
this. This
that
is
is
this will
negative
do more good
80%
than
of
bad.
GDP. I think we've got a
We got our chart on that. Yep.
And so minus 80% of GDP, it's roughly over 20 trillion. And that kind of shows, that traces the history of our net international investment position. So let me define that real quick. It means foreigners own $20 trillion more of U.S. assets than we own of foreign assets. That's how you get to the minus 80% or the 20 trillion. How do we get there? It's actually a good thing. Why do we have so many of our assets owned by the rest of the world? Because we're the leader in technology.
Right.
We're the greatest arena for free markets that there is. We promote and engender. Can I use that word today? Engender. We promote and engender. We promote and engender entrepreneurialism. We generally hold in high esteem the people the best. So anyway, so think about this. The problem with having a $20 trillion net international investment deficit is that you're also beholden to the kindness of strangers. So now we're going to have this election. The next
Taking
president's going to
Nike
come
away
in,
from
whoever
us,
that
guys. We
is.
still might get that
And they're
bounce
looking
back
at,
off of 81.
okay, I've got $20 trillion that could have wings on it, as well as I've got a fiscally unsustainable path. What do I do? And that's why I'll tell you, I don't know if you've ever seen those goats that kind of perch themselves on the side of dams, and you go, gosh, how do they do that? How do they hold
Look at the
themselves
market, guys.
on the side
I'm
of the
telling
dam
you.
like that? That's
don't
what
know
I
who the
think
hell
the
this
next
man is.
administration, whoever it
Sure,
is
some of you guys
going
might
to
know.
be facing. You're going to have the smartest and the most sensitive president, Treasury Secretary. That Treasury Secretary damn well better be from Wall Street, no markets. It cannot be a corporate head who does not understand the plumbing of
Okay, so
the
who,
financial system.
So who do you think is going to get you that Treasury Secretary?
I don't know. And frankly, and then let me just say one last thing. And our Fed chairperson, our Fed chairman, and the next chairperson after
don't
that,
wanna name it.
the three of them have to be brilliantly connected to be able to stick this landing. Because again, if I look at debt to GDP, the path that we're on, it's rising faster than the ocean.
Okay, but let me ask you this, and maybe we can show this chart, because also the only way to solve this is to figure out a way to raise enough money where at least the math starts to make some semblance of sense.
Yeah, but before, let me just quickly show where we are in terms of our tax take relative to the rest of the world. So I think there's a quick chart on that.
Yep.
It shows 5 countries. And it goes from the U.S. at the lowest end.
I want you guys to know, though, everything he's saying, China is 3 to 4 to 5 times worse off than we are. Just take that in now. So don't fall for the bait.
No. Before we
are
get into
bad,
our own
but
math, let me ask you this
China is in
question.
a lot more
One reason why
apart
some
than
people
we
would
are.
say the U.S. is as successful as it is,
as when it comes to debt per capita.
tax state, and is probably representative of that on the screen. And when you go down the successful as France, France is less successful because its tax rate is higher.
I would unequivocally agree with that. It's like everything. There's a fine line. There's a needle that you've got to thread, right? You could also say one of the reasons why the U.S. is so dominant is because we fast forwarded so much future income by spending so much in a deficit standpoint, right? And it's really occurred, to be frank with you, the guy that started it was Trump, right? He inherited a 3% budget deficit in 2016. In 2019, that was close to 5 pre-COVID, before COVID. And then, of course, Biden gets in and sees what Trump has done and says, here, let me raise you one with the Inflation Reactivation Act. And, here we are today. So can I just say, between Trump and Harris, you've probably got the 2 people least suited for the job that's ahead of them. Least suited for the job that's ahead of them. And that's why it's going to be, again, after the election, it's going to be so important.
Let me ask you
and I do think they know. I think we're doing also a political kayfabe with them. They know that they're not going to do these spending programs. I think they know that. It can't happen.
Okay, but if both of these folks you think are the wrong people, but it's still a binary choice, what is your choice?
I'm going to keep that private, and the reason I'm going to keep that private is because there's a lot of causes that I'm really invested in. Robinhood's one of them, the environment, and I'm going to end up working with people on both sides. We're a really divided country right now, and I want to make sure I have great relations with whichever administration goes on, because I want to continue serving the millions of people that I do and the billions of critters that I love.
Let's talk about taxes, though.
Okay.
Because that's how the money is going to get raised, one way or the other.
Correct.
I think we have a screen, if we could, that puts up a little bit of a menu here.
Yes.
Of, I don't know if it's options. Actually, they may not be options at all.
There are plenty of options. There are plenty of options.
There's not many ways to get where you need to go unless you start to do some of these things.
Correct.
Maybe. So the question is, of what's on the screen, you can let the tax cuts expire. That gets you
can I just say this?
Yep.
You have to let the tax cuts expire.
You have to.
You have to let those expire. That's $390 billion. We're going to have, again, we're gonna be broke really quickly unless we get serious about dealing with our spending issues, and unless we can either. I don't know if we'll be able to cut spending that much. 60% of our spending are transfer payments.
But if you think we're going broke, and you think Trump is going to be the president, he's not going to let those tax cuts expire if he can avoid it.
The thing
he does not want the corporate tax rate to go to 25%, as you're suggesting it'll have to. He's suggesting it should go to 15%.
I'm saying that just to get us to the point where we stabilize debt to GDP at where it is right now, here's what you need to do. You need to let the Trump tax cuts expire. That's $390 billion. You need to raise the payroll tax on every single working person, 1%. That's another big slug. You need to.
What do you think that does to jobs?
We're clearly going to have a period of contraction, which hopefully, that's why I was going to say, it's going to be really important for the Fed to be able to offset the fiscal contraction area that's going to come.
Then you want to increase the individual tax rate all the way to a top rate of close to 50%.
Now, hold it.
Yep.
I don't want to do any of this stuff. What I'm telling you is that we've got to be serious about where we are fiscally. And so I'm giving you, there's a whole set of options, right? We could go in and cut 25% of the federal workforce. Some people may do that. There's a website where you can go look and play with all the options. You can raise the capital gains rate from 21 to 28%. That only gets you $10 billion a year. It actually doesn't get you what you need. So I'm simply showing some of the things that you can do. Yes, you'd have to raise the tax rate on the top, I think probably everyone over 200 grand, probably have to raise that to 49.5%. If you do all these things, raise the Social Security from 65 to 70. If you do all these things, means test, Medicare, if you do all these things, all you do is you get to a primary balance. What that means is you stabilize debt to GDP. You're still actually increasing your debt.
Right.
You're still actually increasing it because it excludes the interest costs, which, oh, by the way, the interest bill this year is larger than every single line item except Social Security. It's larger than defense spending, larger than Medicare.
I want to talk about why you're here, which is Robinhood and this conference. But before I do that, is this, given all of the things you're saying, are you off buying gold and Bitcoin and hiding somewhere?
I think all roads lead to inflation. We're going to end up, but does all roads lead to inflation, therefore gold is a good investment? Is Bitcoin a good investment to you? I'm long gold. I'm long Bitcoin. I think commodities are so ridiculously underowned. So I'm long commodities. I think most young people find their inflation hedges via the NASDAQ. That's also been great. It's probably some combination. I probably have some basket of gold, Bitcoin, commodities, and NASDAQ, something like that. And I would own zero fixed income. If I had my cash, it'd be very short term. The playbook to get out of this, you see it in Japan right now. They have 2% inflation, 30 basis points overnight. They don't want to raise rates. The playbook to get out of this is that you inflate your way out and you have a small tax on the consumer and you run interest rates and nominal growth rate, interest rates below inflation and nominal growth above inflation. And that's how you reduce your debt to GDP. So you're going to have the Fed they should be easy. They should be
easy. You want them to cut.
So just real quickly, every 100 basis points, given where our debt to GDP right now, every 100 basis points is worth about $90 billion a year to the deficit. $90 billion. So yes, if we're trying to stabilize debt to GDP, we want to run the most dovish monetary policy that we can without letting inflation become too much of a tax on the citizenry. So yes, all roads lead to inflation. That's historically the way every civilization has gotten out, is they've inflated away their debts.
We're going to run out of time, but I want to talk about this because this is also your Super Bowl of the year.
Best day of the year, best day of the fall. And that's our investor conference. It's sold out. It's fantastic. We've got everyone from Seth Klarman, Jenny Dimon, David Einhorn, Bill Gates finishes at the end of the day. I have a great talk with Ken Tropin. Most importantly,
we'll watch this, guys.
You have to think about, I think about Robinhood and I think New York this way. You're only as strong as your weakest, the chain's only as strong as the weakest link. The weakest link in any society are the most needy, the underserved, the people who are at the bottom. So that's what we do. We're the spear point for helping those people in this city so we can keep a strong city and a strong society.
Paul Tudor Jones, KFAB, right? That's the phrase.
Economic KFAB.
Economic KFAB. Fascinating. Thank you for this. Appreciate it very, very much.
Thank you so much.
You bet. Joe, I'm going to send it back to you, sir.
Very good. All right. Thank you.
He was saying the quiet part out loud. This is what people won't say about the Treasury markets and what's happening and the potential.
We got to inflate it away.
To get things under control.
Ask. I didn't know. It's a total aside, Andrew. We love Paul's daughter, and we're big fans. And I don't know if everyone knows Zach Brown Band. He doesn't brag much, does he?
This guy?
Yeah.
At all. You don't ever brag.
Zach
Very well.
Brown band.
He's not a bragger.
No, not a bragger. But I just found that out, Paul, and we're both fans, right?
Impressed.
Becky? Yeah.
Impressed.
Very, very impressed. Yeah. All right. Well, tell him. I don't think he has an IFB, Andrew, but I think Carolyn, is that her name? I think we were talking about Carolyn Jones. Programming note, by the way, Pershing Square's Bill Ackman. We had Paul Tudor Jones today. Bill Ackman will join us tomorrow at 8:30 a.m.
I guess they're going to have Bill Ackman on tomorrow. All right, guys, let's get to work. Let's see what we're going to trade today. Let's go through some of the news. There's some activist news here at Cheesecake Factory that came out yesterday or this morning. Again, there's not much here. I'm going to try to go through it all. You know, I would just look for this previous high here around 43. Call it 42.50, 43 to 42.50. See if this area can hold down here. I'd be watching for... I'd be watching for this area here on cake. I don't know how liquid this is or isn't. Yeah, I didn't think it was that liquid.
SRAD Sport Radar announcing.
Be watching for that area right there. Right there to hold. 42.50 to 43. Pullback holds. Might be a day for small caps. Might be a day for small caps. Let's see, I just pulled up scanner. What is going on here? Why is my...
NTRS and HLNE, Northern Trust and Hamilton Lane announced strategic collaboration to provide advanced private market analytics and decision support. That's NTRS and HLNE.
All right, so let's go through some of the news. This is up at highs, or was up at highs. It took it back. Pindo Duo. I'm going to get rid of all this. Dude. I cannot stand this. I gotta hurry up.
Verizon as well, and GE Aerospace. NVIDIA inching closer to Apple's market cap, aiming to claim the crown as the world's most valuable company. And later on this hour, Faber's going to sit down with Starboard's Jeff Smith, talk about his latest moves.
Dude, come on, bro. Fuck. Sorry for my language. I gotta stop that. There's no reason for all that. The fuck is going on with Pinduo Duo? So, for those that know Joe Terranova, is this one of his top holdings? Dude, I swear to God.
Shares of PDD dropping a bit on that.
Is energizing that company like you can't believe. Beautiful, beautiful quarter. And RTX, I like
that's Papa Delta Delta, parent company of T-Mobile.
So we have a mixed bag as opposed to the futures, which indicate we just have a bad bag.
Right, which has nothing to do with what bonds have done, as we said.
Yes, it does. And interest rates coming down.
I don't know why I was thinking of Palo Alto. I'm sorry, I take that back. What I just said was incorrect. What I just said was incorrect. All right, and speaking of Palo Alto, look at Palo Alto up here at highs, guys. All right, you may not... I'm not sure if there's anybody really talking about this, but that was a failed breakout yesterday.
PTON Peloton partners with Costco to sell Bike Plus as it looks to reach young wealthy customers. That's from CNBC.
Young wealthy customers.
That's PTON and COST.
Oh my God, that's so funny. All right, Peloton's climbing right now. We'll keep an eye on this. This news just came out just a second ago. Teaming up with Costco. 570 was Friday's high. You are kind of rejecting there. Look, watch for 570 to hold.
have been trying to figure out exactly what happened. I will tell you the wrap, which is this is why we need a rate cut. This is what it's about. And I'll buy that.
He said this is why we need a rate cut. Jesus Christ, Kramer. You're such an idiot. All right, so here we go. We have 590. That'd be the next target. Look for a move to 590, and it did not hold. The second you get a pop, they selling into it. Isn't that funny? Oh, okay. Slicksters, look at that. Damn. All right, I need to find a trade here. So I'm not trading Tesla. I'll wait until later on. I'm gonna sell options. I wouldn't be a buyer. I'd be a seller.
Well, it went up yesterday, of course, on the reports of Starboard owning a stake there. You know, and I think
CMG, Salesforce, Starboard Value believes Salesforce can generate more than $20 of free cash flow per share.
So Alibaba.
It's a CRM, correct on that.
Yeah, CRM. We actually took a long here at 270, back to 300. This was a nice move here. If you're looking to, you know, I'd continue to watch this. I would be careful because you are starting to show a bit of divergence here on CRM. Chances are we might have a short coming up here on CRM. I might go after that. And what do you know? Or what do we I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. And what do you know? What's up, Base? What's up, Basic? The Dow's just on its ass. The Dow's on its ass. So what's that going to do? That should help us with CRM. CRM is a Dow name. Salesforce is a Dow name. And I do feel like maybe it's not right this second, but if we start to extend up here and you can't get through 300, I would look for a pullback. I think you have some upside room today. You have some room for upside here. Let's go to... look, Abby's going to come in. Guarantee it, guys. I hear her using the litter box right now. My little girl is going to come in here. It's almost 9:30. She knows I got to go fuck with Dad. I got to go yell at Dad. Excuse my language there too, by the way. Watch two. Man, I don't know. I don't really care for this. This is just kind of hanging out here. If you get the opportunity and you feel like it, you know, maybe look for a 290 long back to 295, back to these previous highs, and see if you can continue higher. But you're going to need the Dow to help you. You can see we're already pulling into that zone, trying to bounce back off of it. So that could be something to watch for. CRM 290 longs, or if it breaks, you know, maybe you're able to get 285 out of that. But let's get back on track here. I've been watching Tesla again. I'm gonna wait until this reports, and there you go. There's that 218 level we were just talking about. Why have my charts not saved? Is this what we're doing? Everything just seems to be consolidating. Keep an eye out on Walmart. See if you get a breakout day on Walmart here. I'm not, you know, I don't know if that's going to happen. But you're right on that 20-day with a nice looking wedge here. I'm not saying it's going to happen. But you have a really nice wedge right there. Look at that. And you got the 20-day as your support zone. Just see if it has a breakout type of day. It's going to be hard. Really, the whole market's pulling back. Oh, shit. Snowflake. She had a pretty big sell-off yesterday. My hand's cramping up. You have to give me 1 second. Yeah. Yeah. We you know what's funny about that? We went long the we were long the dollar about three weeks ago. Not last week, not the week before, but about 3 weeks ago. We hit the bottom on that dollar move. And we were talking about even earlier today, TLT is one of our trade ideas today for a bounce back. And it's probably going to get taken from us. But yeah, so I mean, it's not that it's not any good. I think the short-term yields. I would be more concerned with the back end of the bond, the long end of the bond. I'd be watching that 30-year, 20-year. I think that's where it's going to start getting a little sketchy. It's going to start getting a little sketchy. But we need it. I think we need it. That was one of our topics this morning. Before even Paul or anybody came on this morning, was TLT is one of our long ideas off of 92, but they're going to take that trade pre-market. Because I'm not just going to buy it. I'm going to trade options on it, and I'm not going to get that. Fuck, my hand. My hand's cramping up. Fuck, I can't click on the mouse. Let's go through some of these names real quick, because I don't know of much. I was listening to what he was saying. So we had GM report. If we get any pullbacks, I'm going to try to get long TLT on a pullback down to like 92.25. I doubt it'll give it to us. Let's go look at GM. GM wasn't moving when I had it up. Okay, so it is above 50 now. Let's see here. The dollar should be, in my opinion, starting to top out too, by the way. Unless it breaks that level. I think all this is, people are getting a little... I think people are getting a little... like this pop we saw coming from a mile away. We got long down here. This divergence back here told you to watch for that pop back here. And here's the thing. Is this support zone? Boom, boom, boom. We've had this up here for a while at 104. You're just, in my opinion, I'm pretty sure, in my opinion, you're just retesting it. Now, I'm not gonna assume it's anything worse than that until it proves that it's worse than that. You know what I'm saying? I don't, because you've already, here's the thing. You already had Janet Yellen come on and talk about controlling the dollar. They will do that. Y'all, like, you guys can't forget about that. If the dollar starts to rip, they're going to do what they need to do to counteract that. Because they're not going to want any of the earnings from these mega big cap tech companies, any of our companies, just, right? Why is that? Because then if they bring in less money, that means the United States has less tax dollars that they're also going to have come in. So they want to increase revenue, not decrease it. And that's why they will step in and take and do what they need to do to manipulate the dollar. If they got to sell it off, they're going to sell it off. Because they're not going to, we've already, we already had our little stage of foreign exchange rates. Like that, how do I want to say this? That little foreign exchange scare with earnings, and we got past that. What was it? 3 weeks ago, 3 to 4 weeks ago, Janet Yellen came on CNBC, and she talked about, we may have to step in to do something, and that they would if they needed to. And I agree that they will do it again. I think this is just a bounce back to retest 104, which you guys can see here is resistance, resistance, resistance. You break above it, it tries to hold, it tries to climb, fails to do so. Now we're bouncing back. What else do we have? We have financial conditions are still easing. So I think this is just a bounce back and a rejection up here. Me personally, I'd be a seller up here. I would be a seller. I think that trade's over with, in my opinion. Now, the question is, does that mean the 30-year either this is going to break, and that's going to show us that the 30-year is going to break that was it 4.5 to 5 level, and the dollar's got more room to go. We talked about this being at like 103.8, which is like right here, wherever it was. You know, just being right up into this zone, and that we never really had any sellers up here. So we're bouncing back. I don't think it's anything more than a bounce back, and we start pulling it back to the 50-day. We are a bit overdone. You're already starting to see some divergence, some bearish divergence. You're already starting to see it. It's already showing. It's showing you the first signal of a bearish divergence. It's getting weak up here. So I assume this is all just something that the news can talk about. People get scared. It's just like, let's talk about what's going on. Let's all be prepared for something to happen, and it never does. You know. But listen, congratulations. We went out to November and December on these UUP calls. I put out an order for 16 cents. They stuck it at 18, and I never got filled. It is what it is. That was the November contracts for $29 on UUP. And I think the last I checked, they were at like 30 cents, like 28 to 32 cents. Okay, 35.79. So we were, listen, you could have market ordered these when we were doing it here for 18 cents. You could have just put in a market order and got filled at 18. I wasn't doing it because of the liquidity. I needed 16. I felt 16 was appropriate. And they didn't want to give it to me, so it is what it is. I want you guys to think about this, right? Think about this. What do you guys think is going to happen to gold if we get the dollar to start pulling back off of here? Think about what happens then. You think you've seen a rip in gold? You guys think you've seen a rip in gold? Where do you see a rip in gold if we get like a really nice sell-off off of this point up here at 104? In this area, guys, it's going to be an area. 104, 105, 104.03, whatever. You know, and, you know, if you start pulling back and you notice we consolidate at 103, not just pull back one day and then it bounces off of it, that would still continue to tell me that we're not going any higher in the dollar. But if you sit here in this box for quite some time, then I would be worried. I would keep an eye on that. I don't know where the box is. I think right here. I don't use this that much. Yeah, I don't know where the box is, but right here.
Moving from 11 vertical markets to 3 vertical markets, military, public safety, and agriculture.
I don't know how to draw a box. Whatever, but yeah, so watch 103 to 104. If you just consolidate right here, just boop, boop, just kind of chop and waste time. You go into next year and you're still here. But again, just remember, if you try to go long, you might get stuffed in, you might get hurt because the government by law, they can do what they, you know, they can manipulate and they will manipulate the dollar. Man, this sucks. I don't really know of anything. GM.
Totally, which is why I like the Wells Fargo piece this morning, which says the election could be a sell the news situation. That people, you get kind of bullish stuff from the candidates, then you get election, and not so good. Particularly if there's a contested election. I think that could actually hurt the market.
Chris Harvey goes into a tied electoral college.
Let's see here.
What happens next, where the House picks the president and the Senate picks the VP?
I don't want to say it, but I hate Thinkorswim. I don't hate it. I just think it's old and it's not its fault. It's not its fault. The developers did a great job. You know, they did a great job. I sure as shit couldn't build something like this. So who am I to say anything? It just kind of frustrates me at times where certain things are located, because if you accidentally click, and you can be down a rabbit hole. All right, so that's a break, and try to reject it. We're back above it. So General Motors, guys, I'm going to look for pullbacks off of this gap up, and that pullback, in my opinion, I'd look for a move back down to $49. See, we've already hit 51. I don't even want to watch this thing. I don't even want to watch it. Let's go to DJT. If you guys have any ticker symbols, feel free to throw them in the chat. You know, Tesla, Baba, I'm not going to be trading Tesla until later on in the week, or as far as being a buyer, but maybe we'll sell some spreads at the end of the day. We'll max out the premium on these on Tesla and sell some calls and puts on Tesla at the end of the day. If you did that with Netflix, congratulations. Excuse me. That was a killer trade with Netflix. We sold some spreads on Netflix earnings, and it just stayed within the confined area. The next day, those things were done. They were pricing in a $50 move. I think it was like, I mean, you were going nearly $75 out of the money, getting paid $7 a contract. It was insane. So, but what a tear Netflix is on right now. This thing did have a nice recovery.
$2 million contract with Octagram Investment. That's Tango Golf Lima. TGL shares popped on that.
And see, even if you were on both sides of that trade, guys, the fact that it was Friday the next day is what also made that probably one of the top selling spreads of the month. A $7 stock or $700 stock, right? Reporting earnings. The next day's Friday, so those contracts are going to expire. At most, they'll get dollar for dollar, not $7 for a dollar. And that's what they were pretty much pricing in. Nearly 7 times what it was worth every dollar. It was a good sell there. So even if like if you sold like a 750, 757, I'd have to go back and see what it was, which I can't do now. But I know we were looking at the 650s. It was like this. What was it? The 600s and 550s to 600. 600. Yeah, 600 to almost 800. I think it was. That's what it was. We were kind of going. It was pricing in a $50 move. I mean, in my opinion, it was pricing in more because those contracts counted for more than a $50 move. It's more so like $70, about $100. But anyway. So let's see here.
Accelerated rates of weight loss were experienced during the final 4 weeks of the study in the high-risk tech groups. That's LEXX, Lima Echo, X-ray, X-ray.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. And that got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I'm skeptical. So I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. We sold our policy. Now we can relax
us and enjoy our retirement as we had planned. If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-514-7800. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
It's odd how, in an instant, things can transform. Slipping out of bounds.
I thought.
in free fall.
Wait. I thought Lockheed Martin had. Wait, what? Hold on.
There are so few certain
Why was it? Was Lockheed Martin moving off of RTX this morning? I know Raytheon had earnings.
gold.
Lockheed Martin declined 0.4. The defense company reported third quarter earnings. I thought so. Look at this. It doesn't have an earnings report for Lockheed Martin here. Nothing. Oh, I'm on NVIDIA. Why is... Wait. Hold on. LMQ. I don't know what happened there. I don't know how I got on NVIDIA. NVIDIA looks like a beautiful short, though. That's why I'm paying attention to this. This looks like a really nice opportunity for a pullback in the 140, you guys. Especially if we can get a pop and like you break out to a new high. Like you print a new high. See, it's not going to. This is perfect. I think I'm going to take this, guys. Like right off the bell. I'm going to look for a pop back to that gap up here at like 144, 145, guys, and I'm taking a short. So maybe we print a new high at like 144.50. Maybe we hit 145. But the minute we do that,
I actually taught myself.
it's a wrap.
I wanted to understand what people wanted to know. Every day is fun covering business news. It is never boring.
Stay safe today. Holy shit. Look at all that selling pressure in there, guys. Look at this. I'm telling you, the NVIDIA's got a beautiful short setup here. It's just my opinion here. Anyway, for anybody that wants to, you guys can get back to the stream. Stream contribution donation, that link is in the description. If you guys can get us up to 10 likes, hit that like button, subscribe. We're going for 10 likes today. And we are going for, 20 likes, 10 subscribers. We get to 1,000 subscribers. I just have to say this. I'm giving you guys I'm doing a giveaway for you guys. I'm excited about that. Appreciate you guys for being here. I'm sorry that today is slow. Some days are like this. Some days are like this. We have a nice level here at 140. I wouldn't mind taking the 140. This sucks. They might take this away. They're probably going to sell this off early. But again, guys, I want to get a pop up into like 145. And I want to see if we can get that pop to fail. Again, you should never fight the trend. I mean, look at that. I want to target 140. Why would I want to correct the bar? The bar should be correct as it is. So fucking stupid. All right, good luck today, everybody. If you guys have any questions, post them in the chat below. You know, stay safe out there. Nike, we're looking for longs off of 81. You want the Dow to start bouncing back in your favor. If you guys have questions, throw them in the chat below. Again, hit that like button for me, please. Like it up, sub it up. Please, I need your help. Not really, but I do need your help. do need your help.
Constructive piece out of Morgan Stanley about
I don't have a hat on.
investment year ahead, and this is fiscal year, which starts in the
All right, guys.
fiscal year, so you're not
Just a
that far
couple
behind.
minutes here.
This is inflection.
Let's go get this cake today, bro. Let's do the damn thing. Let's do the damn thing. Let's go. It's a long day. It might go by quick, but it's a long day. Take your time. Wait for the best setups. You know, if you don't see something, don't force it. Make sure make sure you got something. Don't just trade just to trade. Remember, we pay less to make more. We don't pay more to make less. If you miss your trade, don't be upset. And good luck, everybody. Good luck, guys.
I have every reason to believe, as I understand it, that Bob Iger will be the CEO.
Come on, man. Please.
2 years from now, winding down his second stint as CEO as 2026 comes to an end, with his successor having been anointed months earlier. Jim, that's the scenario.
Wait, let me get this set up. I'm trying to switch between.
Corbin may continue as chairman after that time, but that's what I'm expecting will happen.
Like, everything just went slow for whatever reason. Look, it's gonna find some support here. God damn it. You fucking asshole. I'm sorry to curse. Look, they're gonna take it. I need it up here, guys. If I don't get it, I don't get it. I'm not comfortable taking it down here at 143. If you want to be my guest, I'm good. I'm alright. Protect your neck.
Something that is probably not going to happen. Now, we're going to be doing election night coverage, and I think it's going to be, unfortunately, inconclusive if one of the candidates doesn't win that night. And here I'm speaking, of course, for President Trump, which then make it so it's not like a long night, but it's like a long year. And I'm not kidding about that, unless it's a...
If you guys are interested in trading the dollar, you guys can use UUP. In my opinion, I think the short is the play there. I'd be looking for pullbacks. Because you're going to be paying... You have to be careful. It's not as liquid as it should be. I feel like UUP should be a hell of a lot more liquid. Especially in the options market.
Rate cut cycles will trump any, even an election cycle. Hence, I go back to Larry Fink. You know, we bought BlackRock stock for the trust after listing Larry. I was waiting for it. The stock never comes in. We had that clarity moment. I think that it's just a very special situation to own BlackRock because the money in is extraordinary here. S&P money coming in, ETF money coming in, and they're the big beneficiary of the money flooding in. It's not stepping out. That's why I'm not so worried about the election. The money continues to flood in.
That's why it was interesting to hear David.
Dude, I swear to God, man.
Very much for 50.
I don't know why. I just can't get comfortable with these charts. I really can't.
Wait a second. Interest rates, I thought maybe she would back off, or anyone would back off because the rates keep going higher. I felt very good when she talked. David, I know where you are right now at the conference, and I kind of was struck that the companies that people are, well, at least that Jeff Smith's going after, are really companies that are household names, that are very interesting, that have kind of fallen behind the market. Is it indicative of anything that he's going after these big cap healthcare drug names? Because that has typically not been a place to focus on.
No, it hasn't, right? I mean, typically it's been more, akin to technology names, so a Salesforce, for example, things of that nature. You're right. I don't know if it's a sign.
If you guys see anything, let me know.
Overall, in a market like this, we got the S&P up over 23%, perhaps.
Let me know if you guys see anything. I just,
Guys, before I go off and get ready to have Jeff join me, I did want to hit Verizon.
I know it's a pain in the ass watching me.
I mean, Jim, the equipment sales at Verizon were down a bit. That does seem to be pressuring Apple slightly as well. Because perhaps
Alright, so that's a nice little break there. You guys can see that little pullback break. This would be a nice area to see if it pulls back again. I think you put in a double bottom here, guys. Watch for a double, like a slight double bottom, and see if this low, this pullback, comes in at like, it puts in like a high. It doesn't get all the way down to 140, 175, but like 142.25, 142.
Charter, move into wireless, and wireless.
30's getting hurt.
Broadband in a very significant way.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, it's just that plus Starlink.
I'm gonna wait, you guys. I'm telling you, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna wait and I'll wait and is it tanking? Let me see. Let's check it out. And look at this volume here. Some nice volume. I mean, NVIDIA just had it reeking of a sell-off. But I think you get an opportunity for a bounce back up here. Maybe you don't. I could be wrong. Like, this is it. Maybe 142.50 is the entry to get short. You know? I could be wrong, guys. But I don't feel comfortable. Oh my God. Edit VWAP. Why the fuck would I edit VWAP? I shouldn't have to. I mean, I get if you want to, like, customize it and do, like, different standard deviations and shit, but come on. Yeah, let's look. Let's have a look real quick. It's got some really nice volume. It's... Yep, look for 150 on AMD here. If you can get a rejection at 154, which it already did, 154.50, it's already rejected it. I'd be looking for a bounce back rejection. I mean, this thing's just dying to go to 150, 149.50. It's a nice setup there. It looks good. Hold on 1 second here. Let's.
To early 22, as they grew U.S. retail share, above average pricing, below average incentives, they are on track, they say, for their EV production profitability targets.
Yeah, chances are you're going to get 154.50. Chances are you'll get this area, and that's prior. That's yesterday's low. NVIDIA's bouncing, dude. Like, look at the top right of my screen. Look at the top right of my screen. It's shoved all the way over here like this. I can't even, like, something like this. Like, I didn't, that's not how I saved it. Time axis. Keep price zoomed in. Bang. Bang. So you should not move, you little dirtbag. So you guys see why I get frustrated all the time here.
I cannot believe the revenue so much better, and yet there the stock's down. I mean, she's the opposite of Hans Vesper. She really is. Although she's nice. I don't know what to make of that. I mean, she is like a nice person.
All right, and look for a bounce off 140, 143. There's Nike bounced back off of 81, bounced right into $82. QQQ, trying to bounce. SPY holding here at 580. Let's see here. What do we got? What do we got? I was watching this stuff on with FBG Duel. It's Philly rapper. I wouldn't even consider him a rapper. That shit was straight garbage. But it's weird because I seen the interview a while ago, and he was walking around talking about he ain't got his chain tooken. They ain't touched him. He ain't got hit. Nothing. They killed him just a few days later. Like, I mean, come on, bro. You had to see it coming. I don't know. Here's the thing. The reason I bring that up is, like, I was watching it. I'm like, the whole time, I'm like, they're not even moving any work. This isn't like these guys are, you know what I mean? Like, they got kilos of narcotics coming in or something, right? It ain't even that. These motherfuckers just ain't doing shit, just killing each other. I'm like, bro, how dumb are you guys? Come on. First off, you gotta stop just doing that shit, whether it's to your own people or to anybody. It's just dumb as shit. And I'm like, bro, these motherfuckers are just killing each other over nothing. Like, they're not even putting in work. Like, they're not even, like hustling. They're not selling. They're not doing nothing. I was just like, man, when we grew up, like, you know, there was, you know, these guys were moving bricks and like actually doing something, and now it's just like I don't know. It was just like not one time was there like any talk about work, about getting money or bitches or anything. I started thinking, I'm just like thinking to myself, I'm like, I just don't understand. I don't get it. What, like, so you just killing each other over nothing? Why? Like, do you think you're cool? Like, do you think you're hard or something? Like, and I don't get it. And then he got his head blown off. So, I don't know. I just thought it was just weird. It's just like, it's just like the level of stupidity that, like, it sucks because, like, the thing is, they probably don't know no better because as an environment, that's what they think is cool. But I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it, man. But anyway, he's not there no more, so the block is probably happy as shit. Anyway, so all right, here we go. So there's a video. I'm just waiting for a bounce back up into this like 144 zone. Here's that pullback to 143 we were just talking about. Just let it pull back, see if it can hold 143, and I'm gonna look for an extension and like a move back up into here, and maybe it gets through 144, and it like tries to pull in and kind of like fails to like, and it just like falls out of bed. It's kind of what I want to look for. Chances are, if we don't have the markets behind us, we may not get it, but I think I'm going to put this on and carry it until tomorrow. Do we have any type of earnings that could affect this tomorrow or this afternoon? Today's Tuesday, correct? Yeah, today's Tuesday. So we have end phase later on. Texas. So we have Texas Instruments later. I figured there was something.
So it's been a while since you've undertaken a true proxy fight to get board seats?
Yeah, we haven't had to really do it. Most companies have been willing to work with us or want to work with us.
Notice the volume that came in off of that bell.
2 years ago, I talked about it again.
Off of the bell.
We have a terrific relationship with Salesforce. They've been
all right. So here we go.
great job executing, improving their margins, moving up in the rule of
here we go.
The rule of 50 for their industry. And we think there's a lot more to go, but it's not contentious at all.
No, it's not. I know you kind of glanced at the word nasty.
Remember, NVIDIA is a strong name. It's not something you necessarily want to be. If you take this trade with me, you're going to lose money. If you get paid and you do not take it, shame on you. So if this starts to work for us and we start to get some follow through when we get our entry, you take your money. Nvidia is the leader.
Times earnings, almost a 6% dividend yield. And so you have to ask yourself, why is it so cheap? And of course, everybody remembers Pfizer right now. It's most known for
Give it a little bit of room. I think that's it.
the pandemic.
It's a nice tail.
Without masks, talking to each other in person in part because of the great job that they did.
Let me just look through these time frames. So there's that pullback. See if it makes a new high.
$40 billion to $100 billion. Their cash flow jumped.
See if we can extend to a new high or flirt with the.
It's called $40 billion. You know, there was huge growth and huge cash flow generation.
Again, I'm going to target 140, guys.
Something's not working because the stock has gone from 41.
I'm trying to think of where exactly I'm going to be taking this. Like I don't like I like 144. I'm not going to be able to get it. I'm not going to be able to move fast enough here. Hold on. Let me bring up Nvidia.
For any company, public, private, anything, you have to have the right return on invested capital. You're responsible for managing the investments, the shareholders' investments, and get the right return on that. For a pharma company in particular,
Dude, what is going on?
it's incredibly important.
My shit's just moving.
Large sums of money,
Bro.
R&D, as well
Like, shit can never just be normal with these charts. It just can't. It can never be normal. Nothing can be smooth with this thing. Alright, so let's see if we struggle here. Just keep an eye on the clock. 9:45, 9:44. We've been here for about 2 minutes or so. Let it climb. This is exactly what we talked about. It's got a little more room. Just got a little more room. She got a little more room. Let her go. Alright, watch time and sales. Here we go. Let's see. There they go. They're stepping in. Fuck. Bro, I'm not going to get it, guys. I'm not going to get it. I think I'm a little early. Bro, I swear to God.
COVID-free cash flow that you mentioned to go out and buy things. But isn't it a bit early to try to be judging whether they're all
Like, it should stay with the price. It shouldn't be... the candle shouldn't be going out of the screen.
and that just closed not that long ago? Why are you in a position to question at this point?
Come on, bro.
We will get the return that they thought they
We're targeting 140. Delta 38. So I'm going to look at the 142 puts. Fuck, that was it, guys. That was it. That was the tail right there. Hold on. 42. 42. Fuck, that was it. That was my entry right there. That was the entry.
Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing said not aware of TSMC being the subject of any investigation at this time. That's Tango Sandy Michael.
And now we're starting to get news with TSM. You're starting to get some news with TSM. See if it pulls back and holds this area.
And not just CGen. And by the way, and I said this at the conference. There's nobody more excited and more bullish and who would be happier if all of this produces amazing results. We're not anti.
So I'm seeing 178 on the one. Listen, 142 puts. Our target's 140. Our target is 140 zone. Oh my God.
$70 billion for the several acquisitions they did right after COVID. CGen being the largest at 40 billion. It came out at that time.
That's it. So this is a part of it. Look for this pullback and the hold here at 144. I need to just take it. Oh my God, guys, I missed it. Come on, please pop. Give me 175. Give me this 178. It's gonna break down. That was it. That tail was it, guys. Let's see. Can it pop off here? Look at that volume here. All right. Come on, please. Please get down to the low 180s. Give me like 175. I'd love to be able to get this thing, honestly, for like 168. If we could just get like a test and put in like a little double top up there.
But the problem right now is that the $20 billion they said they were going to get in 2030, Wall Street consensus believes is going to be
Taiwan Semiconductors Manufacturing said has not supplied to Huawei since mid-September.
So they're talking about TSM supplying to Taiwan whatchamacallit. I told you guys. There is some news here on TSM. All right, so I guess the state is saying, yo, you guys are doing something to like you guys are selling chips or something to whatever that Chinese company is.
Richmond Manufacturing Index coming up at 10, minus 19 is the consensus.
So there's the pullback. Like you guys see here on TSM, the pullback along. So it's still climbing here. All right, here's your rejection on TSM. See if TSM rejects this zone here. It's like right there. Bang. There's your, and it just busts through it.
Around the investment spend that they're making. And I think it has something to do with not putting the right value component on making those decisions.
Yep.
But I don't know for
We're good.
sure. I'm not inside the company. But something is clearly not working right. So what do I want?
So look, Nvidia's already at 200, guys. I'm going to miss that trade. I'm not going to be able to get it. I'm not paying up for that. So unless we can get a bounce back, I've missed this. If you guys got short up there on that pop, congratulations. Target's going to be 140. Take profits in front of 142.50. I'm sorry, 142. Take profits. Oh my God, what is it? What is it? What is this? 142. Yeah, 142. It's like 140, 141.85. So if you go back down to test low a day, take profits going into low of day, guys. Take profits into low of day. Take your money if you get paid.
In similar situations where a company has underperformed.
And this is why choosing the right options. You barely moved and you went from 170 to $2 there. You still haven't even broke VWAP yet. See, I'm gonna miss this. This is it. Fuck, man. I needed it up there at 144, guys. I needed it up there. I tried getting in it, but I'm not paying up for it. Because the minute it bounces and tries to put in a double top, I'm going to start getting emotional. Because I'm going to be down a few $1,000s with down $2,000 with just a few wicks, you know, or a couple ticks, and I'm just not even I'm not playing myself like that. I know me. I am not playing myself. So congratulations there, guys. Nice little hit in the morning. As it gives it to you, take your money. I think we have further to go. Nice job.
Yeah, of course. But again, a company is valued based on.
Sorry, but again, just going through the analysis and then bringing the options chain up and then getting the entry. It just is what it is. You know, sometimes it happens. Yeah, you know. If you haven't taken this yet, I wouldn't take it because people are taking profit. They're entering from 170 to 180.
Similar situation where a company is underperformed like Pfizer has, a CEO change is not unheard of.
So 180 to 200. That's 10%. That's a 10%. 180 to 210, 220, which we got, which is still right there at 210. You got 220. That was 20% there, just off of that move. Man, this sucks, bro. This really does suck, guys. I would love, just, please, just give me a bounce back. I can't take it. I can't take it up there.
They were just offering to help in whatever way might be helpful for the company. So, yes, they put out a quote that said that they're supportive of management. Okay.
Here it goes. Watch this level here. 143 on the button. 143 on the button. I know you guys can't really see it. 143 right there. Bink. That's the last entry probably. 143. 143.
Obviously, Pfizer's taken up a lot of our time for obvious reasons. Can you succinctly describe what you see in Kenvue and what your hopes are there? I know it's obviously undervalued versus the peer group, but you went into great detail in presenting, and it is
Even these bounce back, I don't think it's going to give me the. I don't think it's going to give me the entry I need on this.
Some of the best brands in consumer products. I mean, these are
And that's why I said take your money, guys. Take your money. If you get paid, take your money. There we go. Keep popping. Keep popping. Yes, that's what we want. That's what I want. I'm sorry for anybody that's in there and you didn't take your money. I told you to take your money. Told you to take your money. But I need this. This is coming back for us. We're going to get this cheaper. I want to get this thing cheaper.
which is Neutrogena and Aveeno, and that makes sense. So, well, the spin made sense, and that might make sense. These products inside J&J are very, very different. I mean, J&J is also a pharma.
Come on, man. It's not going to... We're not going to see 170 again. We're not going to see it.
what have they gotten wrong? To the extent that if you are correct, and Pfizer, for example, has not
I knew it. As it started to wick up there, guys, I'm like, bro, this is it. I'm going to miss it. It's not going to give it to me. Or, like, it's not that it's not going to give it to me. It's just like, I'm not going to have another opportunity. I really feel that way. I don't think I'm going to get anything low. I don't think I'm going to see the 170 or 165 area. There could be a chance.
But what they need to do is to continue their shift to be a marketing-first company. So a marketing-driven company, especially in skin health and beauty, but all of their products. And be thinking consumer-first and marketing-first. More innovative.
Man, we still have room, y'all.
Especially in digital and omnichannel.
2020, was that 8,000, 23,000 to the sell side? Hold up, guys. There was just a huge sell order there, guys. Hold up. So there's 8,000 to the buy side. I could have swore I just saw 23,000 to the sell side. 23,000 shares. Crude spiking, so you could look for your Exxon.
71.75.
Or possibly more aligned to start with.
Come on.
Just about where we are in the execution journey. So I think Kenji knows they need to be doing this, and I think they're starting to do this, or have even gone further than doing this. So what we're talking about is getting them to go from here to just do it.
It's not time. I'm gonna leave Nvidia alone, guys. You could look for a bounce here and look for a bounce back to 144.50, 145. I'd be looking at the long.
Smith says Kenvue well positioned, but
No, it broke it.
Kilo Victory
Broke it.
Echo,
We have to first get them directly
43.
KVUE.
and then they can identify a solution.
Bro.
So they're slightly different.
Jeff, out of time, could talk forever, but certainly always appreciate our annual interview.
All right, I'll set an alert or something, and we'll look to see if we can get another opportunity up there at 144, 144.50. Other than that, this trade's gone. You had one shot on that bounce. You got the pullback bounce. I had mentioned that's probably the level. And this is why you'll probably see this thing fail, not go any lower. Because traders that haven't taken this are doing exactly what I'm doing. They're like, you know, I don't think they feel comfortable paying up that much. I don't think they feel comfortable paying up that much. So you're not seeing many sellers here. We'll come back and hit it later.
Jim, we'll see you tonight. Busy week. We continue to chip away here. Dow's down 170, and the S&P holding 58.30. Don't go anywhere.
Part of me wouldn't mind taking a long here to 94.
10,000 by next month? Hey, we won't know unless we try, right? How long have we waited for something like this? We'll have to alert suppliers, coordinate shipment. Already alerted, already coordinated. Every supplier sees
Coming up, the Richmond Manufacturing
92.39.
minus 19 is the consensus.
people who know BDO.
Most power
Why are so many legendary investors quietly ignoring that advice and instead
You could look for more than likely a short here on Nike. Just keep an eye on the Dow.
Also coming up, comments from Fed Talker.
millions of shares? In fact, hedge funds are quietly selling all of their
Yeah, look, guys. If the Dow starts trying to break down, I would keep Nike on watch.
50 years on Wall Street.
Richmond Fed Services Revenues Index plus
Here it goes.
3 in October, versus -1 in September. Manufacturing Index -14 in October versus -21 in September. Consensus was -19.
Including the truth about
That's the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index.
and the specific stock I recommend you buy instead. Simply visit the website below to get the details. 100% free.
Ever worry that you're drinking too much? Take back control with More Health. More Health provides access to medication proven to help. A daily pill to drink less. Or quit drinking.
Fed's Harker does not comment on monetary policy.
Remember when we got short City? Remember how bullish it looked? Look, she falling out of bed. We knew what was good. We knew what was good. So what else do we have here? What else do we have? I'm looking at the so we have GNPX earlier. I'm not sure what it's doing now. It's selling off. That's a pullback hold of the 200 day. It might be a small cap day. Unless NVIDIA can change our mind with that. Oh shit. Watch out, guys. 275 might be a nice support here on GNPX. I might start to be a buyer here. If I gotta be honest. Right there. What is that? 269. 269.
Taking a look at stocks, we're starting weaker, down 0.4% on the S&P 500. Strength in consumer staples, energy, communication services, and real estate, though not offsetting some of the weakness. For instance, in industrials, down 1.3%, materials down 1%, so some sharper declines in these cyclical groups. Financials are weaker as well. So is technology. That's why the Nasdaq Composite is down about 0.25% right now. One thing that everybody's looking at are Treasury yields, which have been backing up. Higher yields.
So we're getting down there. 188, 186, 180. You went to 184 and then it went right to 187.
Top and bottom line beat, plus raised guidance thanks to strength in the company's electronics segment. Stock though down almost 2%. GE Aerospace also moving lower despite a beat and a guidance raise as well. That said, shares have been a huge outperformer on the year.
Crude off the highs now 71.48, up about 2%, rising on China demand and stimulus news.
Start with a big news from the IMF, some new forecasts for global growth. They still call global growth sluggish. They don't change the view on 2024.
Look, they know better now. They are not trying to give us 160 to 170 on this thing.
Forecast by 0.2%. That's good. Now it looks like we're going to grow 2.8%. Why? Thank you to the U.S. consumer. Better consumption fueled by rising wages and asset prices.
Google's nice and green today, guys. Google has some strength here.
The really good granular data out from different countries, and it looks like we're going to do better. I also just want to mention a few other countries.
I would target 170 on. Oh, nice job, bro. Nice job.
4.8%, so below the official China 5% growth target that they have. So that was interesting. They also 2025 say 4.5%. However, they don't really factor in the
Yeah, I gotta be honest. This is
announced by China because, as we all are, they're trying to figure out what the stimulus plans are, especially on the fiscal front. Best economy in the world in terms of growth.
And pulling ahead.
Do you know who it is?
Oh, in
The
terms
best,
of growth.
highest growth number. Yeah, U.S. is good. We got an upgrade, but the best.
I mean, you're right there at 321 area. The daily chart's showing 321, but I'd start looking for a reversal here. I want to see some volume start coming in.
And we're doing really well. And by the way, Janet Yellen is Treasury
Still a lot of
Secretary
selling
this
pressure.
hour to kick off the IMF World Bank meetings, which are happening now. And it's going to be a victory lap. And here's one of the excerpts that I pulled from what she's going to say. From day one, we rejected isolationism that made America and the world worse off. I thought that was sort of like a thinly veiled criticism at President Trump, because there are some warnings in this economic forecast, David, of protectionism, of tariffs. We know the
BZUN,
IMF is not
thousand
sounding the alarm
popping
on
here
those
on
type of growth
relatively light
picks.
volume.
And
$3.67
they
now,
don't directly address the U.S. elections. They try not to be very
up
political.
about
but
8.5%.
clearly that's in the backdrop. As they say, there's been good news on inflation and almost declare victory on what's happened with higher inflation rates.
Meantime, the JP Morgan desk today looks at last week's retail sales. Atlanta Fed at 3.4. That's up a full percent from August. JP Morgan today looks at
DJT.
for not just U.S. GDP, but China putting together, and their forecast for global GDP growth is up 0.7.
Yeah, I mean, the China thing is a question mark, but if you do add it together, and just the U.S. alone, the forecast going higher has certainly been a big part of the story of what we've seen with Treasury yields backing up. With basically since the last Fed meeting, we have seen Treasury sell off and yields up, and it really got supercharged by that really strong jobs report that we had, and it's changed expectations for how many rate cuts we're going to get. And I keep saying, the market's doesn't seem that upset about it because it's happening for the right reasons. Better growth, you don't need as many rate cuts, but there's a good chart going around this morning showing, so this is how many rate cuts are expected. See the big spike up before the jobs report, this is going to
So DJT is getting ready to run into the 200-day moving average. What do we want to trade here? What are we looking for? See if we have a rejection on the SPY at 582, 582.50. Oh, it's frustrating. I could have just got easy money there with Nvidia. Look at those. Look at Nvidia, guys. Now down to 150. Let's go back to Nvidia here. This market already. It's not even 10 o'clock. It is 10 o'clock, and the market's trying to put my ass to sleep. Some bullshit.
And you see where the strength is and where the weakness is. For instance, it's still tough going out there for homes. If you look at what Sherwin-Williams said, for instance, the painter, they're still talking about a challenging environment. Sales in our consumer brands group declined, driven by continued softness in the North American do-it-yourself market.
There's a
Also,
pop.
if you look at Kimberly-Clark, they mentioned some discrete headwinds out there, creating pressures on growth in the near term. Retail inventory reductions as service levels improve, lower demand in private label businesses that were exiting, and weaker than anticipated demand in North American professional channels, and some pockets of deceleration in Asia and Latin America. So nothing really too alarming on the U.S. consumer. And then Pulte Group CEO, the home builder, on the call, pretty strong. Buyers were generally less inclined to sign a purchase agreement as interest rates declined through August.
Yeah, let's go print a new high. Let's go ahead and go print a new high. This thing, if we start holding here at 144.20, you might have an opportunity here to take a really nice long. So you could hit both sides of this trade. You still have some meat left on the bone to the upside. I would just be cautious if you print a new high. Take your money. Take your money. Consistently pulling money at the markets. Shit. I'm just trying to wake the fudge up, bro. I might go grab a Red Bull. I didn't finish my coffee. That's number one. What's everybody looking at right now? PHUN? How was your weekend, Basic? How was your weekend, bro? What'd you do this weekend? Anything fun? Damn right. That's a breakout on volume. It's got the liquidity for the most part. For the most part, it's a $10 stock, and you've done 1.5 million. I'm just trying to see. So, like, if you guys are ever curious about liquidity, like, you could always do it a couple different ways. You know, me, I would just simply do the math at, like, you know, 20 traders at 1,000 shares, right? 15, 10, 15 at least. I think that's at least safe to say, right? 15? Including myself. I haven't bought it yet, but I'll be one of those. So if you're ever wondering if like something's got liquidity or not, I mean, if you're not even worried about liquidity, then don't even. Then it really doesn't matter. But you should have an idea of the liquidity for any, you know, if you're going to be buying 1,000 shares, 10,000 shares, 5,000 shares, so on and so forth. My shit's frozen. Let me go to a different ticker real quick, and I'll go back. PHUN. Let's see.
It was reported earlier that the
Hold on.
company was
Yeah.
withdrawing from the German chip plant project.
I was going to say I wait for a pullback on that. Very nice. Here we go. This pullback is going to be everything. This pullback is going to be everything. It's a low volume pullback. Let's see. Does this hold? Look at it. Look at that tail.
Yeah, Phil, it's David. I think that is certainly the part of the reason there. I pointed out earlier. Trades at a very high multiple as well, certainly at least historically for GE. And very different from the first company you mentioned, of course, GM, which still trades at that single digit, if I'm not
Yeah, fucking indigestion. Why? 144. Come on, just go higher, Nvidia. I think Nvidia is going to like make a new high here, and then I think we can get that reversal. It might take some time. It might be, you know, it's kind of stupid to be chasing something that's at a new high, but I have to trade this because if I do this, you know, I'm going to be right 8 times out of 10, 6 to 8 times out of 10, 6 to 8 to 10 times out of 10. I know that doesn't make sense because I have, and I just have indigestion right now. Yeah, I gotta let this thing go. Man, this is so tough, guys. We need a short-term bounce. Like, I'd like to see this thing break out to a new high. And again, guys, I'm still going to target. Here's the thing. We already tested 140. So we have already tested this level.
All right, that's going to be newsy. Thank you, Phil. Looking forward to that. Phil Bow. Going broader here, the Dow is coming off its biggest drop in 2 weeks as earnings season really kicks into high gear. Our next guest says that while early reports are mixed for broader markets, they are promising for the, quote, rotation trade. Joining us now is Lori Calvasina, RBC Capital, head of U.S. Equities Strategy. Welcome, Lori. So what is this rotation trade that you're talking about?
So looking just the movement out of, say, the Mag 7, mega cap growth, we also run a lot of screens on the top 10 names, wide market cap in the S&P, just kind of moving from that bigger, safer, growthier stuff.
It hit both high levels on the daily chart. Hold on 1 second.
What is the latest evidence that you have that bodes well for that?
So one stat that we watch really closely is the rate of upward revisions between the top 10 names and the rest of the S&P. We've basically been seeing for the past year more upward revisions in those top 10 names. What we're starting to see though is that gap is closing. So the rest of the market is starting to gain on that top 10 cohort. If I get a little bit more discrete and a little bit more finite, when we look at growth rate expectations for 2024 and 2025, I'm starting to see a number of sectors besides those big mega cap growth areas like comm services and tech move up. So for 2024, we've actually seen the financial growth rate embedded in consensus numbers move up.
Yes, pop, 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 pop.
Getting a pop here on light volume, Hotel Charlie Tango India.
I don't know what to do here. I'm just going to be patient. I'm just going to be patient.
By the financial part of earnings season, and do you think industrials can repeat?
So, I'll tell you on industrials, I'm neutral. I'm overweight financials. I just can't get past the sticker shock on the valuations for industrials. The median PE on the S&P 500 industrial sector on both an absolute basis.
See, I was just trying to get it. Now they want me at 160. So my concern here is with, see, it's not really the hourly. This 15-minute chart, is that going to be the rejection point right there? 153, 152. Fuck.
So it's not, you don't think it's necessarily a tale about the sector, the business, more about positioning?
I think, you know, I don't know if it's positioning per se, but it definitely feels over its skis from a valuation perspective. And I think on the, you know, kind of going back to the financials, you know, we've had very good, healthy earnings revision trends there. I think banks.
So 59. It's 10:15.
And the valuations in financials, they're not fantastic, but they still look cheap on a relative multiple. They're a little bit above average on an absolute multiple, but frankly, everything in the S&P is starting to look that way.
Oh my gosh, bro. I was hoping for like 148 or so, and I'm taking this shit. I'm telling you guys. Come on. We got a little bit more to go. Just be patient here. Just be patient. Come on. I think we can get the 140s now, guys. So we know we have a high to low from 150 now, the mid to low 150s, up to 220. And that's with just like the range of the day. That's within today's range. Here it goes. See if this holds and tries to go out higher. Let's go look at TSM. Look at Nike, guys. Nike is blasting off, bro. Fuck, I missed that long. Damn it. All right, look. TSM has not gotten through the level I gave you guys there at 200. It still hasn't gotten through it. I think this thing might start breaking down. Come on, man. Give me 148. Guys, I'm dying. Just please. Please. Give me the 140s. Please, bro. I think it can. I think it will. It's trying to raise that 15-minute chart and put it into oversold territory. Look at the 15-minute chart. It's down here at 60. And then look at the 30-minute. Right at 60 as well. But the 5-minute. So the 5 and the 15 is what I'm watching for. And look at the MACD getting ready to go positive here. So
Speaking to mega-cap tech going nuclear to fuel the arms race in AI.
So what I'm thinking is we can get a pullback, and which we have right here at a 144. Look for the long, and then look for that to fail up at like 145. That was the plan. And if we can get up there, see, it's reluctant a little bit. It's being a little reluctant. But if we can get up there to 145, I think we could take this trade around the 140s, and that would be sick. Oh, nice. Yeah, you went motocross. That's what's up. I was actually watching some of these S1000s, like just some crazy shit. Just I don't know, kind of not just crazy, but kind of reckless and dumb. Because one mistake and the motherfucker's getting chopped in half, but seems to be a good rider. I was actually watching street some bike stuff too, not motocross, but like some street bike stuff this weekend. Just like to give you an example. All right, here it goes. This might be it. This might be time. Fuck, I don't think it is though. I think I'm gonna be patient and wait. I'm gonna wait. Do you have a street bike at all, or do you ride any street bikes at all?
Machines are going to be as smart as you. So we have to prepare for that.
There's going to be a lot of evolution and change. It's too early to choose one horse.
I think it's Mr. S1000. I think.
Oh,
what?
Ensuring your home has the water you need when it comes to your home's plumbing, we make it right now. That's service today.
Fuck, where was it? I want to show you guys this shit, man. It was so badass. It was so badass. Fuck.
With Xfinity, nothing stands between you and what you want to launch. Just say "for you" into your Xfinity voice remote to jump back into your favorites, or get a new recommendation.
This wasn't it.
Watched or saved, so you can get.
I don't think this was it.
Our name is our promise.
This wasn't it.
That's what we deliver to families like yours. Ensuring
Come on, give me the video, bro. I need the video.
we make it right now. That's service today.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. I'm David Faber here at the Active Passive Conference. 13G Monitors Active Passive Investment Summit, actually, is what they call it. And I'm here with
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. You guys want some adrenaline?
What is going on, guys? I'm in Waterbury right now, but I go home with my boy. Well, not go home with.
You want some adrenaline? Look, there went NVIDIA. That was it. Fuck. I'm an idiot. As soon as I went for this video. I think he tops it at like 2.
Let's go! Empty highway!
Yeah, definitely, for sure, bro. New Jersey has some nice roads.
Oh my gosh, that's exhilarating! I gotta go slow because this is group pavement right here. Oh wow, that's just group pavement, so I can't pavement, not pavement. It's not like I haven't taken this turn before. I almost pulled it under pressure.
It's about 200.
Oh, it's so empty, bro.
That was a fail right there. So what I'm gonna look for, because I really want this NVIDIA trade, guys. I really think we can take this back down into 140, even in front of 142 would be a really nice profit if we can just get the market behind us, which I don't have the look. So there's the SPY. So SPY is just chilling right now. Look for another pop back into if we can get another pop into 144. Remember, you're holding your trade line and VWAP on a 15-minute chart oh so clearly. So until that breaks, this is just another pullback long. Until something changes, which I think is changing. Look at the volume coming in. Right, look at the volume that's starting to steadily come in here on this.
Now priced at $4 per share now at $3.81.
This technically is still a higher low. 15-minute chart, still holding VWAP trade line. This is kind of just wasting a lot of time here. Fuck, I knew it. That sucks. So what I want, guys, is a bounce back. Just give me a bounce back into that 144 rejection, because you made it support here. That's technically high a day, holding high a day support. It fails, so you look for that move back into it. And I mean, technically, you could say that this wick here also is a rejection point. It already technically rejected it. Came down, right? You broke it. It wicked back into it. That was your entry point for the short. And just on that candle there was a nice move. It's unfortunate, but that's my life. You know what I mean? That's what happens. I always either am not at my desk or I have something else going on. But I wanted to show you guys this video. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty insane. I mean, my dude just completely gets it. And it's just like, if you ever need to wake up, it's definitely the video to watch for sure.
And so what we can do with companies is, irrespective of the economic cycle or the market cycle or the rate environment, we can use the various
WOLF Wolf Speed shares getting some volume here. Whiskey Oscar Lima Foxtrot.
I know Ty was long Wolf last week. He's been long this thing for a while now. He's been long Wolf for a while. It looks like there's a pop here on Wolf.
Janice says Wolf Speed.
I don't know much about it.
By separating devices.
You know what I mean?
That's WOLF. That from Bloomberg.
Yeah. What's it been like out there as of lately? Has there been any sets that have came in? I mean, I don't know with this weather how things have been. I mean, I don't know with the last couple storms that were down south if that brought in anything nice. I know that I don't know exactly where it's at, but I know New Jersey has a couple spots that are just beautiful at times from what I've heard, or not even what I've heard, what I've seen. I don't know why, but I was always a big fan of, not a big fan, but I always ended up just like enjoying watching his videos. Oh my god, I cannot think of his name. Fuck. Here, give me 1 second. I'll try to find it. He lives on the North Shore. I know that much. And I think he bought the Volcom house.
When it comes to our homes, we only want the very best, particularly when it comes to choosing replacement windows and doors. Hi, I'm Ann Romer, thrilled to be with Nick from Renewal by Anderson.
Thanks, Ann.
Oh, I want to see what happened here.
Have windows and doors that look great, stand the test of time, and don't break the bank.
And with our unpredictable weather, I gotta tell you, quality and durability, super.
Alright, so here's this bounce back. You can see we're bouncing back into this zone here. I'm telling you guys, I'm giving NVIDIA a little bit. I don't want to keep my eyes off of it because of the setup. Like, look at TSM. It's failing to make a new high, right? It's going to come to a point in time where the clock is just ticking and ticking and ticking and no progress is made. And that shot clock is going to be up for a break above 200 on any of these semiconductors. Like you said, like AMD just fell out of bed. Not sure what happened. We could look at, let's look at, let me make sure my cat's okay. So XLK, hold on, Abby, SMH, like SMH is just hanging out right here below this resistance level. And look at the gap that SMH has. Right, 252, 252, and I think you could actually take this down to 248. There's your middleman taking profits at like on a breakthrough low a day. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, there's your entry. It breaks above and holds. You get out. Instead of like waiting for a pullback. Like, instead of waiting for the drop, the bounce back, why pay more? You're paying at least 50% less. That means you're going to make more. Like, where people are entering, you're going to take your first piece of profit. Right? And then those people that pay up for that move, they're going to make less. They're going to pay more to make less, and you're going to pay less to make more. And you'll also lose less too. On top of that, you're going to pay less to ultimately lose less as well. But look, see what I mean by the clock? See what I mean by the clock? It's going to start happening soon here. Something's got to give. Either it's going to start pulling back, or we're going to start rallying and bounce back through 252. I don't know though. I don't know which is which. And TSM broke down. I told you that it's important. Gotta set the shot clock. So how long was that? So that was about 30 minutes to 45, 30 minutes.
Company investigating a dedicated R&D marketing to grow China business.
Oh, Jamie O'Brien. That's who it was. I randomly thought about that. Jamie O'Brien. I don't know why, but I always used to watch his videos. Like, I still do, like, rarely. Not rarely, but, like, every now and then. Like, if he goes out, like, and just hangs out. Like, because sometimes he'll post these videos, just, like here, like, hanging out, did he delete? He'll go out on Pipeline and he will, and he'll just be recording live, and they'll just be surfing Pipeline, and I'll watch it from time to time. Like, look at that, look at that. God damn! Could you guys imagine? Could you guys imagine? Like 20-foot sets coming in. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it get good. I've seen it get good there. I think some of the what I meant though was like some of the photos. Like I don't know exactly where because like the beach. You know, with the sand changing and everything, how spots change here versus, you know, coral reef, but some of the photos that I've seen coming out of Jersey were just beautiful, and I've seen them nice here too. I've seen some photos out of Maryland, and you know, like you said, they're at the inlet. So I guess it's going to be a consolidation type of day here with NVIDIA. That's kind of what it's proving to me because it just won't. It will not let this 15-minute chart. It will not just let this thing be in oversold territory. It just won't let it. You can see every time it tries to go up, it just pulls it back. It goes up and then it immediately pulls it back. So what that does to the indicator is it doesn't give the indicators strength. And it makes, and that's why I say if you're trading options, make sure that the up moves, or I should say whether it's up or down, right? The pullbacks or bounce backs if you're short. Like if you're long this, you don't want to be like going long and then literally taking back 75% of that up move on a pullback. Especially if you're in a weekly or a daily, because you're not going to get paid. You're going to be falling behind. So you want those stocks that have either like, I'm not going to say smaller candles, but just, you know, where you're just like extending. You know what I mean? You're extending. You guys know what I mean. You don't want to be pulling back that whole up move because you're just going to be in the red. Especially if you're out of the money. If you're in the money, it's not going to be so much, but you're just not going to get paid. It's not going to be worth your time to even be in it. So being able to identify the difference, you know, like it would be cool if we could start getting some follow through here. I also didn't look to see if we had any bond auctions later on today. Let's see. I don't think we do. I think I've already looked. I think I've already looked. It's 10:30. I haven't really done anything. It's all good though. I hate that Tesla has earnings because Tesla's putting up a nice setup right now. Let's see here. What time is it? It's 10:30. Services index. So we do have a 42-day bill, and that's about it. ECB. You have money supply at 1. I don't know if that's a treasury deal. So you're just going to get M2 information there. M2 money supply at 1 o'clock. That could, it could do something, but I don't think it will. I think it's just all up there. And you have a 20-year bond auction tomorrow at 1 o'clock. So that means we might have a 10 on Thursday. Let's see. Do we have a 10 on Thursday? 15, 30. No, we do not. Damn. Okay. Friday? No. There's not normally any auctions on Friday. Oh, shit. So, Abercrombie and Fitch CEO arrested for sex trafficking, I guess? Like, what? So, here, hold up. Let me just say something real quick. So, let's all be cautious when we, like, start calling people pedophiles or something, or assume something that the news thinks is true. Just like when they said, Pharma Bro was such a bad guy for raising the AIDS medication when in fact there were numerous AIDS medications on the market for $8, right? So they don't always usually tell us the whole thing, but like this sex trafficking stuff, like if you got some women in like your tour bus and you're going on tour, the state can actually go after musicians or just anybody that's touring, and even if they consent to it, the state can still go after your ass. Like, this is why I never really understand how people can put trust in big government when they do stuff like that. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Right? It's really none of their business. Now, if there's a situation where somebody's being held without their means and they, make a phone call or something, and that's a different story. But you can't just say, well, he had a bus and like they all traveled together. They were all friends and they were hanging out. Oh, we're going to get him for sex trafficking. But they didn't do anybody but me. So, does this Abercrombie and Fitch CEO look like a weirdo? He does. He looks like a creep. But I can't just, judge a book by its cover. I won't. All right, bro. Have a good one, man. All right, so we have no auctions today. I think we have some earnings. So I don't know if you guys were here earlier, but SAP, what a monster move yesterday. And listen, what monster earnings they had. They had some monster earnings yesterday. This is something I want to own. Now we're taking it back now, and that's all right. I do want to start buying this. I want to own this name. All right. Again, I got confused. I just, for some reason, when I see SAP, I don't know if it's like AAP or something. I don't know. But like SAP, it just reminded me of like some healthcare type of company. I don't know why. I have no idea why. But these earnings were just, they were really good. They were really good yesterday. And look, I'll show you guys. So they raised Q4. Let's see here. So let's see here. So So adjusted EPS was $1. See, they're not going to give us.
Reliable, carbon-free electricity, and in a way that benefits not just Amazon and not just Dominion Energy, but all of our customers. So that's the way this conversation has evolved so far.
It's not giving us the expectations from whatchamacallit, so I'm not even going to go over it. But their margins and their growth rate, they peaked on their growth rate. Oh, I have to watch it. I have to check it out. They've already beat their expectations for 2024, and they've also raised it. So not just their margins, but the amount of business that this company's getting. I was on their earnings call last night or yesterday. Hold on one second. And just going through their financials, if you just go to their page or even here, you'll be able to see how. What's going on now? I already went there.
How much capacity do you have? And are you able to sign deals like this with other big tech players?
Anyway, you guys get me. I want to own it. American Airlines, Enphase later, Verizon, 3M.
Companies as well. We've done solar deals with Amazon, with Meta, even with my alma mater, the University of Virginia. So we are open to working with a variety of potential partners. We actually have a request for proposals out for technology and for financing structures. We expect to wrap that up early next year, and we'll be able to advance the ball further then.
Robert, just put in perspective how much power is going to be needed over
DJT might be a good short later on.
because I know it differs greatly.
It might be. I don't like the volume on the buy side, but I think the chances of us getting another 31.50 pullback are pretty likely.
In Virginia, for example, we just filed our long-range plan for Virginia. That's a 15-year plan, and we forecast, or actually,
We'll see if we get them to
PJM forecast 50%
252. Oh shit! Oh hell yeah!
course the next 15 years. That's
Number 6 YZ. Yeah. I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna check it out at lunch.
to look at opportunities in a way that we can do this that is protective of our customers going forward, we think is a very smart idea.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked a lot about these small modular reactors.
Matter of fact, John Doe that's on here, basic. He had a couple of my buddies and him actually grew up on dirt bikes. I think I was the only one who didn't have a dirt bike growing up. I didn't ask for one or try to get one, but you could say I learned from them how to ride, honestly.
We're operating nuclear today, and as we've been discussing, looking at it
But yeah, I think it was John Doe and like Mike, and they had some nice bikes back in the day. And I think that's the only reason I can ride a dirt bike is probably because of them. Because if they didn't have it, and what I'm saying, if we didn't grow up together and riding, or learning from them, I probably wouldn't be able to ride a dirt bike, or at least I'm sure I could figure it out because of the person that I am. But I don't know. I can't explain it. Like I learned how to drive a stick at like 13, 14 years old. I had a GSX. It's my first car when I was like 14. I was like 13, 14. So I practiced with that. Like I learned on that and was able to sit on I could just sit on a hill with with the clutch out and everything. Just coming from a standstill and just being able to just sit there and or just be able to go up the hill without moving backwards.
That the advent of the internet, of the World Wide Web, was going to break the grid, and telling people that engineers will find a way to.
But as far as a bike, I don't think if it was for them, I'd be able to ride one. Because I never had one. trying to think of this four-wheeler that I rode on. Because I was just thinking, I'm like, because thinking back, like even later on in life, like I was riding this four-wheeler, and I think it was a 400. I'm pretty sure it was a 400. And like it had a pedal brake, and I'm like, I didn't ask him first where it was, but I'm trying to think. I'm like, so I got on this four-wheeler, right? And I just knew how to drive it. I was just like it was fine. I'm like, it was just funny because I'm like, I never thought about it at the time, but it's like I never, like, outside of being able to drive a vehicle, and like I don't, it's just like I didn't have that much experience to be able to just be on something like that. I don't know if that makes any sense or not, because if you just throw any random person on a bike who hasn't ever driven, they're not going to understand really, or whatever, on how to ride a dirt bike or four-wheeler unless you get it, you know. Yeah. Oh, nice. Oh, word. What was going on with it? Yeah, he's got a shop. So yeah, like I say, I owe that to you guys. That the only reason I can at least hop on a bike and ride it with no issues is probably because of you guys. Because I don't think somebody could just go from a clutch on a vehicle to knowing how to drive a stick shift to just go into a bike. Like, sure, they probably could, but it's just different. You know, like the gear setups, like the braking, and like just knowing, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I will say this, man. I was getting it on this four-wheeler. This was years ago. And I didn't even ask where the brake was at first. But they had a pedal brake. So I was like going, and I got up to speed, and I'm like, shit, how do I stop this thing? You can go down gears, but I don't know. It's just funny.
Treasury Secretary Yellen says some entities
When you don't know if you're about to hit the front brake at going 65, 70 mile an hour.
Treasury Secretary Yellen.
The company that will pick up, wash, fold, and deliver your laundry and dry cleaning. I do not trust other people's laundry. Rinse guarantees your satisfaction. I've been using it for months now with no issue. Okay, let's watch this. Wait, I'm gonna do my laundry. Better hurry then.
Let's look at these options for Tesla, guys. So, right off the bat, so here's why I don't like this on Thinkorswim. It says 12 points. So this is saying the market makers are pricing in about a $12 move. Well, I would be wrong in to say that they're actually pricing in about a $16 move. So when I was talking about Netflix earlier, that's why I felt like them pricing in when this said $50 for Netflix, it was really like $70 in my opinion. As you guys can see here, you're getting about $8 both ways. So naturally, you could say, you know, you could say 8. You know, you could. There's a couple different formulas that you could use for this for what they're pricing in, but you can just take what they're trading at the money.
On our radar screen, very close to finalizing America's portion of $50 billion loan to the Ukraine. Yellen says loan to Ukraine not being financed by U.S. taxpayers, but income on Russian assets.
Let's see here.
That's Treasury Secretary Yellen.
So, Tesla. See, I don't think you get any. I don't think you get below 200, and I don't think you also. I don't think you get above 230, 240. I could be very wrong. That's when you run into a problem where like the market is pricing in something that it was not expecting. So you need to be agnostic if you're gonna, you know, trade these. But I may want to sell some of these, and we'll set up like a spread. See, the thing is that I don't like is that it's today, and there's still a couple more days left of the market. What made Netflix so appealing was that it was those earnings were Thursday after the bell, so they were charging $7 for like a move $50 out the money, but they expired the next day. So all that premium, even if it moved in the right direction, was just going to get taken right back anyway the next day. even if you were out of the money, it would have still, the price that you got for the premium that was paid versus, you know, coming in the next day and getting dollar for dollar, you were selling something and getting $7 for every dollar, and then you come in the next day and the premiums are only pricing in, you know, dollar for dollar because it expires in just a few hours. So if that makes sense to you, awesome. If it doesn't, give it time, it will. That's why I could not take up, I could not take advantage of Netflix. So we'll look to see next week. Like, I wish Tesla was reporting tomorrow after the close, because just coming in on a Friday would be you know, it's what it is in my opinion. It's just a little less riskier, right? It's just, you might have to sweat out a day, and if something does happen, you know, we're not saying it's going to. I think we all already know. We already got the quarterly numbers. You had the event, and I think you're just going to be in this range, in my opinion. We'll have to look later on to see what the expectations are. We'll look later on at lunchtime.
Oil markets are well supplied and considering further sanctions.
Jesus Christ. So I think Yellen is talking right now. I don't know where.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, any combination of many things can work and have worked at different companies.
So this is Exxon.
In similar situations where a company has underperformed.
Look at Nvidia. Those puts are down at $2 again. So anybody that took advantage when we got the $1.40, $1.50, congratulations. You're up 25%, 35% now, and the stock hasn't even moved. Nice trade. You know, I should have just stuck with my gut and grabbed them at 240, 250. That was the plan. Should have just stuck with that. That would have been a big day here. It would have been a really big day. You know, 30% on 10 grand. There's your 3 grand for the day, and you're done. It's just an example. Even if you know, $1,000. Listen, I don't want you guys trading something that, you know, you start sweating the second you get into something if you don't get it correctly, and you start running through the motions. It's not a healthy place to be. Just don't ever, you know, put on too much risk. Like, just give yourself time. It's better if you're ever gonna try to, like, size up on your risk, or you know, just size up on your position size. Go with, like, the airlines. Go with, like, a Palantir or something. It's gonna move slower, but, like, whatever you can do to help yourself out. I don't know. Go with JP Morgan. Go with the banks. Go with airlines, the banks. Watch them for a little bit and give yourself time. Because I'm going to tell you guys, it's not a good feeling. I've been there. And I won't forget them. I won't forget what it feels like to not eat for a week and just to be in this, like, in this state of, you can't explain it. You have to be there, you know? And to watch just something just on fire in just a few minutes and still be right and be so dumb as to not just give yourself time, you know? But rookie mistakes. It's a good feeling to go through, you know, because it's something you never want to go back to, but it'll happen. You know, you just have to be comfortable with your losses. If you can't afford to lose X amount, if you're wrong, you know, it's all about growing money. That's it. It doesn't matter what you guys have. I don't care if you got 100 grand, a couple million. $1 million is still a small account. So just stay humble, right? What I mean by that is if you see someone else boasting and bragging, just remember, $1 million is a small account. When it comes to this business, if your job is to make money. No matter what you have, no matter what you need to be able to stay agnostic and to say no matter what happens, if the markets are up, down, sideways, our job at the end of the day is to take the number that you have and make it bigger. That's it. It doesn't matter how you do it, just do it. And do it every day, each and every day. If you can't do that, this might not be the place for you. You're going to have those days where you have bad days, and it gets frustrating. Sometimes I don't laugh, but like the type of like the way that people look at the markets, like it's awesome when you're new and like you're having fun. It's not that I laugh, but like I think to myself, oh, they're in a world of hurt. Like if like I want people to have something to look forward to and to be happy with, but I just I don't think a lot of people when they first come into this fully understand like some of the dark days that could be had, and you will have. The market's just going to be just chilling, and you're just going to be trying. And if you're not smart to just say, you know what, the market's just not working right now. Either everything is just like hanging out, waiting for something, or the market's changed and you're trying to do what's been working for the last month or two, and the market has changed, and you're like, man, you're still doing the same thing, but you're just not getting anywhere. Either the market's pulling back or flat or something, because the market changes, believe it or not, and that's why I try to go over every morning what part of the market, probability-wise, should you be long and which ones should you be weak. We identified the Dow and the IWM. They have given you follow-through, and that we were going to look for like today to be a bounce-back day and to see if we get that continuation going into the rest of the week. Not to say that we will, but it's just something I wanted to look for. And you can see we're not even making any progress really to the upside. A little bit. But it's important to do that because you're going to see the market changing. You're going to see tech lagging and then start to lead, and you'll be able to, it just helps you catch when those things are happening, instead of falling victim to trading NVIDIA week in and week out, and then you're just throwing red after red after red week because you're not understanding that it's not working. So, and that's why I wanted to say too today was just make sure you have a trade for a reason, and don't trade just to trade. That's my yap for the day. That is my yap for the day. It's not always going to be roses and rainbows or whatever you want to call it. It's not going to be gravy. That's what I would say. It's not always going to be gravy, and you better be ready for the dark brown gravy at times, because especially if you really want to make it in this business and you really want to start working on being consistent, get the consistency down, and then you want to start sizing up how you go about that emotionally as a human being, right? And then it works and it's working, bang, you get punched right in the mouth, and you're like, all right, cool, that's not bad, Then you're trying to bounce back, and then you're like, shit, I just can't get nothing to work for me. Then you really start looking at yourself like, damn, bro, what am I doing wrong? Then you're like, okay, I'm just going to take a break. I'm just going to watch the markets. I'm not going to do nothing. I'm going to wait, let things set up. Bang, you get hit again. You're like, shit, is this for me? That's what I mean. Things can just get dark. All right? It's going to happen. You're going to have those days. All right? So the best thing you can do is just to be, you know what? This is where I'm a buyer. This is where I'm a seller. This is my loss. Stick to your deltas, and and kind of just don't fight the market, and don't think that you have to trade every day. Understand what it is that you need, whether it be for the week or for the month. What is it that you need, and do the math that you can get yourself to where you can get your whatever it is that you need, and that you don't have to be reliant on because it can become stressful if you're forced to pull money out the markets either every day, or you need to make it a certain percentage by the end of the week or by the end of the month. You know, it can be really. You want to be able to put yourself in a position where, you know, how do I say this? Like, it's really, life is a lot easier, and I'm not going to say that it's easy. That's wrong for me to say that. Don't put too much stress on yourself. That's all I'm going to say. Don't put too much stress on yourself. If you're putting too much stress on yourself, then it's not going to work. I'm just going to be honest with you. It's not going to work because you're just going to put yourself down this frustrating path, and it's just not a good look for yourself, and certainly not a good look for your account. Learn to trade small caps, mid caps, large caps, options. You want to be diverse. I don't know why I went down that path. I went down that path and was saying that because let's see. Sorry, I wasn't seeing it. Retail equals rec liquidity providers for, yeah. I just think. I just think that there's an education part to this that is to an extent, it is important. It's important to be able to like understand somewhat the sentiment, but understanding and learning how to follow money. Like this whole time that yields were rising, the dollar was popping back here. Look what TLT was doing, right? This is a nice short. And the markets didn't move. The SPY, the Dow, the IWN, they were flat. You know, what was this, the beginning of October or the end of September? You know, that's when we were just consolidating. We were just sitting up here consolidating, not doing anything for weeks, right? But I don't know. I think just don't forget that. Just don't ever forget it. Your job is to take that number and make it bigger. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. If you have to sell spreads, you have to, do butterflies, condors, calendars, but I don't care what it is. You're a seller of options, you're a buyer of options, whatever works for you. As long as you make that number bigger, that's it. Take that money, take those profits, buy assets with them, and just keep it going for an extended period of time. Even I was talking about this morning, like I was just going over my long term, and I'm like, dude, anybody that just bought in 2020, even just 2020, not 2016, 2018, right? 2012, 2015. I mean, you just, I don't know, man. Like, just even like looking at Microsoft. Like, look at Microsoft. Dude, guys, did anybody not see Microsoft today? What the fuck? How does this happen? Well, there was your long trade of the day. I'm not sure what happened or how this news got by any of us. What the fuck happened here? Did anybody did you guys see Microsoft? I mean, it's only up 2%, but look at that move. This is a move you want to trade daily or weekly options in, right there. Right? No pullbacks, just bang, 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 bang. Wait for the consolidation. You should get a stage 2 rally out of this. You might get a stage 2 rally. I think it might be done, but that's insane. So this was actually one of the names I was just looking at that just like, look at this. I've owned Microsoft for a long time. And even just 2020, guys, buying this thing back here at 150, you're up 500 a share. You buy one or two of these a week, do it for a year, and then move on to the next one. Next thing you know, you got, this thing's got you up 10, 20 grand. You'll be up 100, 200 grand before you know it. That's why I say start now. And if you want to know what names I'm buying, Upstart. Okay, this is the category I'm in right now looking to buy. This, in my opinion, is your base, and you're getting ready. Like this, if we're going to have a healthy market, this is the part of the market that's going to go. And you can look at the volume. Obviously, money managers are there too. All right, another based bull flag forming here for another rally, an extended, another extension higher. Gold, I've been in gold since 2021. Been in gold for a while. Actually, I traded it. I had leaps on, not necessarily leaps. It was out like 3 months, 3 or 4 months on GLD. So we talked about gold last year. When I started this YouTube channel, we were talking about going long gold. To just, it would probably be a wise idea to just get leaps, or just buy it outright. But this is the part, right? These companies that are anywhere from 1 to 10 to 20 billion. Upstart, Affirm. I mean, I know you guys know this already. I talk about this daily. I just think it's important because even if you double the market cap or just get a little bit of a run, I mean, you're talking just not even getting back to highs, but look, that's 100% right there on the stock itself, back to $80. Okay, and I think that's absolutely possible, and I think you see this thing back towards $100. That's over 100% in the stock itself. So don't put all your eggs in one basket. Don't shoot your shot in one shot, but nibble on it through time. Every pullback, I'm buying. Snowflake. I've been saying, if you're not buying Snowflake now, then when we go back to when we're back up here, right? Whenever that may be, don't be crying that you didn't buy it. All right? And all of us, each pullback we're just slowly buying throughout the year, 4 or 5 years from now, we're up. Can't say I didn't tell you so. I just don't think that this company is going anywhere. This company, I haven't bought it yet, but I want to own it. I want to own this name. I don't care that it's at highs. I'm not buying it here. I probably should. I just think that this thing is probably going to keep going. I think it needs a little bit of a break, but I don't think that the chart is telling me it's probably not going to give it to you. Like this company is doing something correct, and everything from their margins to their business to what they're charging, they're maximizing all of it. They really are. And I mean, if you look at this A&P was just $80, and now it's almost a $300 stock. That was just, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. Yep. I think people just haven't learned how to time the market. And now there's different types of time, right? Obviously, trying to call a top or call the bottom, that in and of itself is like it can be done to an extent, because you can really just use everything that you have to say, and you don't know really at the time if it's it or not, but just like the bottom that was in the SPY, right? Like this day here was just like you have bullish divergence, right? The volume, we put in a 20-point day on the reversal. I also think, here's the thing, because we also had here, this was the banking crisis that they solved. So it was like, we didn't know it, but we did kind of have an idea, because stocks here, they stopped putting in new lows. Like stocks were actually starting to hold. Like if you go to Apple, right? You start with the leaders. So if you go to Apple and look what Apple was doing back at that October, right here. Where does that? That's 6. Look, that's July. This is July, and it was rallying. All right. The SPY bottomed in September. It was October. I'm sorry. So this had already started to rally that summer. Microsoft, same thing. NVIDIA. Right? These stocks put in a bottom in July, not October. The market, the SPY, was 3 months late, right? So what I'm getting at is the advanced decline was already showing that relative strength was starting to shift. Microsoft was a little bit different. It actually put in, the market turned around. You can see here October, even November, right? That's November, put in a new low, and then it turned. But it's still, relatively, so that's not really a good example. But there were a lot of stocks. That advanced decline was, see, this is you can't even really talk about Meta because I can't talk about it because I didn't nibble on this thing at all. And I'm fucking kicking myself in the ass that I did not buy some down here. It's just like too stupid not to. I mean, remember he was like spending all this money, and it was just like, dude, what are you doing? Because normally, I'm going to tell you right now, it's really hard for a company to get this bad. Or this was uncertainty of what he was spending his money on, if it was going to work or not. But when I started this live stream, we talked about it back here that we had an individual that was telling us on these earnings calls on this first gap down here or it was back here. I think it was back here. Where all he wanted to talk about was Meta. And here's what happens in the market is, outside of the fact that if your stock or company is not growing, it's not a growth stock at that point, right? If you're no longer growing, like Amazon's at that point where it's just it's where it's at. It's got the same, revenue. It's going to be hard for Amazon to go from 4 trillion to 8 trillion. How is it going to do that? It owns already half of the planet. How is it going to do that? So I think Amazon's in a point where it's got a balance sheet. It makes money. It has cash. But it's just like those like growth measures going from like $100 billion company to $1 trillion or $500 million. That kind of, in my opinion, it may not be there much longer. And I think that this is going to start to turn into just not necessarily a dividend stock. But let me digress. If you have a company that is working and doing well, and something changes, and Amazon is saying, you know what, we're like, if Amazon goes from talking about AWS, Amazon Prime, and the things that they do, and they really start talking about these other things, like they want to go nuclear or something, and then they just like don't talk about the actual business, and then they talk about changing their name, and they're just like, pretty much Facebook, when Facebook isn't working and Facebook is what got you there, the market doesn't know if this new thing is going to be it. They don't, that new thing has yet to prove itself. So that's why you also had a lot of uncertainty with Meta, because that earnings call prior to that earnings, when you had that gap down, Zuckerberg was just talking about Meta, and all the analysts on the phone call, on the earnings call, wanted to know about Facebook. And he didn't want to give any insight on Facebook and just wanted to talk about Meta. And then you came around to this quarter. Then here it goes. It's like, hey, Meta, bang, you got your first warning. It's like, okay, the market's saying here, something's going on with Facebook. They obviously are wanting to make a change for whatever reason that is. We don't know. We don't know if this new thing is going to work. Something's fundamentally wrong with this company for them to make such a dramatic shift. The market didn't know. We didn't know. But he was right. And guess what? It worked. And look what Meta's done ever since. Normally, it's really rare when you have a company like this that is so big and they come out with, they completely change their name, they make a shift, and it fucking works. Like, look at this. Like, something that, I'm going to say this to all the people, because I remember just forums, Twitter, all over the place, everybody that bought down here, that assumed that it would just get back to all-time highs, they're lucky, because you can't just do this every time. It's not always going to work. If a company that has done so well on a product, a service, and they change because that product or service just isn't, it's not there anymore because time goes on and people change, their likings change, like whatever it may be, whether it's apparel, whether it's shoes, whatever it is, a service of any kind. You're doing well for so long, the public changes their mind and what they like and what they want to do. They don't show up to the movie theaters no more. Then what happens? You don't have the revenue. Things are changing. Then you have to make a shift. Hey, what do we do here? People aren't watching movies anymore. Do we just open up a red box of some sort? Everybody wants to stay home, right? So you make a fundamental shift because something is wrong. But this worked. And listen, the people that just assume the markets are going to go up, and that they assume that just because it's Meta or Facebook, they assume it's just going to go back to highs. The only thing this had going for it was the fact that it was a large cap company. There is a chance that this also could have not went back to highs. He was right. The next time you assume something's going to, you better know who the CEO is, what their past is, and have full faith, because it's not always going to happen like this. You're going to see this again. You're going to see a company grow off of something. They have to make a change because it's either not working anymore, and the question is, does the new thing work? A lot of times it doesn't, and then you don't even hear about them anymore. Okay, not necessarily an example, but an example. Okay, names like these. Okay, LAZR, right? And it's just dead money. So I don't know. Mark Zuckerberg they were right. And if they weren't right, it would be really ugly to see where people's 401ks, having this taken out of the S&P, what would you replace it with? The Fang 7. Like there's so much money that would have been cut from just the United States in general and not just the capital markets if this didn't work. Like, this could have went bad. It could have went bad. Sure, Facebook's always going to generate some type of revenue, right? But I don't use it anymore. I'm sure you guys don't use it anymore. Like, it's just not there. Oculus, everybody has an Oculus. People are loving games. It's working. AI, you can use these things for surgeries, to practice being a doctor. So there ensues even just like police activity. So you have the states buying it because they can put it on their officers in training, right? It's like, how do you continue to grow? That's how Microsoft grows, because quarter after quarter, states, local counties, federal, they're all buying Microsoft stuff, right? Everywhere from the FBI to your local fire department to us, right? Everybody's using Microsoft, and then around the world. So it's like, how do you contend with that? Well, there's Facebook's product, of a Microsoft, where you can, where it serves a purpose, from being a doctor, right, practicing surgery, to being an officer and putting yourself in like situations. For us, like being able to go different places and look around, like everything that the Oculus offers. They now have the sunglasses. They have like all these different new products, which is pretty cool. So, I think a lot of people got really lucky in just assuming that Meta was going to bounce back, just because they assume it was going to bounce back, and they're lucky that it did, because they could have lost their money and never got it back. I will say this. One thing, remember, if you don't take it because you're either worried about taxes, the government will take a little, the market can take it all. And I learned that from somebody, and I buy it, and I believe it to be true. So if you're ever worried about buying or selling something, or not, you don't want to sell it because you don't want to pay taxes on it, That's foolish. Take your money. Take your money, pay the taxes, and then use what you have left to invest the capital that you used, the profit that you made, put it into something else, and continue to grow that wealth. So we have UPS and American Airlines tomorrow. I can tell you right now, not tomorrow, but Thursday is going to be an awesome day to trade. Oh my gosh, Citigroup is back at the high of day. All right, let me get back into my... Holy shit, guys. Look at NVIDIA. Wait, no, 180. So we were trying to buy this at 140 to 150. I actually took a short on Citi last week. Oh, secondly, Baba. I exited Alibaba last Friday. I took a trade on Baba Friday. Long. Here, down here on this pullback. And we got out of it, by the way. Just so you did, if anybody was not here or failed to stay here, we took this trade off because I didn't have much faith in it. Okay? When was it? See, today? Yes, Friday. And look, we came in with another gap down. Another gap down on these Chinese names. This is why I think this consolidation might actually work. That sucks. That's a resistance zone. See, when I see this, I feel like that's a failed break and hold. You can see it going up, pulling back, but that pullback is too far. And it doesn't hold 192. It goes slightly past it. And it looks like it's bumping into it for a resistance right now. Right there. But we'll see. It might, maybe it holds, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Let's find a trade. I'm going to watch a video real quick. I still have NVIDIA's options up here, okay? These are the 142 puts. All right? Our range right now is about $1.40, $1.45 to $2.20. Okay? I was yapping, so I fucking missed it again. I'm okay with that, though. I'm okay with that. No big deal. This was a nice trade. If you were able to take it.
Communicating with one another in these records.
Same problem on the Range Rover. His airbags are leaking. He's sagging. He's sagging. You got the Range Rover sag.
I do.
You got a surprise for me?
Okay. This right here is your savior for white rims. Not even white. The yellow, right? Because you're having problems.
You want to try it right now?
Well, you gotta have it you gotta do it when you're about to wash the car. So, with mine, right? Here, I'll just show you. I'm not gonna show you, but you spray it on, just like this, and then you high pressure wash it and everything will come off.
Where can I buy this?
Amazon, eBay, anything online.
Do you have an extra one?
You take that one.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
So
I got a ton of them. I buy them by the boxes. Use that, spray it on the rim, right? Spray it on here, everywhere. Get underneath.
While it's dry?
No, while it's dry, yes, before you wash it. So don't touch it with water or anything. Spray it on just like this, and then take let it sit for a minute until it turns purple, and then spray it with a high pressure wash.
All right.
I knew that short would work, man. I shouldn't have been a little bitch and sold it so soon. Because I'm like, bro, we can get down here to the 60s. And I think we were up here at like 66, 65. And I'm like, bro, that 100 day and 50 day is calling me. And it got there. All right, so 63. I really don't know what this thing is doing. I don't understand it. I want to know what the news was that made City pop like this. Like, this is a continuation trade that I want to take. It's got volume. You just have to watch 63.50 because that is a bit of a resistance zone. But I think you got to target 64. I think 64, 65, 64, 64.50 is the level to pay attention to.
Do you see yourself enjoying a comfortable retirement like these folks? As I remind our clients, you get what you plan for. You may have a retirement plan in place.
So we listened to Citi's earnings, right? And we got short during their earnings call. So we took part in this move here, on that move there, which was a huge move, and we took the long. We were short, and then we took the scalp long back to VWAP. It was a nice day that day. Made some nice money. I mean, those options paid, guys. You're up 100%, like it just within within no time. So there is some really, there's some really good opportunity out here and some nice trades to be had. NVIDIA, those 182 puts, I'm sorry, 184 or 182? 182, I think. No, 184? 142. 142 puts. Because we're trying to target 140 on NVIDIA. That's ultimately our target. I'm such an idiot for not grabbing the 140s. But what are you gonna do? I'm up here yapping away. Alright. We'll see if Citi can hold this 20-day moving average. And we could probably look for a move back to 64. This trade might be done. Let's find out what the news was. Okay, so is this just a short squeeze, kind of? Let's see. So Citi, analyzing Citigroup's short interest. Oh.
GRND grinder continued to make new highs now, up about 7% on.
Bro, what's today? The 22nd. Guys, there is really no news here. That's so weird. There is no news here for this thing to be moving like this.
JP Morgan shares are selling off here.
Now JP Morgan's selling off?
Jamie Dimon and making some comments.
Oh, this is the Robin Hood stuff. Shit. Fuck, I forgot.
New York Times reporting Jamie Dimon.
Meantime, turning back to the election this morning, a new CNBC Generation Lab survey finds that taxes are the
Privately
second most
supports
important
Harris.
issue among
That
Americans between the ages of 18 and 34 when deciding who to vote.
What asshole?
A big focus for both candidates.
I knew that's why I didn't want to say.
The wealthiest Americans, and our Megan Cassell is following that story this morning. Morning, Megan.
Hey, good morning, Carl. So that's right. A lot of the focus
It's almost like they like kneel down to big government. Like, oh, don't hurt me. Yes, I'm voting for them. Just so the big government won't hurt me. Because we know Obama's back there, ready to hit everybody with a bat.
even as close allies like Mark Cuban say it's not going to happen. So campaign surrogates and close Harris advisors tell me that the VP's focus is on making sure billionaires pay their fair share in taxes.
I don't know if we can get it on live here.
But that she isn't married to any one proposal.
We might be able to. I want to see this. I want to watch this. We need to. Oh man, they're going to ask us to donate. I know it. October 23rd. Wait. No. See, this is today.
It's sort of like a down payment on your tax bill because you're not then taxed a second time.
'Think, or is it
It's estimated to raise only about
22?
decade, so it's not a huge
Shares of
Yeah,
JP Morgan
22.
continuing to pull back here. Again, New York Times says that
capital gains tax.
Jamie Dimon
It's seen as at least slightly more politically palatable, which is part of why her top advisors
privately
are pushing
supports
for it.
Harris. Would consider role in Harris administration. 221.49 now. Shares pulling back here.
There's what's his name?
Papa Michael.
Oh my gosh, you guys are killing me. Come the fuck on. I want to watch this.
I know that one's interesting. He was even out with some pretty strong language.
Fuck. I know I know Bloomberg Terminal has it. All right, let's watch this here. Let's see. So here's what we have. If JP Morgan does break 222, come on. We have some room. We have some room. I think we have to look for. I don't want to say 217. I do, but I don't. Yeah, 220. I would assume 220 is the area. And look at that reversal there.
They might be going for this more than they go for a tax on unrealized capital gains, but unless it's a Democratic sweep in Congress, which, as you're right, is very unlikely, then there's not really a chance that this gets done. But the Harris campaign does say
That's low volume reversal there too.
deficits are estimated to be smaller than Trump's, but still $3.5 trillion according to the Committee for Responsible Finance.
Everything will come off.
This is not a sponsored video, but the German Sonax you're about to put to the test.
Put it to the test.
All right, buddy. Well, hey, thanks a lot.
I got you.
Look forward to what comes next with you.
All right, my man.
We'll see you when we see you. Okay. Well, that's nice of them. By the way, I have my Drift. One of our sponsors, this air freshener. So let's get this going real quick. Very fancy packaging. So what do we want to do here? We got, which one is this one? Wood? The rest are all wood. I'm not sure what flavors these are. You get like a subscription thing where you get a new flavor every few months, or every month, pardon me.
DJT's popping as well.
You guys go right there for a minute. Damon's with Mia filming right now, kind of doing these separate videos just to kind of maximize our time down here right now. Seeing Nick, you can imagine why I'm coming to see Nick. But yeah. Ooh, can you smell that? Oh, I like that. We're sponsored by Drift, obviously. This is not a sponsored video, but I am going to talk about them because I'm a nice guy like that.
Did you need the key for the Squadra?
Yeah, it's on the dash.
It's on the dash?
Is that where the gauges are in the middle?
Oh, I think I saw it with the tag.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
He thinks he saw it, but he came back to see if he had it here.
So I would look for this pullback here on DJT. And if we can stick this 15-minute chart, we're looking for a move back to $36. Of 35. Call it 35. You are up here at the 200-day. So you do have a bit of some resistance up there. So financials are popping off right now. Citi, JP Morgan. You know, I guess Jamie Dimon is just slobbing on that big government knob, talking about, I don't know. I don't know why he would do that. Because here's the thing. The same donors that they have, those same donors have money in JP Morgan. Like, it's not that he wants to. He just has to do, just kind of, I don't know. You guys can kind of get it. Well, my friends are still investing here. Let me not, you know, you're just going to side with your people. But
Ford was an excellent selection for Boeing's CEO role. We're doing all we can to support Ford.
Let me show you guys real quick. There it is, and it's essential oil, so it doesn't have a really chemically smell that's overpowering. You don't have to like the cheap ones from the gas station, you pull the pot down a little bit to govern the smell. Drift doesn't do that, and it's got really good packaging. So shout out to Drift for sponsoring our channel. This is the bungalow scent. I know in the S-Class, you can put a cologne or a fragrance into the HVAC system. There's a little container, but don't do that in the Bentley. I don't know why. Doesn't matter how hard I try. Okay, let's get the day going, you guys. Let's get out of here. Dude, that is so sick. Now, it's not a Raptor, but it is the newer, updated version of the F-150. I'm not sure if it's the V6 or the V8. Crazy, dude.
Did you see what he just did there?
Do a pressure wash.
Did you just see what he did there? That fucking Dave. That's so funny.
We're at PFS. This is the German stuff that Nick got for me. And Nick says that this will make these wheels perfectly clean with no scrubbing. Now, Nick is that this. You guys, let's get out of here. Dude, that is so sick. Now, it's not a Raptor, but it is the newer, updated version of the F-150. I'm not sure if it's the V6 or the V8. Crazy, dude. All right, we have a pressure washer. We're at PFS. And this is the German stuff that Nick got for me. And Nick says that this will make these wheels perfectly clean with no scrubbing. Now, Nick is known not to tell the truth. That's just a joke. Nick's a good guy. Actually, I don't know him that well.
Found Dave.
Hey, stories on stories on stories. So, there's a car I want to purchase. I want to get an S63. Because they have everything I want, they're all-wheel drive, and they've completely dropped in value. To now they're within my budget of where I want to be. So I'm selling the TRX, I'm looking for an S63. I'm not in a rush, it can be whenever. Okay. But this gentleman here has a Maybach on the lot, a 19 with 15,000 miles, and it's a really good price. Dang. So I think you guys should go look at it.
I agree.
The only thing is, I believe the Maybachs are rear-wheel drive, and I need all-wheel drive because of Canada.
Oh, really?
I think they're rear-wheel drive. I don't know for sure.
No, this one's four-wheel drive. This is 4MATIC.
Really?
Yeah.
Fudge, that changes everything. Yeah. Let's go look at it. You want to go look at it, Skinny?
Let's go take a peek.
Before we're waiting for something else to go on here. Yeah. We're here at J-Star in Anaheim Hills, and let's just say we're doing some car shopping. And it's been a good experience. They have a really cool Conan over here. Like, damn. Dream spec with the Nardo.
I know it's not an exotic, but...
Yeah, I don't want to show them that. How sick is this thing? All right, so, a couple options here. Definitely not a Jeep Rubicon. Sorry.
Oh, no. Heck
not
no.
my dang.
You already did that already. Did the Supra already.
We did the Supra. We've done the truck thing. But here it is right here. Look at it. 2019 Maybach. How gorgeous is this thing?
Yeah. I didn't see that. We walked right past it.
You love it?
Yeah, it's nice. Oh, this is the interior.
It's brown. That's not bad.
Brown? Let's go. That's classy.
Now, I wonder, oh yeah. If anyone has a rear seat package, I see screens right here.
It does. It's got it. Dude, that's nice. Wow.
So the Maybach, Maybach or Maybach? Is it May or May? Maybach? Whatever you want. Heavy M over here is a long wheelbase, which, you know, if I was gonna get an S63, thank you, I would get the short wheelbase or the standard.
You gotta do it the right way. I'll do it for you. How you supposed to be done?
Oh my God.
Footrest? Come on. Dude.
Oh my God. Can you please start it and crank the AC?
Where are we going?
Wherever we want. Bro.
Oh, come on. There's so much room in here. Okay, give you a perspective. I'm 6'3", you're 6'2", right?
Yeah.
Look at this leg room. This is
bro.
ridiculous.
It has like a little plate right here that you can control through that. That first one.
This one?
Yeah. And it has like a, so you can put up your legs.
Oh yeah. Oh my God.
Can you have a cool seat in your hand for a sec? Got you.
What?
Bro. If I buy this car, do you come with it as a driver?
If you want me to, yeah.
All right, we'll get you a salary.
Perfect. Daily
So-
driven exotics, daily driver.
Perspective for you guys. This car, what's it listed for? 90? Jared told us it was like, so,
90. I think it's 85. It's 85.
So $85,000. This thing brand new was $200. It has 15,000 miles on it. It's 2019. This is the car. So converted to Canadian, this is a bit heavy for what I want to spend. This is the V8 though, right?
Should be.
You don't want the V12 for some technical issues. Not as reliable when they get miles on them. Bro, we got 2 sunroofs.
This is crazy. Like the pillows. Like,
Oh yeah, dude.
I'm not used to that. I literally took my hat off and it's like, this is.
Dude, do you understand what I'm talking about now? People are like, oh, they have like old man cars.
Yeah,
Like,
so this is a 4-liter V8.
perfect. So the 4-liter V8 is very reliable. Evan, who owns England Transmission, has an S63 same engine with like 100,000 miles. He's like, I've never maintained it. I've done like 4 oil changes. They're bulletproof.
Dude, this is a life right here. This is.
So the good thing about this one is it's owned in California. And obviously we're the second owner and only have 15,000 miles. It has all service histories and no accidents.
And this is all-wheel drive.
Yes. 4matic, yeah.
Shit.
We got cars for everyone. That's what the Jared likes to focus on.
Get rid of both the vans. Get rid of one of Michael S.'s trucks. And what now?
No, I want my daily in Canada.
Yeah, send me the Canada. Dude,
I
this is
love it.
nice. Wow.
Massage seats in the front.
I get it. Like, no, wait, hold on. No, there's not. No, there isn't.
No, there isn't.
Storage.
Then
Okay,
opt that
was a fridge.
option.
I was gonna say.
For $85,000, you're getting so much car.
Oh, that's a lot. This is amazing. This is like, wow.
This is a car you need to get chauffeured in. You can't drive this car.
I put my kids back here.
This
Bro.
is really nice. I get it.
Why don't you get this?
I already texted the wife already.
Did you actually?
I did, for real.
I also have a Bentayga, a 2018.
Well, that'd be cheap.
It's right there. You want to look at
Yes.
The white one, right?
it? Yeah. It only has 39,000 miles.
Those things have completely tanked in value. Where is it? Oh shit.
Down right over here.
So one last look at the Maybach, long wheelbase.
You might probably know about this car. Ferrari motor, Maserati MC.
Yeah, Damon had one back in the day. If you haven't heard a story, he'll tell you repeatedly.
This is it right here.
Bro.
And it's nice because it has like a navy interior.
It's nice because it's cheap. How much is it?
This one is exact price. I'll grab the keys right now so you can take a look at it.
You don't have to do that.
It's alright. This is a Bentayga Mulliner.
Mulliner.
This one is 93.
Oh.
It has 36,000 miles.
Must be the W12 for that price. Yeah, that's why. Your boy Dave knows his luxury cars.
Yeah, you do.
I do. That's a bit too much for that car because those in Canada for a V8 same year you can get them for like 120 Canadian.
Oh wow.
Which is like 80 grand.
Yes, 80.
But I would take. That's hard because that's more practical. But I would take the. Oh shit. We're just covered in luxury right now. It's like a bukkake of luxury in here. I would take the. Personally, I would take the Maybach. Just because it is so iconic and I love this body design of the S-Class. I don't love the new S-Class. I hate to say it. I don't love it. But you know what? Honestly, I am leaning towards getting an S63 because it is still fast and sporty. So it's a good amalgamation between luxury and performance. Yours is cool, but this is all luxury. And it's still, at the price point, it's great. But for me to get to Canada, I have to convert it to Canadian, then add 6% import tax, and then all the GST and PST, and it just makes it crazy. But can you finance this thing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What kind of financing we do on like an 8-year deal?
You can do 6 years, 7 years.
No, can we really? So can we find out what his payment would be over 7 years?
Of course.
Let's go find out right now.
I have one of the cars I know you were looking at in your video, and I'm watching the video. It's an SVR Range Rover with it's a white with peanut butter interior.
I like it, but I think I'm on the S63 train now. It's the one I've always wanted, haven't done it yet. And I already have an Instagram. My wife has, future wife, we get married in a month. Fiance now, wife later, has a diesel sport Range Rover, so I don't need 2 Range Rovers in the driveway.
Okay, I have a thing for you. What do you think about that?
So, I know this sounds crazy, but I've been telling him to send me an invitation to his wedding. I'm like, Dave, just send me the invitation. I'll fly out. I need a vacation, and we'll have one of your daily watchers come out solo. We'll see if it happens. I doubt it will, but you never know. Invitation could show up.
The XM.
Nope. BMW broke my heart. I had a diesel 5 Series, blew a fuel pump, $22,000 warranty claim. No big deal. 2 months later, out of warranty.
You know, it's kind of like celebrities who get asked to go to weddings, and sometimes they show up, and then you have like daily watchers. It's like, hey, Dave, you know, I could use a vacation. Send me an invitation, and I'll come up. We'll see.
Happened again, they wouldn't warranty it.
Understandable.
So I told BMW to F off.
Understandable. Hey, understandable, yeah.
So let's find out. I want to know right now, for an $85,000 car, what it would cost him to finance it. Because people at home are wondering, like, okay, $85,000 is a lot of money. For a $200,000 Maybach, what would it cost you per month? What's your estimate right now based on math in your head?
You got no down or no down? Depends.
It depends on you.
Okay.
I can
Go
show
no
you
down.
with down or without down.
This is America. 0 down.
Okay. Which are you talking about? Are we talking about?
Yeah, I'm thinking $1,275. All right, stay tuned.
Are we talking about which?
All right.
So we're on the 2019 Maybach.
Yeah.
Dave asked me to get some numbers. That's the price, taxes and everything. 0 down at 72. It is 1774. But 5K down, you're at 16. And this is 6 years, 7 years.
Gotcha. So we were low.
You guys are around 12.
We have negotiated a price, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course.
You know, you're getting it down a little bit.
Of course, yeah. You guys could bring it down a little bit. I mean, look, you guys made something happen with this one. You guys are leaving with a car.
Yeah, they don't know. This channel doesn't know about that yet.
Oh.
So that's just a secret.
Oh, it's a secret for you guys. You guys gotta wait. You guys.
All right, Skinny. Here's a fate of your payment plan.
Where you at?
We have a quote here. We were both wrong, by the way.
No way. I lied.
Okay, for 72 months, you said for 6 years, how much do you think it was gonna be?
13.
With 0 down.
0 down.
For 72 months, we're at 1774.
Okay, that's not bad. 400 off.
But remember that always, so that rate that you guys have on there, it always depends on his credit, so the rate can go down.
I
and the
really
payment can go down.
I really get credit.
I can see that. Yeah, I mean, it always depends on the rate too, because the rate we have it at 8.99, but that's just generic rate. Because we don't have
rough, like 8 credit score, 8.
Probably be like in the 15s.
And then you haven't negotiated a price yet.
Yeah.
So what would you have to replace to get this?
I hate to say it, but the Tesla Model X.
Well, that's
we
lame.
have one, but we have one. But that's got to go away. That's what we're actually getting rid of.
What do you think your wife would think of this thing?
I actually think she'd really like it, to be honest with you.
Dude, it's so sick.
Smooth,
For
comfy,
80 fucking grand, 90 grand.
Because our concern is our kids are going to be tall. Like, there's so much room in there. I mean, growing up to a soccer game and that, like, come on.
Call her.
Could you imagine?
So I mean, so tell her you already bought it. What would she say?
If I said I bought it for her, she'd be happy. If I bought it for me, she'd be yelling at me.
He's talking to the wife right now. You talking to the wife? You asking the wife for permission?
I don't know if it's fate. My no service for some reason. I'm trying to.
Hey, could you do this today?
I probably could actually.
Fuck, let's do it, man. I'd be so proud of you.
Literally.
This would be a baller move. I'd be jealous for the first time in my life.
Crazy thing is, like, it's actually practical for us, dude. Like, it's a lot of room.
It's the best. It's all-wheel drive. Got leg room for the boys.
So sick.
Right? And it's fast, and it's furious. So it's not so much furious, I guess. So Skinny's gonna talk to his wife and see if that makes sense to buy that car. Now remember, cars aren't investments. Some are. It's really rare. You're gonna lose money regardless. Yeah, I think about things like interest. My absolute
Sand it down.
A lot more damage and issues that I wasn't really aware of. It's all good, it's being dealt with at the end of the day. But we're gonna get a bit of a bill from the body shop. I won't talk, I'll show you guys. Nick, feel.
So I'm debating right now See, it's already happening. They're already taking it. I'm thinking about... I'm going to see if we can't get some downside here in the markets. Two things. 582, and you're going to find out right now. See, you know, enough time in the markets, you can time the markets, but 582 bounce. Let's see, like, my question is, do we get up into 582.50, 583? I want to see if we bounce off of here, and if we can find our way up into that zone there. Oh, why did I just go from SPY to XOM? Okay, so you can see support Thursday, Friday. Now resistance again. Oh my god, I gotta stop eating candy, bro. I still have all my teeth for a reason. I don't want to lose them. I don't want to be freaking eating candy and ruin all the good that I've done for myself. So this 15-minute chart shows a break and retest here at 582. So if you look, 582, bang. There's your trade line. Technically, what are we in? Technically, Friday was your high. And you've done nothing but put in lower highs ever since. Let's see what happens here. You don't have massive volume coming in yet. Like, look how low the volume is. It's very low. I just think this finds support here. It's just my opinion. I think you find support at 580, at 582. I think you do. I think you find support there. And you start to bounce. If you don't, I think things will get wicked, because I think the market's pricing in this holding. I don't think they think things are going to get that bad.
Film this for you, so enjoy the sexy, soothing voice that is Nick.
Yeah. What do we got going on, Alex?
Just sanding down some paint, getting rid of all the blemishes on the bumper from like stone chip, paint failure. So getting it 100%. That way, when Nick puts the wrap on it, it's kind of like a.
We're gonna be 100%. So when the wrap and the PPF was taken off of this thing, all the paint chips, or I'm sorry, all the clear coat and some of the paint came off with it. So now we got to sand it down, make it look 100%, so that when the wrap goes on, we don't see any of those issues through the wrap. And my boy Alex has got this dialed in. So we're getting Dave on the road to recovery here. Once this front bumper's done, we'll start the wrap. She's in rough shape, but she's gonna be a looker when she's done. I'll tell you that. Oh. All right, aside from the front bumper, we had to disassemble the mirrors. We had to take off the back panel right here so we can get into those tight areas. The car is yellow, so it is important that we hide all the yellow on this car with the new wrap that's going on. So we need to make this 100%, get everything taken off so it's done right. Wheels had to come off in order to get that back panel off. The wing, everything, taillights. Once we're done with the front bumper, we we should be in shape and ready to rock and roll for the wrap. And I don't think we're gonna need, are we gonna need some Bondo work or no? I don't think we're gonna need any Bondo work.
No Bondo work.
No Bondo.
Out all the previous primer and paint chips.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Just need some love.
Just need some love. That's all. That's what we're here to do. Volume 2, that's what we're here to do. It's got a nice ring to it. This was a real bitch to get this off. Had to go in through the fender liner right here. That was a lot of fun. She's coming along. All right, we finished sanding the front bumper. Everything is disassembled, prepped, and ready to go for the wrap. We just need to wash it. Show it a little TLC before the wrap goes on. Little clay bar. And we are good to go. So when you see this thing next, it will look like a completely different animal. Stay tuned. All right, as we were working on Dave's front bumper, sanding it down, making it look pretty, bringing it back to life, we came across an issue, which was once these cords came off, we quickly realized that all of the bolts on this front lip have been completely ripped off from the bottom, which is weird because there's no damage to the front of this whatsoever. But all the bolts are gone. There's one left, barely hanging on, and it is stripped. And then we came across another issue, which was this guy lodged way down in here. I don't know how that got in there, but it did. I don't know if it did any damage, but it was there. And then the broken window, as I'm sure some of you remember, we have glass in the bottom of this, which is making a rattling noise. So we got a few things to touch up on Dave's car, but we will bring it back to life.
What's the rule here on doing donuts? Do you know the rule?
Do them?
You're allowed to do it as long as it's on camera.
Oh, that's a good rule.
So it's good. All right, good talk. Skinny. I'm filming. I have to finish. I have to cap this off. Skinny. The audience wants to know what happened with the Maybach.
I sent them my information for the electric car, and we're gonna try and make it happen. The price point is like spot on.
Oh, the Maybach? The one you were sitting in? That's what I wanted to buy. He turned around and bought it.
We said he couldn't.
It's past my price point.
You can't afford it, neither can I. We're tapped out on cars. We're now at a place where you and I are doing charitable work, Dave. We're doing good for the world. We're buying other people's cars. Jason, Mia, and who knows? Maybe we get all crazy. We buy Skinny a supercharger finally. Psych. Wow. Just joking. We know Skinny's got money. We know Skinny's got money. I mean, Skinny got money, man. He got a wing. He got a new front end.
I got free lunch or free dinner. What do you mean I got money?
You're just bragging about charity.
Free lunch. Skinny keeps eating my lunch.
But the price is right. So it all depends on how much we can get for the Tesla.
How much is it?
How much is what? The Maybach? Realistic price, he said 83.
That's cheap for that.
Bro, that's cheap for that.
Holy crap.
That's really good.
That's what I was saying. For me,
and that's newer than the one Raymond had.
Oh yeah, it's a 19 with 15,000 miles.
It's a 2019?
Yep. Yeah.
Bro.
Now it's time. That's why I was looking at S63s in Canada. They've dropped like 40 grand, like $60,000, $65,000, like an S63 Canadian. That's on a lot of car.
That's crazy. Yeah, so to be continued. Hey, I hope we got it. I want to be driven around, you know what I'm saying? Go to the grocery store. Go to soccer.
Sit in the back with the kids.
Yeah, go to soccer, put the window down.
Make wifey drive?
That's the plan. It'll be
You are not getting away with that.
It's going to be her car. Why would I drive her car?
You like this? You like this? You hold the champagne in the back. Tink, 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 tink. It's empty. Refill. Back here.
100%.
You got the sunglasses on. Sunglasses on, looking like a.
100%.
Looking
She don't
like
watch. She doesn't watch the story, so she won't know what's coming. But it's gonna happen.
She doesn't watch the stories channel.
I might have a black
Skinny
eye.
looking like he's straight out of a rap video in the backseat.
Heck yeah. For sure. That's good.
Instead of hose, he's got 2 sons.
I have another stalker. They tried to follow us into the gate, so I blocked it with my Bentley. Now there's parked right out front. That was so big. Right there.
Did you guys see that? Look, 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 look. Look at the red dot. Look at the red dots.
What?
They're gonna get their ass.
How creepy is that? Just slowly lurking. So there. So you can still watch as a fan, but it might not be.
He needs to remember, bro, this is not Canada. You will get your ass popped. They won't care. These motherfuckers don't give a shit no more. And he's from Canada. He is not carrying, that I know of. But like, there is definitely a laser.
Right there.
There's definitely a laser being pointed. Watch. And I don't know if it's from them or him. Him or them. Right there. See, this is moving around, and this is not from the tail light. There's nothing coming off it. Right there. There's the boom. There's the beam. And then it goes to the top left. And then it comes back in. Look.
What?
I don't know. I just saw it. I didn't know if it was that car there on the right.
Car. Why would I drive her car?
You like this? You like this? You hold the.
Follow us into the gate, so I blocked it with my Bentley. Now there's parked right out front.
They tried to follow him to the gate. They know what's behind them.
So follow us into the gate, so I blocked it with my Bentley. Now there's parked right out front.
I mean, the dude's wearing his seatbelt. He ain't gonna do
there.
anything wrong. He's probably just trying to get an autograph, bro. But you never know. I mean, it looked like he take care of his vehicle. He's wearing his seatbelt. Dogs don't wear their seatbelts. I wonder if it's from the white car. Or who's doing it? It's a white car.
What?
Consensus. How? L'Oreal shares of Estee Lauder put back on that EL. Lowe's also pimped on that UNTA. L'Oreal says beauty market has been utilized.
How creepy is that? Just slowly lurking. So there.
Probably Uber Eats.
So you can still watch as a fan, but it might not be.
Reminds me of this one time I dated this girl at band camp one time.
Just put a flute in her End of the night always basically ends with uploading footage. So basically, if we have 2 cameras running, I create 2 folders within a folder. Label one Damon, one Dave. I upload it to Google Drive. Jamie downloads it, puts it in a timeline, and then he basically can sort all the clips into one timeline because each one has a timestamp on it, and that way I'll kind of align ideally. And then you gotta think the work it takes. When you see us holding 2 cameras and it's going back and forth between the cameras, Jimmy has to line that up perfectly. So it's really impressive, the fact that he does that so quickly for how consistent we are. We don't run 2 cameras a lot because it adds a lot more strain.
Like, can we be honest? Can we be honest here? This is stupid.
Direction. You say all. You've repositioned as if former President Trump wins.
Yes.
You have.
What do you mean you reposition? So what does that mean? You're out of gold? Like it just sounds stupid to say that you're going to position for one person versus the other when you like. I could see putting on hedges, but like nothing is going to change. Not the president is not going to change. I hope it doesn't. As long as you don't get like a one-sided deal, because you still have the House, the Senate, and then the old yes or no from the boss and the boss's secretary. You know, you'll have a tying vote from the vice president and the, you know, so it's like, I really think that shit is a myth. We've started to position, like, listen, he's a smart guy. He is, Paul Tudor Jones is my favorite, the person I look up to for investing and trading. I just think it's stupid. I do. I think it's stupid. I just think you have to look to see what's going on, where we are at in the cycle, and what's going on with earnings. You can't just position for Kamala or him. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. If you guys have feedback on that, let me know in the chat. Tell me how I'm wrong. How could you position for Kamala and Trump or Trump? Like, how do you position for both? Give me an example. I would love to know. I would love to be schooled on that.
Into that process, but sometimes it does add a pretty cool element to the video, but we don't do it a lot because we know that Jamie has to deal with it. So we do it every day, it'd be quite taxing. In the meantime,
I forgot to say, I do want to think about, I'm thinking about a short down at 580. I don't think we'll get it. I just don't think we'll get 580. There's like no volume. I mean, part of me is looking for a pullback here, guys. If you guys want to try it, be my guest. I would just give yourself time, like go out to next week or just go out to like Friday. Tomorrow at the least tomorrow. Or just wait and don't trade at all. It's 12 o'clock right now. You know what?
But nonetheless, the Fed is watching the jobs numbers, and we're seeing less hiring, less quitting, fewer small businesses reporting open positions. Those aren't ragingly inflationary signals to us. And so I'm not saying that we've been calling.
Hold on 1 second.
Higher rates, that we thought the neutral rate at 200 basis points lower than this was completely out of bounds, and the markets would need to re-rate to that. But when you look at some of the incremental, the marginal data, you're not.
We're just, looks like we're going to be consolidating within this range throughout the day, so there might not be anything to be in a hurry to go after. Hold on. Let me just scan around. Just give me just a couple minutes. But I am looking for something here. I am looking to try to put something on here today. I missed NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still sitting out $1.85, $1.90 on those puts.
I am moving files over. I'll hit upload, off to the hotel. It is 11:35. We're meeting tomorrow morning at 7:45 a.m. for my favorite thing to do, cars and coffee. So check this out. We had miscommunication. I uploaded and Damon had already done it, so I moved all the files over when he had already done it earlier. So yeah, look, they're even already on Jamie's drive. I've been uploading, moving everything and uploading it all already all day. Hey, redundancies. Jamie can edit the video twice. You know, for your dad, this office isn't that clean. It is pretty organized. You should probably tie this up for your office for your dad.
My dad's organized?
Yes? Your dad doesn't like things being dirty.
No, but he's not organized. He likes things being organized.
Then organize it.
There's a difference.
We need to get your
I'm
dad.
in a stories video right now.
You need to get your dad a shelf for his shoes. He's got a shoe collection. He had a big peyote kick.
Cute.
Drift mid, drift, one color for every occasion. What's cool is they have these ones which are actually Italian leather, which means you can wipe them. I have some that are just like a cloth material, and your boy Dave isn't responsible enough. Those are dope. And this toy car collection, so cute. And then knives, not as cute, a little bit more like, this is like oh, he was so nice, I'm not sure what happened and why he snapped. He seemed so normal. And you look at the path, and there's signs along the way. We are just pulling into Happy Jewelers here in Fullerton, California, to pick up wedding rings. That's right, my wedding is next month, and my fiance, future wife, has done everything. And I have a short list that I've screwed up pretty much everything. So I am grabbing our actual wedding band. Obviously, she already has her engagement ring, which I got from Happy Jewelers. And then I imagine I'll have to get size, so I'm gonna pop in here today. It's so busy. I came on a Saturday, and these guys, I think it's the busiest day of the week here. So not the best planning on my behalf, but that's DDE, baby. Every day is super unorganized. And, you know, a lot of people, they're all saying it, they're talking about it. A lot of people are saying, oh, David's your third marriage. Ah. No, I make light of the fact that I have been divorced twice. Because the opposite is to avoid it and make it awkward, but no. It's you know, it was my decision both times. And if you have questions about my divorces, I encourage you to give me a call and talk about it. If you don't have my phone number, you don't have the right to have questions. So that's what it is. I met somebody amazing that I have built an amazing partnership with, that I will be with the rest of my life. And I'm convinced, and I'm happy. And there we're doing it. I'm trying to find a parking lot. It literally is like packed here, like not a single spot, this entire plaza. Now, I don't have hair, so don't call me a hater, but do you ever feel like every teenage boy has the exact same haircut? Like the hair with like a lot of hair, it's like moppy looking. It's like all of a sudden someone decides, hey, this is gonna be the haircut for everybody. And they're like, okay, I got it. And then they all just do it. I've been here for 15 minutes. I might have to leave. This is wild. Happy is killing it. It's also the mall. There's Tilly's here, PetSmart, Fashion Q. Here we are. The main man right here.
Right here at Happy Jewelers.
We did it.
And Dave is getting ready for the wedding. He came and picked up his wedding bands.
I can't show you guys. This is top secret stuff.
Yeah.
You can't know. So how's business? You guys really busy or what?
It's good, thank God.
I pick a Saturday, like literally. I walk in here like all cocky. Spend 20 minutes in a parking spot. Everybody wants to come here. The good news is you can buy stuff online as well if you're not in California.
Yes, that's for sure.
How you been?
Good, man. I missed you, bro.
I know, we've been super busy. There's no excuse for friends.
Forever, though.
You know what? Like, we were in Southeast Asia for all of September.
Yeah.
And then we do our block. Come to our block party. We host these parties. We'll have like 8,000 people show up.
All right, I'm coming
November
to the next
2nd, the next one.
November 2nd. You guys just had one, right? When was that?
We've had 2 so far. The last one was about a month ago.
Yeah.
And it was wild.
I heard it was wild.
It is. It's taking over. Like, we have the idea for it. We have like 25 security guards coming. Traffic control, insurance. You can buy merch there. Like a big thing.
We're coming. We're coming to
I say bringing a display was probably a bad idea. We're in Compton.
Yeah,
Hey,
Compton,
right
yeah,
out front in the street, have some Rolexes on display and see what happens.
We'll sell some Rolexes, right?
So when is the busiest time of the year for engagement ring shopping?
I would say like some people, propose like Christmas time. It's busy time, Valentine's Day, but our busiest time of the year is Christmas for sure. The month of December, So if you want to do your shopping early,
I've never seen it not busy here before though. Like,
it's a good
I've never walked in here and it's like a quiet ever.
It's
People
good,
line-
right?
Before the open, people line up.
They do. That's a good sign, guys. That means we have great prices, good customer service, and we're the best in the business.
I was showing Gabe my Gumball UN watch.
That's cool.
Which is super special. This is the prototype. By the way, I don't own this watch. One of the owners let me borrow it. I might just never give it back. Just keep it forever.
You should keep it forever.
It's a prototype.
Yeah, exactly. It really is.
What do you got for cool watches here right now?
Oh yeah, let me show you some right now.
We got a lot of diamonds in here right
Hey,
now.
we gotta record.
Holy diamonds.
Which one do you think he should get?
Oh, what should he get?
Yeah.
Hi, how are you? Oh man.
Yacht 2?
So,
or the Sky?
No, show her the brand.
of those 4 options?
Yeah.
Well, that's my favorite.
Light dial.
That's
That's
beautiful.
a really rare dial.
Really?
She wants him to buy it. He's thinking about it, but I think he should buy it for her, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh wait, is it for her?
I'm Dave. Oh, it's Dave. That's my favorite bracelet. The presidential bracelet's beautiful.
Yeah,
Looks great on you.
Thank you.
You deserve that. You know what? Happy looks good on you. So this is my first Rolex ever bought. I walked in 2019. I bought it for under MSRP. Back in the good old days.
That was the good old days.
This is pre-COVID. Awesome watch, very complicated.
Pepsi's really
I know how
nice.
to use this watch.
The
But I
value
guarantee you
is
right
just-
now, if I had to try, I couldn't get it right. I'd have to spend like 8 minutes at it. I know conceptually how to set the
really
timer,
like the
but it's very hard because it is super complicated.
You know what it's made for, right? This is made for yacht races.
So at the
it's
start,
10-minute intervals.
at the start of the regatta, they have a 10-minute warning to start the race. So it actually times it before the race even starts. But you can change it, so you can make it an 8-minute, you can make it a
Pepsi,
6-minute.
but you need to
It's
change the
actually
bracelet.
somewhat useful.
That's what I would say. Give me the Pepsi with a Jubilee bracelet all day, every day.
Now, I believe that's discontinued, isn't it?
It's discontinued.
They
yeah.
killed it.
They did.
So that'll have a merge of going north. Classic Batman. Love this watch.
You have this one.
I have this one. Dame bought for my 40th birthday. I had that one in my backpack, in my minivan somewhere out there. Hopefully it's still there. And then the Blue Sea, gorgeous. And then we have here something very special, the Sky Dweller, the two-tone. All very different watches. You got a diving watch, you got the GMT watch.
It's pretty much every outside of a Datejust or a presidential or the Steel Daytona. That's pretty much Rolex's lineup all right there. GMT, Yachtmaster, Sky Dweller, and
Watch, which is really functional. So when you're traveling overseas, you have 2 time zones. I used that in Southeast Asia to know back home what time it was. Really useful. This is probably the least useful as far as practicality.
Well, don't you use this on like your sprints?
Yeah, I would do a lot of running to the fridge. So if I had to pick, and they're all different budgets, I'd probably go Batman.
Okay.
Pepsi.
Because like you start with this in your collection, then you're gonna add a Submariner, and probably add something really complicated. It's probably last a month. Only because I had it for a few years.
The thing is, the question is like the Pepsi is probably what I would go with too. But if you're a person that's like, what I want to get the most bang for my buck, and something that's going to hold value, sure, they're all going to hold their value, but I think the Sky Dweller might be. It's going to cost you more, depending on the type. I don't know the kind that he has on him, and you can tell he's got it on him, and he's kind of like, you can tell that he's not putting that thing down, that that's what he wants.
I've already experienced it. It is a big watch, though, which is nice. 44 millimeter.
44 millimeter.
Yeah, that's a real deal.
It's a big boy.
That's a big boy watch.
Yeah. It's the biggest one they make.
By far. And they don't make it anymore.
They don't make it anymore.
You know what? Prices went up, man. Sorry. Gotta add 10% for that.
Dave, can you take it in the back and raise the price by 10%? You reminded me that they discontinued it.
Just give me a Sharpie.
Yeah.
Hey neighbor, your new Middletown
I don't know, man. GMT probably is what I'd go with. Pepsi GMT, but you gotta get it. You gotta get a Jubilee bracelet on that.
Same problem on the Range Rover.
Forever.
It's a prototype.
Yeah, exactly. Which one do you think he should get?
Oh, what should he get?
Yeah.
Hi, how are you? Oh man.
Y'all too?
So,
No, sure the brand.
Oh shit. All right. Let's go.
We
go check
also
in with
really
Young
liked
Thug.
using.
Let's go check in with Young Thug.
Video calls are there after that from the Instagram account.
See what they're trying to do. They're still looking for a Rico a year later.
UTC and 10-16-37 UTC.
So much evidence. It takes you a year. Takes you a year to try to convict somebody. I don't think you have evidence. I mean, you're talking a lot of these trials are over within a day or two. You know, because the proof is in the pudding. And instead of trying to, this is my opinion, I believe the state is trying to portray their vision of what's happening, and their vision versus my vision versus your vision is not the truth. It either is what it is, and they're trying to get the jury to believe their picture that they're painting. You shouldn't have to paint a picture when it comes to a court case. Either they caught you doing something. Now, whether you did it or not is not the question. The question was, did you get caught? Do they have enough evidence to pin you and say, we're going to charge you with a RICO? We have bank statements. We have phone calls. We have GPS coordinates. We have all of y'all, not once, not twice, but 3 times as a group, premeditating a lot of these things that happened. That is not the case here. This is a case of they wanted to go after Young Thug. Point in time. Every time I see it, Woody is a snitch. Woody is not a snitch. Woody did 4 years in jail because they believed he was lying. And then they brought him out, hoping he would tell more lies and tell them what they want to hear. They locked Woody up because they knew he wasn't telling the truth. He brought He brought Young Thug into it because the detective asked him. They continued to ask him about Young Thug and wanted to know. So Woody says, what do you want to know about him? Sure, I'll tell you everything you want to know about Young Thug because Young Thug didn't do it. I did it. And he sat up on the stand and admitted it. Me and, what was it, Tay or something? We shot up the barbershop. Not them. And a lot of these crimes are not premeditated, but they're acted upon as individuals and not a group. And this is being proven over and over and over. That these are just acts that take a group of kids that grew up together. Each of them does something stupid. You can't charge them all for it. Because it's not like they cooperated between each other to do each crime. So that's why we're still here a year and a half later that these juries get paid $20 a day for. Or you've had people already lose their homes and lose their jobs because the state wants the jurors to believe their picture. It's a year and a half. Almost 2 years, guys. You'll be on almost 2 years going into March. Or not March, but January. It's crazy.
Hartsfield sends a message.
They've been in jail for
to
4 years.
Mr.
3.5,
Mitchell
almost 4
that
years.
says,
3 years.
Pull up for real.
So these first 3 summaries we walked through was around 1:40 a.m. a time we were just talking about between Blaylock, Ryan, and Hartsfield's Instagram accounts.
Correct.
Is this roughly 2 hours after that?
Yes.
And what does the account from Mr. Mitchell respond back to from this message that Hartsfield's account sends around 3:40 on February 23rd a.m.?
Response is, where you at?
And then is this showing video call events after that from Hartsfield's account to Mitchell's?
Yes, it shows that Ms. Hartsfield at 8:54:30 UTC and 8:54:31 UTC, which would be 3:54 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. There are 2 back-to-back video call events initiated from Ms. Hartsfield to Bernard Mitchell.
And then what's these 2 messages here? That you
At 8:54:35, which is again 3:54 a.m. Ms. Hartsfield says, "Where you at? On the way." And then at 8:59:28, which would be 3:59 a.m., Ms. Hartsfield says to Mr. Mitchell, "Where you at to fuck?"
And what is Mr. Mitchell's response?
His response is he sends 2 messages within 13 seconds, just after 9 o'clock UTC or 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And those 2 messages are, "Bye Crystal, send Addie." And Ms. Hartsfield responds at 9:03 UTC, which is 4:03 a.m. Okay, I'm getting it.
Okay, hold on 1 second. So did you know where the incident location was for the February 23rd, 2019 Jamari Holmes murder?
The homicide?
Yes.
Yeah, it's at 50 Mount Zion.
And what part of the city is that address?
What do you mean?
What area of Atlanta is 50 Mount Zion?
It's like the south side. It's over like by Cleveland Ave.
Do you have some familiarity with that location, that area?
Some.
Do you know if there is a Crystals in that near 50 Mount Zion Road?
I don't.
Okay. And have you ever seen a short term when someone says send ADDY? What have you seen that mean in other contexts?
Send Addie address.
Okay. And then what is Miss Hartsfield's response?
85 Mount Zion. And I do have the familiarity with that is a apartment complex that is diagonal from 50 Mount Zion, just on the other side of the street.
Can you walk between those 2 apartment complexes in a short span of time?
If you wanted to. I couldn't tell you how long it would take, but yeah, it's they're kind of catty corner to each other.
And so what time is this message sent of 85 Mount Zion by the account associated with Hartsfield to Mitchell?
9:05:26 UTC, which would have been 4:05 a.m. and 26 seconds Eastern Standard Time.
And in this time where Hartsfield's account, where we're at, 4:05 a.m., is there any communication in the Instagram records between the accounts of Blaylock, Ryan, or Hartsfield with each other?
At the 4 a.m. marker?
Correct.
Right there? I don't believe so.
Okay.
Let me ask you, just to interrupt, scheduling wise, how much longer do you expect the direct with this witness to be?
Your Honor, I would say about an hour or
Oh,
a
Lord.
bit
Right,
less
right.
than. Yes, Your Honor.
And I will have y'all come back at 1:30, please.
All righty, guys. We're going to break 1:30. I know we're all out of damn TiVo time. So I guess those were messages between the girl that was just testifying and then some of the YSL people, huh?
Yeah, Little Rod in particular.
Looks like they were trying to set somebody up down in the basement.
The magical phone.
Okay, shout out to Green Eyes. Says, what's more organized, the state's case or baby oil at Diddy's party? Neither. They are both all over the place. Man. Yeah, this is kind of tough. Now, I was hoping today we might have a witness in the stands. But yeah, there's still time, right? Because we're gonna come back at 1:30. Then another hour of this 2:30. Shit.
I know, we're like, all of us are over it today. We're like, no.
For real. Shout out to Denars. Says thanks for bringing me up March 27th.
Oh, March 2027.
I didn't know that was Denars. I didn't know that was Denars.
That's so funny.
That is. All right, guys. Well,
Thinking if we want to go straight through or not. I don't.
Me neither.
I don't.
really don't.
I don't. All right. So yes, we're gonna come back later on around 1:30, 1:45.
Lennar, arguably the best one of the home builders, and Pulte. But I share the concern regarding rates. You also have hurricane disruptions that's pausing building specifically in Florida, so that's going to impact the fourth quarter. And then in the case of NVR, look at earnings this morning. The incentives have to still be there. So the incentives are giving incentives on closing costs, right? And that's going to impact margins overall.
Go back, guys, please, to that year to date of Pulte, if you would, please, because it shows what maybe the biggest problem for these stocks is. And that's a stock that's gone from lower left to upper right on the expectation that, yes, okay, the economy's good, but that the housing market's going to be reignited by a drop in rates. For all those people who are sitting in sub-3 mortgages who are finally going to get the chance to do something, and now yields are backed up, mortgage rates are following suit, and therefore, you have a 32% gain in this space, and I'm sure if you looked at the other names as well, that the charts would match.
Very similar. So you have 37% year-to-date gain on Pulte, but to your point, the majority of the gain really came from August through the end of September, when the realization that the Federal Reserve probably goes 50 basis points. We saw the retreat in yields. You saw mortgage rates come down significantly. So there is
10 seconds.
A very, very strong correlation right now between where the home builders are ultimately going to go and what rates are going to look like. I would say this, though. Remember, it's in a secular bull market. So keep that in mind. This is a pause, and it ultimately will refresh.
Danaher has been a monster stock over the years. The top and the bottom beat. Bren, you own that.
Yep, so really saw more strength in the bioprocessing part of their business. This has been an area where they had been over-inventoried within their largest customers for many quarters. That looks like it's coming to an end. The stock is trading off today because I think management maintained full-year guidance even though they beat during this quarter. I don't think there's too much to read into that other than conservatism. So we still really think the company's well positioned. They're returning cash to shareholders through buybacks, which they haven't done a lot of historically, but so we think that's also a positive.
All right, let's get the headlines now with Contessa Brewer. Hi, Contessa.
Hi there, Scott. Former GOP lawmakers and officials are calling on Attorney General Merrick Garland to investigate Elon Musk over the cash prizes he set up to entice voters in swing states to sign his Political Action Committee's petition. According to a letter obtained by the Washington Post, they argue the cash prizes violate federal voting laws that prohibit paying people to register to vote. The Justice Department would not say whether it's investigating Musk or his PAC. Taiwan Semiconductor told the U.S. one of its chips was found in a Huawei device after a teardown by tech research firm Tech Insights. That would violate U.S. export controls. Reuters reports that Tech Insights informed TSMC about the chip before it published its report. And the chip maker said yesterday it then alerted the Department of Commerce and insists it has not supplied chips to Huawei since 2020. And Honda's recalling more than 720,000 vehicles over concerns the fuel pump could crack and increase the risk of a fire when the driver turns on the ignition. The recall includes the Honda Accord, the CR-V Hybrid, and Civic from model years 2023 to 2025. That's a lot of cars, Scott.
It is. Contessa, thank you. Contessa Brewer with the news for us. Up next, the future of Boeing. Phil LeBeau standing by with the head of the Machinists Union, trying to reach a tentative deal to end the strike. He's going to join us. The first on CNBC interview. Stay with us. We'll do that next.
daytrading.com.
All right, let's do some calls of the day. Deckers today got cut to neutral. That's at BTIG. They did have it at a buy. They suggest slow initial holiday sales for Uggs, decelerating Hoka growth as well. Joe T, you own the Deckers.
That has been the concern for Deckers since they reported in May. The stock is down. Now, the stock is up so far year to date, 35%, somewhere thereabouts, but it's down since May on those two concerns. They're going to have to reverse that potentially negative condition.
All right, Costco outperformed Bernstein, $1,000.16 is the price target. You own that too.
I do. And it looks really good on the chart, and the fundamentals are squarely in place to support this company. They are just in such a strong position in terms of maintaining and capturing further market share. Walmart sits alongside them in doing that. And if you look at Target, obviously they are struggling right now.
So they cite the valuation. They call it expensive. Now, I mean, they're bullish.
It's been expensive for the last year.
It trades at 52 times?
It's been expensive for the last year. Pay a premium for it. Okay. Pay a premium for the model.
Okay. If you say so. Lowe's outperformed Bernstein, 323. They prefer Lowe's over Home Depot, Rob.
Well, we own both, so that's easy. It's been a tough environment for the home improvement retail. I mean, higher rates have driven that. We've been waiting for an environment where that would stop weighing on these consumers in the DIY space. We saw glimpses of hope that have been dashed with this recent rebound in rates. And so, the good news is they're smaller positions for us right now, and we'll revisit that as we start to see if rates can continue to head lower.
All right, let's do Cadence. Initiated outperformed 325 at Mizuho. You want to take that, Robbie? Also, you own that.
Sure. This is a leader at the intersection of semis and software, crucial to developing these advanced chips that we all talk about every day. It's a little bit of an expensive stock. It's given up a little bit of ground lately as the semi sector has been divided into the haves and have-nots, and so we would argue that this is certainly a have over time, but there's a little disagreement on that right now.
All right, Joey, quickly, Synopsys outperformed 650 at Mizuho. You got that too. Solid revenue growth trends, key beneficiary of Gen AI.
Stay with it. Complete conversation.
We have a first on CNBC interview, the head of Boeing's Machinist Union. We get the latest on that tentative deal to end the strike. It is big news. It is a big interview, and we have it next.
Young. We haven't seen it with Richardson.
And look,
he didn't really get to play last year.
And also, I think Bryce Young's bad. I'm not defending him. I swear to God, but he's played 19 games now. Bryce Young,
something like that. Yeah.
There has been some rookie quarterbacks that weren't good their rookie year, and
Josh Allen's the prime example. The most recent one. He was legitimately awful.
Also, the Panthers are an abysmal team around him.
We have nothing
I know
to
they've gotten
lose.
better. I'm not giving excuses. He's played awful. I get they changed it, but there has been quarterbacks that have turned it around when they maybe get some better weapons. But he looks awful. I get what you're saying, but it's not like it's not his fourth year.
Right.
No. But yeah. We're talking in circles around it, but yeah.
The Colts
plus 130 make the playoffs.
The Colts.
I would say no on that. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. We just read off the Bengals schedule.
I don't think they're going to make the playoffs either.
I don't think the Colts schedule.
The Colts scored 27 points against the Steelers with Joe Flacco.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
They also lost to the Jaguars.
They lost to the Jaguars. They scored 34 points.
Yeah.
And then they beat the Titans. And then, so he was 2-1.
This funware situation over here, as it looks like we just took the $50 now. Let's see if we can continue to move up over here. We had some issues with 40 earlier. Funware and DJT, guys, moving in. Moving in sympathy with one another, or at least we're assuming. Let's pack our patience and see how we can weasel into this trade, Jeff.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you there, Sharif, but we'll take a look at here. We got a $2 super chat, $4, I guess it's euros here, so pounds, sorry. Sharif, Howell holds VWAP, goes with Wolf. They talked about it already. So there you go, Rob EV. Take the look. Go back a little bit and see what they had to say about that. So I didn't know. Did you see that super chat?
Yeah, I didn't actually see the super chat, but thank you for calling that out, man.
Sorry to get the super chat. So we got Rob EV. We'll take a quick gander at it for you there, brother, just because. So Howell, that was Jerome Howell. Oh, Jerome Howell. So I don't know if he'll be howling at the next meeting. I think he's going to be a pause there, no full moon. So shout out to Jerome Howell, guys. Okay. I mean, hey, it's looking pretty good. So with the volume, we need the volume to step in here, all right? So in tandem and Wolf you were looking at. So let's take a look at Wolf here as well too and see what that is up to. You know what? I don't know. So you know what? But hey, if anything's moving in the direction that you want it to, always wait. When you have these big extended moves, wait for yourself to get a little bit better of a price, and then you can take it from there, all right? So there you go, Rob EV. Hope that's a good look there on Howell for you, brother. And, ask Rob EV if he is into the theft game of EVs. So I don't think he is. He's
Ram.
From Ram. Question, yeah, it's a question.
Yeah, we need to specify that these sinister thoughts come from the malevolent mind of Ram. All right? And, you
could tell there's nothing going on because they're talking about each other instead of what's going on in the market. You know what I'm saying? I think that's pretty easy to see.
Personalized financial advice from Ameriprise can do more than help you reach your goals. I can make this work. It can help you reach them with confidence. No wonder more than 9 out of 10 of our clients are likely to recommend us.
Oh, shit.
It with Richardson.
And look,
Like,
Better than the Lakers.
if they're potential.
Better than the Lakers.
If they're
Better than the Lakers. Just because John Morant's back?
No, because John Morant was hurt. I mean, yeah, that's a huge deal.
Yeah, but the Lakers are. That doesn't mean that team's just that much better.
They were really good 2 years ago.
I mean,
2 years ago, but the Lakers are good every year.
They're just getting older, and the thing I will, and the thing
now I'm into the NBA.
We're talking NBA.
I'm into the
talking
NBA.
some hoops. I think the thing with them too is
easily make the playoffs.
They're not getting any younger.
Even money.
AD, that was their
a lot of money on
season.
that. You win some money.
Last year was the season they had with the most. That was the most healthy season AD's like ever had in his career. That's not great. If that's what
Think
you
he's
got,
going to replicate
that's not
that again, Marty?
Not great.
Yeah.
Why?
Why can't Anthony Davis replicate?
Because he doesn't usually do that. The proof is that he usually gets hurt.
He literally did it last year. Why can't he do it again?
Because he hasn't done it in the past.
But no, but it's he could, but the problem is when he did, they still were like.
I know.
I think their ceiling to me is and I'm saying ceiling is like the 5th seed in the West.
Yeah,
absolute ceiling.
Absolute ceiling. Yes.
And their bad is like not.
But they're and I think the average.
All I've been saying.
I think the mid range is like maybe with the Clippers being bad, they might leapfrog them now. So maybe they do sneak.
I think they end up as like
they're in the playoff. They're in the play-in game.
6 to 8
I guess how that shakes out.
6 to 8 seed is my prediction for them. Like one of those bottom 3 playoff teams.
James Harden end up on a different team?
No, but he will at some point.
That's
literally what I said. Meek literally said no, but yes.
Yes, I said. Does he end up? He end up on a different team at some point.
So Meek saying yes.
Meek said no. But
yes, I think yes was his answer. Yeah. I think he misunderstood the question.
My bad.
All right.
Do you see the 76ers?
Embiid's out for the week.
And so is Paul George. It's just like, what are you doing? You know, like that. Talk about it.
A joke.
That picture.
Not only they're out like week, I guess. Like
the picture of Paul George is so funny.
So funny.
The most zestiest injury of all time. It looks like he's like giving sass, sticking his fucking cheeks out.
And so who you guys like tonight? Do you like the Lakers or the Timberwolves tonight?
I like the Lakers tonight. Tonight I like the Lakers.
I like the Timberwolves tonight. Take the money line, and I like the Celtics tonight as well.
I have some NBA futures that I responsibly placed it. I'd like to give out.
Okay.
Sure, Phil. Bring us home.
LA Clippers under 35.5 wins, minus 105.
I like that.
I think the Clippers are an atrocious team. I think Kawhi's going to be out a lot. I think James Harden's going to be traded. I think the Clippers stink.
Yep.
A team I am high on this year, over 36.5 wins. San Antonio Spurs.
Everybody's high on the Spurs.
Everyone's high on the Spurs, and so am I. I think Victor Wembanyama is going to take a leap into being a top 5 player in the league this season.
Yep.
Which goes into my next bet. Victor Wembanyama to average 6+ blocks per game plus 1,200. I think he's going to be a monster.
6 blocks is a lot of blocks a game.
A lot of blocks, Phil.
Yeah, but he's different.
He is different. He's different.
6.5 is truly I don't hate the bets. 1,200. I'm not.
I don't love. Yeah, that's fine.
What's the most blocks?
I have an issue with the other bet he had on the Spurs. I don't. The Spurs have won 22 and 60 the last 2 years.
Chris Paul there.
that doesn't win me over.
He's a culture changer.
That doesn't win me over.
I will say this. I think Victor Wembanyama, by the end of this year, people will be like, he's like an undoubtedly like top like 5-6 player in the NBA.
Exactly. How
I don't hate that take at all. I just don't know if that generates that many wins yet.
You know, and the thing with Chris Paul,
a year away. I don't know. Maybe not though.
I'm like one of the biggest avid Chris Paul haters like of all time. I've said his whole career he's overrated as fuck. I think he helps a team like this a lot. I think having that type of guy in the locker room and like leading the offense, I think he's very, like, you even remember the Thunder, like the year they finally like got over the hump and got good when they had no expectations.
Yep.
He's not the guy that will make you go from like good to like elite, but I think he's the guy that can make you like bad to like good. Like
his play dropped off so much.
Where is Chris Paul now?
The Spurs.
He dropped off so much last year with Golden State. So much.
I think it's the mental more than like his physical.
He's
like
39 years old.
I think he can still run the offense. I think I'm not asking him to score 20 and 10. I'm not asking him to give me 20 and 10. I want him to just like lead this team, like be a leader.
What's upsetting about you? You should embrace the olds.
Yeah.
No, because I
should.
No, because I
hate the olds.
Because I know how it gets. I know what happens. I've been alive on this earth long enough to have seen these guys. I've seen so many of my childhood heroes get old. I've lived through it, and when you live through it, and you start to see the signs. You're like, all right, I know what's coming. Just like I know Golden State's going to be not good this year.
Oh, I have to stay tuned for that. I have more bets to come.
Okay.
All right.
Emmanuel quickly averaging over 20 points a game. That's plus 150. I think he has a significant role in that offense. I think he takes a huge leap. Another Wembanyama. Victor Wembanyama, the rebounds per game leader, plus 750.
Oof.
I think that's a good number.
I don't hate that.
You figure he's going to be getting most of the rebounds?
What's Wemby to win Defensive Player of the Year? Is he minus money now?
Minus odds.
Is it really?
Because Gobert, they're after this clown gets exposed in the playoffs for like the 10th time in a row. We can't like the fact that Rudy Gobert gets to go to sleep at night with 4 Defensive Player of the Year trophies makes me sick.
And
he literally gets in the playoffs. They say, "Let's go after that guy. That's a Defensive Player of the Year. Get the fuck out of here."
Wembanyama is minus money to win Defensive Player of the Year.
Should be.
Should
Good
be.
for
He's
him.
the best defender in basketball, but
he's incredible, right?
he's easily the best defender in basketball right now.
That's
I want
incredible.
all.
Especially like in the paint.
Yeah.
Easily.
You know who's
Easily
gonna
the
be
best
good this
defender.
year? The Mavs are gonna be good again.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, they'll
I
be
think
good.
Clay is gonna. I don't think Clay's a good player, but I do think as a third option on that team, I think it's
a better role
focus
for
on
him,
that and not be the second option with Steph. I'm telling you, I think Kyrie could get him the ball, and like I think his role will be better there.
I also like him being with PJ Washington.
Yeah.
Because Clay was this very good defender. He lost a step. He's not that anymore. But PJ Washington can play defense for him, and he can be like him just being a spot up shooter is a
He
good
could be a
role for him.
fourth. He's actually a fourth.
That's what I'm saying. Him being a strictly spot up shooter is a good role for him.
Fourth option on your team is Klay Thompson. It's not the worst thing. That's what I'm saying.
Just shoot threes. That's it. Wing, corner, shoot threes.
Little sprinkle on this future. Spurs plus 1,500 to win the title. Not long shot.
No.
What are they to make the playoffs, Phil? Did you bet that? No?
I took the win total, which I thought was better.
I think you're smarter.
And my pick, my value pick to win the title, I have Warriors 35-1.
You're gonna get somebody this year.
If they got like a Paul George or somebody,
You guys told me they're gonna get somebody this offseason.
I think
I thought they were gonna get Paul George. The fact now I'm down on them that they didn't make a move like that. I thought they would.
They have a healthy Gary
Who'd they
Payton
draft?
playing.
Who they did? I don't remember who they drafted.
They have 3 rookies in their roster right now. Randy Beekman.
They re-signed Moody. They have like Kuminga. They're working with the
Quentin
contract with him
Post
right
and
now.
Donta Scott. I don't know any of these people.
Also, I have one more under. Hornets under 30.5 wins. I just think they stink. That just feels like a team that wins like 20-something games.
You want to know who I've seen a lot of love for actually? For their win total is just so disgustingly low, so it's not like the Nets.
Oh, I
It's
love
like
all.
I've been seeing a lot of people not just think like they're not going to be as bad as people think. Essentially,
Over. I like
I've
them.
seen 18.5, 19.5 people. I think they're going to be a little bit better. I've seen a lot of love for them.
Yesterday, there's also so many bad teams in the East where they could win games.
Exactly. I think that's part of it. I think that's part of why people
I'm
like
a Nets guy this year. I've been all on that train. I love the Nets over.
That's all right.
Yeah, they're just gonna have so much fun, that team. And Ben Simmons is back, baby.
I forgot.
What's his
I don't
over?
want to root for him.
I'm gonna root for Ben.
I don't want either. I hate Ben Simmons,
fuck
but
that.
he could be a guy if he just plays. He would help them get that win.
Comeback player of the year, Ben Simmons.
Got one more, folks.
I have one more bet.
How much money does Phil have?
I like it.
I love it.
These are responsible, Marty.
Futures.
you're
Bronny
just
James
rich.
to have 25 plus points in any game in the regular season, plus 1,600.
Who is that?
Bronny James.
We were talking about this.
That's a great.
You know how? No, let me paint a picture for the people. We were talking about this bet like in the chop circle before, and I think this will be a hilarious bet to hold. If the Lakers are like either out of it or have clinched something,
yes.
Game 82, Bronny's getting 40 minutes, and you're sweating this thing out that you place in fucking October.
That is awesome.
In like March, April, you're like, come on, you're on Bronny just chucking shots, Game 82, when it doesn't matter.
Send me that bet. I need to bet that.
Incredible.
I love that bet.
And Meek went ballsy because it was, I think, it was 900 for 20 points. Meek went, fuck it. We
25.
ball 25 points, 16 to 1.
I'm going to do 20 and 25.
It should be under DK player specials.
Crazy.
So funny. What a funny bet.
Let's go picks, Clemmer. What do you got?
I'm on the Celtics tonight. I got it at 5.5. It's 6 now, and I'm on the Timberwolves money line.
I'll take the Knicks plus the 6. Ev.
Yeah, I'm on Knicks plus 5.5. Me and Dana are doing like a watch party at Memory Motel. Come by. Oh, yeah, I took Towns over 21.5 points. You threw a little boost on DK on there for plus money. I'm on FIU with the points. It already went down. SM Houston's quarterback's out. Last week when he went out, they were so bad immediately. So I'm on the under as well. And then I'm on the UTEP, Louisiana Tech under.
Whose quarterback is out?
Everything. Sam Houston State's, his name's Watson.
All right.
They were like moving the ball up and down the field. The second he went out, went to the backup, they couldn't do anything.
Okay. So FIU plus the points.
That's a
Marty.
good- the line I got like it was. I think I got 6.5. It's already. I just looked. It's down to 4.5 because I think it's now like he's not going to play. It was up in the air a little bit.
Marty.
I am going with the Knicks plus 5.5, and I am going with the Lakers plus 1.5.
Okay.
Imagine betting against
Fire it
this
up, Phil.
Imagine betting against this. I'm just saying, banner ceremony. The last time banner ceremony I was there, I'm going to miss this one,
I
unfortunately.
feel like that might be the time to bet against them.
No. Hoisting that banner. Oh, you guys could only dream about what it would be like. Hoisting that banner.
Yankees might be in about a week or so.
Oh, dream about the Knicks.
You get to 30 or in a year or two, and you merely put a mid 20 multiple on it, you're going to get a much higher stock. So we think, again, that the risk is the stock's had a big run. Many things I'm talking about are known. They've had a great trajectory. Do they have to raise CapEx higher than the street has it? We think there's a risk. Do some of the advertising data points start to soften a bit as we get outside the election cycle? There's a handful of concerns that we have, but we do believe, again, in this durable $25 to $30 of earnings power. And when you think about, you don't have to put a big multiple on it to get a higher price, even while the stock has had a big run.
Can we turn to Microsoft, which I believe you also cover? I mean, that one has been underperforming, even the S&P this year, as more people are wondering just how impactful Copilot will be. Incredible to watch it go from first out of the gate, showered with positivity and praise for everything it was doing with OpenAI and on the AI front. Now seems to be playing a bit of catch up.
Yeah, I think everyone was overweight Microsoft, Kelly, and they're basically just selling the stock. They're going into other names. They're going to energy. They're going outside tech. They're going to financials. They're going all other places. And so I think Microsoft has had great fundamentals. It's one of the best management teams. It's one of the best CFOs that we work with, Amy Hood. You effectively right now are just seeing a broadening trade. There is no AI in software yet. We've talked about this. It's better to be a semi and hardware analyst. Those stocks are up 50 to 150%. Software's up low teens. And it's underperformed everything. And it's because there is no AI in software today. There is no material monetizable revenue in a big way. Now, Microsoft's monetizing it better than anyone, but it's still a low single-digit % of their total revenue.
I mean, you're striking an upbeat tone to say that it's not in there yet, whereas some say it's, killing the whole sector, and you're more arguing that, its transformation has yet to begin and could pay off.
Yeah.
Just to get inside baseball for a second, on the Salesforce piece, which Jeff Smith was talking positively about this morning, given the changes there the past couple of years, Benioff was also criticizing Microsoft. We talked about this on the show yesterday, the way it's trying to now talk about agents as a way of delivering or boosting the impact that its AI Copilot can have. And Benioff's dismissive of that, which implies that, Salesforce now sees itself in a bit more of a better position than it might have been a few months ago. Do you agree with that?
This is nonsense. I'm a huge fan of Mark, but that's nonsense. Microsoft's revenue is so much higher in AI than Salesforce. I mean, Salesforce is in a good spot with Agentforce. We're a huge fan, but that's marketing, and Mark's really good at marketing. So we think Microsoft, again, is the furthest out. They started this revolution. They partnered with the best company, OpenAI. They've had the most revenue impact. While it's still tiny, they are in an incredible position. So it doesn't matter if you rename it Copilot, Agent, whatever. It doesn't matter. There's a bigger meaningful chunk of revenue at Microsoft than at Salesforce at this point. Okay, so that's just the facts. So Mark's good at marketing. That tweet is or X link is I think is marketing.
Post on X or whatever we call it. So Brent, heading into the thick of earnings season and with some of what the comments you've made about software and the rest of it, are there other areas of opportunity investors can get ahead of now, places that we might see, upside beats, or even over the longer term, 6 to 12 months time? Are there a few of these names that have been left behind that you think are going to catch up?
Yeah, I think software is going to play catch up. Again, all the software companies are buying the AI infrastructure, so this has to work. And if we get this AI rolled out in 25, 26, software will play catch up. So I think software as a category, the IGV is the index. You buy the IGV. We think other companies like Snowflake, who's one of the worst performers year to date, that can be a catch-up trade for 25 as the new CEOs come in and put new infrastructure and routes to market and development in. That could be a catch-up trade for 25. We think the hyperscalers are still the best ways to play this. Microsoft, Amazon, and Google. Microsoft and Amazon particularly. So our AI trade for enterprises, Microsoft and Amazon. For consumer, we really like Meta and Google.
Yeah.
Those are kind of the four big names are going to benefit the most.
And obviously those are more consensus, but I'm very curious to see if you're right about Snowflake and the IGV and software participating more broadly. Brent, thanks for your time. We'll check back in.
Thanks.
Brent Thill joining us today. Coming up, Disney shaking up its board of directors with Nike's executive chairman stepping down. But Morgan Stanley and BMO say that could end up being a win-win for both companies. They'll join us next to make their case. Plus, Amazon Web Services doubling down on its generative AI partnership with Databricks. The data and AI company fully in growth mode as investors look ahead to that potential IPO. The head of its Gen AI business will join us to discuss. The exchange is back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
Welcome back. Disney announced yesterday that James Gorman will replace Mark Parker as chairman of the board effective in January. Parker, who is leaving that role, also serves as the executive chairman of Nike. So could the shakeup be a win-win for the two struggling companies? Our next guest published bullish notes on each one of them this morning. Ben Swinburne sees an investment year, then an inflection year ahead for Disney with 15% upside. And Simeon Siegel is bullish on Nike, saying the Parker news is a positive for the stock. Welcome to both of you. Ben, let's start this conversation asking why you think this will pay off for Disney from here instead of just being another period of turmoil.
Well, I think the important thing, Kelly, and thank you for having me on, is that the process is robust and also that there's a clear timeline. You know, there certainly has been a big focus, particularly in Hollywood. You can imagine that town is very focused on management changes at the Walt Disney Company. And so putting a timeline of early 26 out there, I think gives investors, the press, and employees some clarity and hopefully some comfort around a robust process and a timeline to make the next appointment.
I also thought it was interesting to learn, Ben, I hadn't realized that James Gorman sees himself as something of a CEO whisperer. Does that itself, does his elevation to chairman give you some confidence about the transition plan. And it's also a little bit strange to be having this discussion because the first time around when Iger was so vaunted and the stock was doing so well, transition seemed like a big deal. This time around, I'm a little less clear what they're searching for because the company itself is trying to right the ship.
Well, look, I think the Walt Disney Company has a lot of different businesses, and media is an area of tremendous disruption, innovation, and change. I mean, you and I have talked about that on your shows many times over the years. And so this is a very important role, the CEO of the Walt Disney Company, not just in shaping the future of Disney, but the future of the entire entertainment industry. And so there's a lot, that they're looking for, I'm sure, in terms of skill set and experience. And we certainly feel confident they'll get there, make the right choice.
So what would you say the most important thing to look for in the next CEO would be?
Look, I think there's multiple things that are important, but the two things I would mainly highlight is number one, creativity, understanding the creative elements that go into creating great content and really monetizing and building brands and franchises around the world. And then secondly, the biggest business at Disney, which is really the focus of our report today in many ways, is the experiential side. It's 60% of earnings comes from their parks and experiences businesses. If you think about it, that is the primary way in which the Walt Disney Company monetizes their great brands and content. That is a massive business. I mean, it's 30 billion plus in revenue a year globally, cruise ships, hotels, parks. So understanding how that business works operationally and where the investments need to be over the long term is equally as important as the creative side. And so that's a rare, combination, but it's a rare role, obviously.
It also makes it an interesting stock multiple to contemplate because it was one thing when ESPN was the juggernaut, was 40% of EPS or whatever, and you could assign the multiple that maybe now wasn't deserved to that, but it was such a unique opportunity at the time. Now we're talking about a parks business, an experiences business. I mean, there's other publicly traded stocks in that realm, but is that a thrilling way to kind of have a high multiple and make money over a long period of time?
Look, there's not a lot of businesses that I've looked at that are doing over 30 billion in revenue and have a 20-year history of CAGRing earnings in the high single digits. Think about the barriers to entry in the Walt Disney Parks business. They're enormous. Obviously, you have to have the brands, the content, the princesses, the superheroes to make it all work. Absolutely, in our view, that is a high multiple business. And it's not just parks. If our forecasts are roughly right, the contribution from parks, streaming, we know about Netflix's 30 PE multiple, and their studio will go from 60% to 80% over the next several years as the sort of traditional linear television business shrinks and these other businesses grow. And then, of course, we'll have to see where they go with ESPN over the next couple of years. But yeah. I think actually the multiple you would assign to Disney's earnings is going to expand over time as we see these higher return, better positioned businesses grow in earnings contribution.
It's a really interesting. I think they literally have a moat. Do they around the? I don't know if I've been, but
literally and figuratively.
Indeed. Yeah. Ben, thanks so much for your time. Ben Swinburne today. Let's turn now to what the Disney board shakeup means for Nike, because remember, Mark Parker was CEO at Nike for 14 years, stepping down at the start of 2020, and Nike shares climbed more than 850% during his tenure. Simeon Siegel is here now. He's a senior retail analyst at BMO. And Simeon, if he's leaving Disney, could that mean he's refocusing on Nike?
I'm still stuck on you haven't been to Disney. I'm sorry. I'm trying to grapple with that.
I guess I was once when I was maybe 12, but I don't remember if their castle had a moat.
So soon to be. But yes, I think what was so interesting and great to see you as always, Kelly. I think what was so interesting is in the press release, and I'm not a lawyer, I'm not going to pretend to be one, but it was very clear as they were walking Mark out that they flagged he's the executive chair of Nike, and then followed by he's leaving to focus on his other areas. I think if we believe Mark is taking a bigger hand in the business as Elliott steps in, I mean, that's great. And what's really interesting, I think what I'm learning and remembering, because we always forget, is it's all a small world, because there was articles reminding us that Tim Cook has been helping out, is on the board as well.
Yes.
And so it feels like there's a nice team that now may be stepping in to help someone who has been at Nike his entire life, is engendering a tremendous amount of excitement, but has never actually been CEO yet. And now maybe he has this team that's saying, hey, we got your back.
but I can fast forward 6 months from now or 12 if the stock isn't doing well, and people are going to say, well, you know, he's still thought of as the intern, and he's got these other guys looking over his shoulder and tapping him on the back. I mean, is it a team that is from a position of strength or from weakness?
This is why people like us so much. We're such good people here. We're already planning his 6-month demise. No, I think what they are doing is they're giving him enough opportunity to succeed. I think what you want to do is you want to know that you have someone who, you and I have talked about this, is going to be very focused on rehashing. He's already fixed, let's say, the problem internally. He's going to be focusing on the relationships with wholesale partners. And then he's got to focus on the consumer's storytelling and the consumer's product. And so he's going to allow a lot of people internally. This is not going to be about Elliott alone. This is going to be about a whole team. And so he's going to empower his team to come up with the best product and the best marketing. Now, if what we're hearing is that he's also going to have this team above him that's helping him with clear experience, I think that's a very compelling thing. And I think what's important now is interesting listening to Ben. I think the opportunity for Nike today, from a stock perspective, is more on its multiple than it is on its earnings. I think right now we're still going through an earnings reset period. They pulled earnings, they pulled guidance. We need to figure out when we're going to get the right product in. Those questions linger, and they're real questions. But if we look at this market, if we look at something like Starbucks, which has gotten its gains from a management change, if we look at where a lot of the market multiples are trading because of hope, I think the idea is if you can believe that Nike will now position itself, you can see that path to saying, okay, listen, if we think in 6 months it's going to be a debacle, then walk away. But if not, if you think you have some form of a dream team, then that should help the multiple.
Sure. I mean, the multiple's already 28, whereas Disney's was 19. But as we are showing there, it does lag behind On, which is the upstart in the space. So, I mean, if we were to write the positive story about Elliott in 6 or 12 months' time, what would we be writing?
I think it's this. I think he's already got internal morale on his side. I think he will repair his relationships that perhaps the company walked away from in their pursuit of D2C. And I think if in 6 months even the numbers are improving, it means we got some compelling product out. Because I'm not worried about Nike's ability to do either the product or the marketing. I think that's a question of time. And so if in 6 months you and I are cheering not just the stock, but actually the performance of the business, it's because all of a sudden we have innovative product, we have compelling product, and that's what Nike does so well. When they have the product that they can support the storytelling behind, that's when that incredible $50 billion denominator starts helping a lot for their budget.
I'll be curious, especially at a moment where athleisure is kind of at a nadir, you know, the shoes thing. But again, that's maybe where the seeds of the next innovation wave can be planted. 92 is your price target. I think it's around 81. Simeon, thanks for your time. Appreciate it this afternoon.
Great to see you.
Simeon Siegel with BMO. Coming up, a quarter of the Dow and a fifth of the S&P report this week, and we're tackling 3 bellwethers: Boeing, Coca-Cola, and Hilton. The numbers and narratives to know ahead of those reports is coming up in Earnings Exchange. Stay with us.
alone.
Welcome back to The Exchange, everybody. I'm Tyler Matheson with your CNBC News Update. Taxpayers will get bigger standard deductions to account for inflation for 2025. The IRS announced today the standard deduction for single taxpayers and married individuals filing separately will rise to $15,000. That's up $400 from 2024. And a couple filing jointly will get a deduction of $30,000. That's an $800 jump. While the deductions are higher, the boost is smaller than in recent years as inflation cooled. Tupperware Brands canceling its plans to auction off its assets. The bankrupt food storage company agreed in a court hearing today to sell to a group of lenders for $23.5 million in cash and more than $63 million in debt relief. The deal would let lenders buy the company's brand name and key operations. And soccer and music megastars Lionel Messi and Bad Bunny are launching a new shoe collection at Adinross. The collaboration includes a $180 version Adidas Gazelle and a $300 F50 cleat. Adinross says the shoes have gold hues inspired by Messi's many trophies and an X-stripe heel that references his jersey number. That would be 10. The shoes go on sale Saturday, Kel. You need to run out and get a pair.
We were just talking about Nike's need for innovation. I'm reading, aren't they also, I think, doing some partnerships with Mahomes, if I'm not mistaken?
I don't know.
Adidas, I believe they are.
He's everywhere. Holmes, Snoop Dogg, I'm sure they're all doing partnerships.
Tyler, thanks. I'll see you soon. Coming up, it's arguably the next generation of generative AI, evolving from chatbots to so-called AI agents. And today, Anthropic is unveiling its newest tool that can literally take over your computer and complete your tasks for you. I need this now. We have those details next. Welcome back. The AI boom has the likes of Amazon and NVIDIA building out massive infrastructure to support that tech. But they're not going it alone, partnering with companies like Databricks, the data processing company working with Amazon, NVIDIA, and more than 600 others to provide AI services, which in some cases might save companies that AI could otherwise make obsolete. Here to discuss the expanded AWS partnership and other efforts, Naveen Rao is VP of Generative AI at Databricks. Naveen, welcome. VP of Generative AI, I mean, this didn't even exist 18 months ago for many of us. Maybe you've been working on it for much longer.
Yeah, fair point. I mean, generative AI is the newest word we use. I mean, we've had chief AI officers for, I don't know, 5-6 years. So I think it's just an evolution of the field in general.
Understood. Can we take a little example of Shutterstock to maybe explain some of what we're talking about here? This is a stock that was trading at $110 back during the heights of the pandemic. It's less than 30 now. We were just speaking about how software has in many ways been left behind in the AI trade. What might your work with them tell us about how it could end up in some ways being an enhancement to the business?
Yeah, I mean, these companies are all rethinking their business models. I mean, this happens when a new technology revolution occurs. Sometimes old business models don't necessarily translate to the new world. And with Shutterstock, they're actually a wonderful partner of ours. We built models with their data that have clean provenance. And I think this enables enterprises to be able to utilize that data in new ways, expressing the value through a model, being able to generate images that are clean from a legal perspective.
Right. What are some other ways that you can tell us firsthand that you think this technology is making other companies, and what kinds of other companies outside of tech, more productive?
Well, I mean, we're seeing it across the entire enterprise. I mean, being able to automate workflows, being able to drive potentially new experiences, reduce friction for onboarding for customers and internal users. These are the kinds of things we're seeing today. I think we're still a few years away from what I call truly transformative changes, like being able to change the entire way you design a product or how you change the way you do engineering. These things will happen in the next 3 to 4 years, is my guess. But right now, we're seeing a lot of uptake in basically reducing friction on the operational side.
In the chip space, should we assume that companies like NVIDIA chips of theirs are required to support these efforts in the years coming?
Yeah, NVIDIA has really killed it on this one. I mean, they've executed extremely well. Their software stack is the most mature software stack for any hardware out there. So they've done an extremely good job at fueling this transition. There are a lot of competitors, and there's other folks who are trying to carve out different niche parts of the market. And so NVIDIA is a huge partner of ours. We're enabling their next-gen platform now, but we're also working with AWS to give our customers choice. We want to, deliver more value with less money over time. And, we see new hardware as being one component of that, how we can reduce costs year on year. And so AWS has been a huge partner of ours as well. We have thousands of customers in common. We drive over $1 billion of revenue on AWS. So, they're actually the oldest cloud we've worked with. So very deep partnership with them. And, we're continuing that when it comes to AI hardware.
What about Intel? I believe you had a stint at the company, but is there a role for them to play in this, or are they better off focusing on markets where they might better serve the end user?
Well, I think, compute in general has changed. The purpose of a computer now is potentially to fuel AI. And I do see Intel coming back and doing something very meaningful in this space. They do still build, own a good amount of market share in the microprocessor CPU space. So adapting that to be more friendly to AI, I think, is a huge opportunity for them. But, they're also a manufacturing backbone of the U.S. for semiconductors. So we really need to root for their success.
What's next in generative AI? What started with kind of queries that can be and questions that can be answered, Google's now kind of nicely integrated that into its fundamental search business. Now we have podcast efforts also coming from Google. We have lots of image and video things happening. But where do you think this technology is going to be in another 18 months' time?
Yeah, at Databricks, we believe this will be expressed, most of the economic value will be expressed through the enterprise. And really that'll come through the concept, what we call data intelligence, where we can take bespoke data that's unique to a company and allow them to build something that's a true competitive advantage. And this comes through a lot of tools that are within the Databricks platform. But at the end of the day, it's really about customizing AI, making it do things that are specialized, just like we train humans. We train humans to be specialized in different tasks. That's where a lot of the economic value comes. We see the same thing with companies. As they can customize AI with their data, they'll be able to drive unique advantages. And, I think the consumer is the winner here.
Well, I mean, how about that IPO, Naveen? Let's make the public investor a winner and able to participate. I know that's not up to you, but thank you for your time today. And thanks for joining us, Naveen Rao, head of generative AI at Databricks. So do you trust AI, by the way, to take over your computer, do some tasks for you, like we were talking about? Anthropic hopes so. They just unveiled a new feature in which Claude analyzes a user's screen and then moves the cursor or types to help complete tasks. The latest in an escalating battle for these AI-powered agents. Deirdre Bosa has more in today's Tech Check. Deirdre?
So, Kelly, this fits into our discussion yesterday. Agents, they are the next frontier in generative AI, and this is just more evidence that everyone is moving very fast, startups and mega caps alike. Anthropic's computer use features lets users use AI to, as you said, control actions on a computer, like clicking buttons and typing to browse the internet, or make calendar appointments, or fill in forms. Essentially, the company says that this can carry out actions on the user's behalf without their consent, acting like a human collaborator or an agent. Now, we've been promised similar things from OpenAI, Google, Apple, but we haven't seen much of it in action yet. Over the next few weeks and months, that will change. We will see more agent-powered AI tools in the wild. You've got Salesforce's Agentforce. That becomes widely available this week. Microsoft just announced its own agent tools. And on the consumer side, the first wave of Apple Intelligence, that starts shipping next week. Anthropic, for its own part, says that the model that powers its computer use is stronger and more robust than even OpenAI's most advanced O1 model, but also that the technology is still experimental and at times cumbersome and error-prone. So being first to release this in public beta, that could give us a snapshot of what to expect more broadly from this next phase in Gen AI as it rolls out over the next few weeks. Now, the timing of computer use, that is good for Amazon because, as I mentioned, Salesforce and Microsoft are locked in this new race to go beyond Copilot products and provide agentic tools for their enterprise customers. Amazon, of course, is a major investor and a major licensor of Anthropic's AI models, so it'll get to package and provide these features for AWS customers, Kelly. So it'll be interesting to see the rollout if it works the way it's supposed to also.
I want to try, I'm a big fan of Claude, right? I do like him.
Will you let it take over your computer?
I would like to try. You tell them, Deirdre. I want to try it out. I would like to give him a chance. He's up against my husband.
You gotta be careful. Careful what you have up on your screen.
I'm not worried, honestly. It's just endless doctor's appointments for somebody and right back to an email.
Same.
Deirdre, thanks. Deirdre Bosa. Thanks. Let's get to a news alert on Shein. Dom Chu brings us the headlines. Dom?
Of course, Kelly, Shein is not a publicly traded company, but it's a highly anticipated future possible IPO. This is a report now coming from The Information, who is citing sources familiar, talking about the people familiar saying that, again, Shein's updated financials show that their revenue declined profits declined more than 70% to just below $400 million in the first half of this year. Again, this is according to sources familiar with those Shein financials. Shein's revenue growth decelerated to 23% from 40% in the first half of this year over the same time last year. According to this report, again, Shein's revenue in the first half of the year was $18 billion, and Shein's first half profit margins dropped to 2% from 8% in the prior comparable period. Of course, all of this in context around some of the Chinese companies and others in Asia that have competing business models like Temu with Shein, and whether or not this will affect valuations going forward. So this report generating quite a bit of buzz. Kelly, I'll send things back over to you.
It's supposed to only go one way if you're still an up-and-coming growth story, and this is not the way. Dom, thanks. Coming up, General Motors hitting an all-time high after blowout earnings and a guidance raise. Management noting it took the #2 spot in U.S. EV sales last quarter, hitting 10% market share. It's got the shares up 9%. And this October, CNBC is honoring National Disability Awareness Month. Here is Breeze Airways CEO David Neeleman sharing his story.
As a child, I struggled in school and was told I was stupid, and because it was really difficult for me to learn how to read and do other things. So being able to kind of share that story that there is a special talent that comes with these children. Dr. Hallowell, who wrote ADHD 2.0, said the boardrooms and the prisons are full of kids with ADHD. So there's two paths you can go, and you can be really successful, or you can have a really tough life.
All right, I'm thinking about a pullback here on NVIDIA. I know you guys lost me there for a little bit. I was falling asleep, but I was trying to hang on. It happens every day. I had the 140s. I had a chance to grab this at 140. You got to be kidding me, bro. Fuck. Sorry for the language. I mean, part of me thinks this is a hold of prior day's high, which was Monday. And we're holding Monday's highs. I'm not sure here. See, 152. Again, I'm targeting 140. 140. Maybe if I go out next week, puts for 140. Today's Tuesday. Just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second there, son. That 15, I don't like it. I mean, could CNBC have used... Could they have used a worse sound than that? I don't think they could have. I think that's about as bad as it comes.
Minimums.
Right there. Hey, where's VWAP? Hold up, where's VWAP? Did I delete it? Yeah, see, that's that shit, huh? Where the fuck is VWAP? I don't even know what this...
vote, it's as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Voter up.
I don't even know what this is. Oh, volume profile.
Service today. That's what we deliver to families like yours, ensuring your home has the water you need. When it comes to your home's plumbing, we make it right now. That's service today.
What if your mobile network wasn't just built to work out here, but was designed differently to also give you blazing fast Wi-Fi where you are most of the time? Reliable 5G plus Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig where you need it most. Xfinity Mobile.
Now Xfinity Internet customers can buy one line of unlimited and get one free for a year.
Our name is our promise.
All right, that's probably it right there, guys.
Families like yours, ensuring your home has the water you need. When it comes to your home's plumbing, we make it right now.
I think that's it there, guys. I think I'm gonna go after this. Come on.
Earnings exchange to close things out today. We've got the action, the story, and the trade on three big names reporting before the bell tomorrow. And here with our trades is Steve Grasso, CEO of Grasso Global and a CNBC contributor. It's good to see you, Steve. Let's get right to it, and we'll start with shares of Boeing, which are up 9% or so since pre-announcing on the 11th. Now it's expected $10. Welcome back. It's time for earnings exchange to close things out today. We've got the action, the story, and the trade on three big names reporting before the bell tomorrow.
Just letting you guys know, I think I'm gonna be going after this. Fuck, man, I just had it there. What is that, 147? You just have to watch that this...
But if it does pass, we might see that $10 billion capital raise reported last week. And
What am I on? Am I on charts? Charts, flexible grid.
Reminds me of that joke. Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play? You know, Kelly, when you look at the stock, they've got to convince people that they can make a safe and efficient, shareholders and people, a safe and efficient plan. They haven't done that.
147, 150.
The fact that 54% of their revenue comes from governments, 47% directly from the U.S. government. There's not a reason why this stock should even be where it is. It should be probably...
I had a feeling this thing was getting ready to blow itself up out of this water here.
You've had a lot of the baby out with the bathwater. You've had a lot of the bathwater out of the tub. Everything's gone out of this company. So realistically, maybe they can bounce. So it's a hesitant buy on my part.
All right, we'll call it a buy nonetheless, but I take your point. Quick programming note, the CEO, Kelly Ortberg, new CEO, will join Phil LeBeau for an exclusive interview tomorrow. Squawk on the Street around 9 a.m. Eastern time. We're looking forward to it. And we'll move along to Coca-Cola now, which has outpaced Pepsi by nearly 15% so far this year. It's facing some consumer headwinds internationally and even here at home. B of A is still positive on volume growth and their track record of pricing power. What do you do with the shares here?
Yeah, this one's a buy as well. And if you look at the charts, a smooth ascending chart. It's a better chart, better looking than Pepsi. You just stated its outperformance on a year-to-date basis over Pepsi. Well, what's interesting, Kelly, is if you
Dude, come on.
they're both up about 30%. So this is sort of
Fucking God, bro. I want, like right here, this shit's really pissing me to fuck off, bro. I need to have this over here. Like, this is fucking with me. The price of this shit here, bro. What the fuck, man? I swear to God, bro.
that's why I would stick with the straight beverage company Coke itself.
All right, we've also got that
I don't know what the fuck I've been clicking on, but this shit's really gonna piss me to fuck off. This is why I hate falling asleep, man. Sorry for the language.
Geopolitical tensions could even be risks. Is this a buy for you also?
Yeah, well, this one, I'm going to flip the Boeing call around. This one's a hesitant sell for me. The chart...
145.
Impeccable, Kelly. And when you look at the year-to-date performance, it's up dramatically.
Let's see, is it going to pop here?
And when you compare it to the S&P, it's
Dude, what is...
the company has also lowered its outlook. So if the company is lowering and they're worried about demand and all the things that you just said, maybe it's time to take a little bit of chips off the table. But without question, when you look at the stock above all of its moving averages, it's really performed. It's a tough one for me to say sell, but I would be.
Oh my God, they're not going to give.
All right, see, final question. You can pick A, gold, B, Bitcoin, C, stocks, D, rates.
I put an order for 144, guys. It's probably not a good look.
And the only reason why I go Bitcoin is that I think the market.
Shit. Come on, bro.
Kelly, if you compare Bitcoin to gold.
Fuck. 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 Fuck.
Bitcoin's up 680%. Gold is up about 60%. I don't know if you're going to get anything else with that risk reward, ability. And obviously, you have to have a real thick stomach, a steel stomach.
Come on, pop, 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 bro. Fucking hate fighting for fucking pennies, man. I can't eat. I really hate fighting for fucking pennies on this shit. I really do. 45, 44. Why is there 45, 44, 44? Why is this shit mixed the fuck up? Come on now.
Now a company called BioV, stock symbol BIVI, has developed the first new treatment for Parkinson's in 50 years. Led by the former chief strategy officer for Merck, the company, after strong phase 2 data, is set to begin a phase 2B trial. BioV, stock symbol BIVI on the NASDAQ. Undiscovered until...
Oh my God, I can't fucking keep track. I'm gonna get so fucking pissed the fuck off, man. I swear to God, bro. I swear to God, I'm gonna get so pissed the fuck off.
Replacement windows and doors. Hi, I'm Ann Romer, thrilled to be with Nick from Renewal by Andersen.
Thanks, Ann. We believe that everyone
Cancel order.
windows and doors that look great, stand the test of time, and don't break the bank.
And with our unpredictable weather, I gotta tell you,
I swear to fucking God, bro.
super important.
Absolutely, and that's where a Fibrex composite material truly shines. It's twice as strong as vinyl, so it's warranted not to crack or rot. And with our energy-efficient glass, our windows help keep your home cozy in the winter and cool in the summer.
Well, that all sounds great. So what about the cost?
We know that affordability is top of mind for every homeowner, and we pride ourselves on delivering outstanding windows and doors to fit your style and your budget.
Wow, that really sets you apart. So tell me how Renewal by Andersen is tied to the community.
Well, for starters, our team members live right here in your community. We know the challenges homeowners face, and we are committed to delivering the very best for our customers. Plus, we custom build every exclusive acclaim replacement window in the USA.
It is great to know that you have such strong roots here.
Before October 31st, buy one window.
Alright, I just went ahead and took it, guys. I paid up for that. Alright, I paid up for that. I paid up for that. I am short right now, NVIDIA. I did take a short. Fuck. I might have fudged up, but whatever. There's a lot of buying going on right now. I can't think. I'm not in the right mind. And
Dynamics, more highs now after the Oscar.
I'm Tyler Mathis. Glad you could be with us. Stocks have turned a little bit higher this afternoon with all three averages.
see, I knew it.
Small gains, I do mean small.
Fucking did it at the wrong time.
In the case of the S&P 500, doesn't get much smaller.
Did it at the wrong time. You see it consolidating right there?
Continue to rise, prices falling after last month's Fed cut, and it's not just
UKK penny stock popping here, November uniform kilo nucleus.
Problematic for places like Europe where their economies are much weaker, like Germany's, and they're still seeing
It's not a good look, bro.
Company
Fuck me, man. I swear to God.
announced a 1 for 8 first stock split. That's in UKK.
He's worried about inflation and so forth. Speaking of which, there's lots of concerns about China's economy as well.
What time is it?
Today, cutting its forecast
It's fucking 2 o'clock.
notwithstanding a lot of those stimulus.
I don't like this. I don't like this. I feel like I'm just like weird now because I just woke up. We had the little bit of a sell-off there. I paid the wrong price. I can't, like, I'm just, I needed this earlier. I needed this earlier. I'm gonna get so fucked. I'm such a fucking idiot. It's gonna break this level here because it already pulled back twice the prior day's low. It's gonna just rip above this level. Time in sales is reddish, was green as shit. There's a lot of green in there, but a lot of orders, some heavy fucking orders in there. Look at this, $1.40? What fucking idiot, bro? You're a fucking retard, bro. Give it up. I swear to fucking God. Go suck a fucking dick. How'd I know? It's just fucking bullshit, man. It's just absolute bullshit. The pullback already happened, so I'm just getting my fucking ass fucked. Like a fucking idiot, man. Like, it's not even going to pull back to fucking VWAP for me. It's just not going to. I'm so fucking done. I'm just done. Just do the stupidest shit. Knowing I should have just never even got long because the long was this morning. And not now. You gotta be fucking kidding me. I'm too good at this. I even know it's not gonna work. And here I am still fucking holding it. Now you can get it for $1.38. No, I don't want to edit VWAP. Like, this was the move. Not here. You see what I'm saying? You see this? This is fucking ridiculous. You gotta be fucking kidding me. You fucking cunt bag piece of shit. You fucking cuck faggot motherfucker. I don't know the fucking words I was looking for, but it was pretty bad. You fucking kike. Is that it? Is that it? Is that an offensive word? That's me, the fucking kike that's not even a fucking Jew. Do apologize. I love all people. I don't mean that, but I really don't mean that, but it just felt like it fit the script. Just a fucking idiot. This is not the way I do shit. This is not the way we do shit. It really isn't. Like, this morning was the short. This morning was the short. That short is come and gone, in my opinion. I don't know. Whatever. What the fuck ever. See this 4-hour chart? It's kind of started, but it hasn't. Because it's going to go up before it goes back down, and I'm going to be fucked. Because I just, like, bought at the worst time and market ordered in. Market ordered in at the worst time, bro. I really did. It just sucks. It's crazy. With the hourly, look guys, the hourly chart, MACD and everything has room. The MACD is starting to curl itself. This morning was the time to take it, right? This morning was the perfect time to take it, not right now. It's not setting. This morning we were up here. We were in overbought conditions. The MACD was starting to cross, and there was a gap between the MACD. Like, the volume was there. We don't have that shit right now. So that's why this is not working. This is why it's not working. But it worked this morning. From $1.50 to $2.20. That's why it worked this morning and not right now. I'm doing it at the wrong time. The setup is not there. It's there, but it's not. Like, look at this 15-minute chart. Your 15-minute chart, the MACD is going positive right now. You're crossing above the zero line. Like, you're getting ready to turn positive. You have a lot of room on this 15-minute RSI. Look at the volume. Self-explanatory. Can we get a pullback to VWAP? Probably not. Probably not, because I took the position when it's not time to take it. Look how the volume just stopped on the sell side. It's not good. This is how you read a chart. Just using everything that you have to kind of paint the picture. The fucking daily chart's really it. you know? But that could be that could be a long time from now before we get a pullback. It's just fucking bullshit, man. Just such fucking bullshit. I just can't put nothing together, it feels like. I just do stuff at the wrong time. And I'm either talking or watching or like pulling up a video, or I'm doing something other than putting on the trade. It's just fucking ridiculous, bro. Look at the 1 minute. It's consolidating. This is not good. This thing's not pulling back. It's not a good look. Not a good look at all. And I messed up my level 2. And I don't know how I messed it up. But I fudged it up. I wish I could switch these two. Okay, there we go. I got it. I'm going to be down. And I thought I paid a good price for it, but apparently I didn't. Like, look at this. Look at this 1 minute chart, right? Look at this. Look at the volume. Look. They don't want to fucking sell it off because it's not time. It's going to go higher. It's going to go higher. So go long. Go long if you guys want to make money. Go buy calls in NVIDIA. Ride them out to the end of the day. Hallelujah. Just don't get it, man. Just don't get it. Like, look at this. The 15-minute chart this morning was stupid overdone. So I have no choice now but to take this off at trade line at like 143.38. With this delta, get the fuck down from there, bro. Delta at 36. 36 at 48, 50, 60, 70, 80. So $1.80. Maybe if it goes quick, if this thing can sell off quickly, I'm not even going to get that. See what I mean? It's not going to move, really. Like this morning, we had no problem at all taking these from $1.50 to $2.22. Call it $1.60 to $2.20. That this is my point. We had no issue doing that. Like from the point of entry till when we were able to take it. It's just crazy, bro. I don't know why. I don't understand. I know why, but I'm just getting frustrated with myself. It's just really frustrating, is what it is. I should have went out next week. I should have just put it on and went out till next week. I would love to just get a pullback down here to like 141. That would be sick. A 141. Look at the SPY, man. What a run. SPY's ripping. Dude. Just can't see anything. I thought about taking a long too. Alright, so the SPY, you have a bit of 584. Could be a bit of a resistance zone here. This would be an awesome pullback, guys, on the SPY. If you can get even just a pullback to VWAP, this 584 would take you all the way back down to 582 if you could get a pullback on the SPY. Look at this. VWAP is all the way down here at 582. And prior day's VWAP is at 583. So you got a 582.95. Oh, that's, yeah, so that's still damn near $1 both ways, you know? I can't fucking see, man, with this, with the sun shining on my other. Come on, NVIDIA, just please help me out a little bit here.
On December 25th, 2013, my family and I were injured, rear-ended on the Delaware.
Look at the Qs. They're getting ready to pull back and hold this fucking 496 level. Oh, fuck. Why is there a 2-minute chart? Why do I have a 2-minute chart on? Just take another sip of Red Bull. I should have never entered that NVIDIA call.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Bond yields are once again on the move today, continuing this
Not call, but put.
the Fed cut rates in mid-September. The 10-year yield today popping for the first time in 3 months. Let's bring in Rick Santelli in Chicago with more. 4.2 we haven't
156. See, look at that. I don't like that.
Yeah, since the end of July, absolutely. And what's more, as you pointed out, it's a global event, and it should be a global event. I heard you bring up growth. It's fascinating because much of the growth that we're talking about is at the epicenter why interest rates are going up. Think China, think Germany, think the U.S. Many of these countries have overspent on stimulus to create the growth the IMF is starting to measure maybe bigger down the road. But it's the cost of that growth. It's the return of our stimulus money with regard to that growth. And all roads lead to more debt to create the funds to create the growth. And therein lies the problem, that every large economy is playing the same card game.
Rick, I think the question to ask is the U.S. in a meaningfully different position? Is our economy stronger? You saw the cover of The Economist recently. We know about the problems with Europe, but their bond yields, the long-term bond yields, are rising as well. So what does that tell you?
Well, you know, despite what The Economist says, despite the fact that we seem to have the best economy, let's not lose sight of a couple other facts.
We still have a little bit of room here.
Post-COVID than any of those other economies, And yes, we are doing a bit better because we're the locomotive that has a good head of steam. And even if you have policies that aren't pro-growth, it takes a while for that engine to slow down. I think the real issue here continues to be how much growth is it going to take to overcome the overhang of debt or the cost of putting more debt out there to keep replenishing the funds that we need to keep the lights on. And you could say, you know, taxes and all the promises the candidates are making. But the issue with that is if we don't start thinking outside the box, trying to find new ways to create growth, and we just stay with the same tried and true static comparisons of things like tax policy, we're going to be chasing our tail down a path that ends with significantly higher rates to find buyers to buy our debt.
So what would be an example of a thinking outside the box of what you describe as the same old sort of static reliance on tax policy to spur growth? What would it be?
All right. Okay. So listen, I don't mean to get political here, but okay, take one of the candidates talking about things like no taxes on Social Security. What I think of here is an immediate look at how those would be expensive, just the way you look at tax cuts being expensive. But what is not
look at that hold right there.
Alters behavior from an investment, from a savings side.
We gotta break. We gotta pull this thing back. We gotta break this. What I'm gonna do? Fuck. I'm going to. I'm going to take some profit off on this, guys. I'm just going to take this position off.
That doesn't sound like you're thinking outside the box at all to me, because what you're really relying on here, once again, are tax incentives of one sort or another, right?
No, I'm talking about. Well, yes, in a way.
Yes,
pretty
yes.
much.
You're
How does
saying
the government
don't
get the
tax
money?
Social
It's
Security
not
as a way to spur growth, or the idea that making municipal bond interest tax free is an incentive to build. Those are traditional. Those are pretty traditional uses of the tax code to incentivize activity.
Tell me the last time we had any tax policy that's so traditional, where both sides of the aisle agreed that by lowering taxes it will be beneficial. See, that's the part I'm talking about, thinking outside the box. You and I both agree that maybe all roads lead to less taxation, which is the way governments grab money and spend it much less efficiently. So
There's a bear flag here. Look at this bear flag. Let's see if it's going to be a bear flag. Bang. Bang. And what do we do? What do we do? Where's that take us? We got to break this bitch down. Break a brick down, bro. Break it down. Come on. That takes us right into pre-market support. Let's go. Let's take it. Let's break that bitch down. Let's go. Bang. Reject it. Let's go to 143. Bang. Let's go. Come on, sellers. We got some nice sellers in there, guys.
listen, if they want to do that and there's no growth in the system, we're all going to go down together. Trust me.
Let's go. Come on, baby. Let's go. Come on. Let's go.
The Federal Reserve is lowering interest rates. These are not unintelligent people. What does the markets do? It's flashing back that central banks can't control everything. The point here is maybe central banks are going to lower rates for reasons that they can't say out loud because it would be heresy.
Sure, but if they do, and markets, Rick,
there's only one way.
They can try.
There's only one way to grow out of this, and that's to inflate out of it in addition to tax change.
They're not paying. They don't want to pay.
That's why he said gold and Bitcoin.
I didn't listen to the interview, so I
He said
apologize.
exactly this. He said exactly this.
Like a last mate from UVA?
Indeed.
Oh, Tudor John. Yes, indeed.
Rick Big.
Thank you, Rick. All right, coming up,
Come on.
Netflix seems to be the be-all and end-all in the streaming space, especially as the other media giants struggle to turn a profit. But our next guest
Come on.
says one good alternative to Netflix could be a different kind of streaming stock. It's up 105% this year.
You know what that is? It's a break, retest, boom. Let's go. We need this. That time in sales is not looking good. Motherfucker, bro.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
At Tractor Supply, we understand it out here.
I just keep making the wrong moves today.
Some days start early.
It's just taking up. It's just taking too much time. I just would really like a pullback here. I'd like to be able to take this off at like 162, 163. You know.
And on game days, well, you just care about your team. At Tractor Supply, we'll help you make the most of life out here, no matter how you live. Tractor Supply, for life out here. When you're looking
There we go. 6,000 to the sell side with another 1,000 order on top of it. Let's break it. Let's go. 162. Come on, baby. Come on, man. Come on, bro.
That's why we're offering 7 things every Medicare supplement should have. It's yours free, just for calling the number on your screen. And when you call, a knowledgeable licensed agent producer can answer any questions you have and help you choose the
Come
plan
on,
that's
man.
right for
Give me.
you.
I threw an order out there at 162.
You see, Medicare covers only about 80% of your Part B
Let's
medical
go.
expenses.
Let's go.
The rest
Motherfucker, bro.
That's why so many people purchase Medicare supplement insurance plans.
And look at that reversal. You gotta be fucking kidding me. You're such an asshole. I knew it was gonna do that.
Depending on the Medicare supplement plan you select, you could have no deductibles or payments for doctor visits, hospital stays,
I fucking hate you.
care, and more.
I really
You
do.
can keep the doctors you have now. Ones you
I
know
really
trust,
fucking do.
with no
I really do.
Plus, you can get medical care anywhere in the country, even when you're
I
traveling.
do.
With Humana, you get a competitive monthly premium and personalized service from a healthcare partner working to make healthcare simpler
I
and
fucking
easier.
hate you.
You can choose from a wide range of standardized plans. Each one is designed to work seamlessly with Medicare and help save you money. So how do you find the plan that's right for you? One that fits your needs and your budget. Call Humana now at the number on your screen for this free guide. It's just one of the
You're
ways
just
that
not
Humana
gonna let
is
them.
making healthcare
They're not gonna
simpler.
let them.
And when you call, a knowledgeable licensed agent producer can answer any questions you have and help you choose the plan that's right for you. The call is free and there's no obligation. You know Medicare won't cover all your medical costs, so call now and see why a Medicare supplement plan from a
Alright,
company
I'm
like
just gonna
Humana
take this off,
just might
guys.
be the answer.
Want a first look at market-moving trends and trades? Get tomorrow's big stock stories delivered to your inbox tonight when you subscribe to Stocks at Night, a free investing newsletter from CNBC.
Jesus fucking Christ. As soon as I put my order there, you fucking dingle fucking berry piece of shit faggot motherfucker. I can't even get a fucking 156, Phil? Come on, bro. What the fuck? I swear to God, I'm so fucking done with this fucking thing, bro. I'm not even going to be able to... you fucking dirtbag. You fucking dirtbag. You fucking dirtbag. You... There's just no use now. There's no fucking use now. I swear to fucking God, man. This is a fucking joke. This is such a fucking joke. It's a fucking joke. Every time, you guys, I get my ass whooped on Nvidia, and it's got to be the single easiest fucking stock to trade. It's got to be the single most easiest fucking stock to trade in this fucking entire market. And I just completely fuck it up every single fucking time. So tired of not being able to get a fucking fill for hitting the spread. Hit the fucking spread. Now it's fucking all the way back down to the low 140s and 150s. Go suck a fucking dick, you faggot motherfuckers at the NYSE. All you market maker faggot fucking pussy motherfuckers. I hope you get your new watch this weekend. I hope you have a new fucking Christmas. Just keep fucking nickel and diamond each and every fucking order, you fucking faggots. That's why you motherfuckers couldn't be a doctor or a lawyer or a real motherfucker that's got a real profession. You fucking lousy fucking faggots. Couldn't cut it as a fucking football player, athlete. Let's just go to the market. The market make a lot of money. Just nickel and dime some orders, bruh. Fucking retard ass pansy motherfuckers.
Generate, this ad platform so they can increase revenue there, but also it's just indicative of increased advertising and I think a stronger space. So I like it. Probably looking to add after earnings. Again, this will be my 4th ad on Spotify.
So Todd, if that is the case and you're looking to make this catalyst type trade, what exactly is the strategy?
I don't know what to do. We're gonna pop here. We're gonna pop. It's just ridiculous. I just... I'm just really fucking pissed. I really am. I'm so fucking... I'm just pissed. I'm just fucking pissed, man. Like, this morning is where the money was fucking made. And, like, I just can't get it to come together for me. Here. I'm at 158. I'm at 158 right now. With no fucking volume. Excuse my language. I'll try to stop cussing now.
If it's higher down, we'll buy it. How did they turn the corner on profitability? Really good question. They have really cramped down on their...
Where is the spy? Let's see where the spy's at. See, I can't even get 158, man. This is a fucking joke. This is really a fucking joke. I need to be on something else. I'm getting out of this fucking thing. This is starting to be a bit foolish. This is just a fucking clown show.
Million in free cash flow came in at 550. My numbers are probably off. 20 or 30 million. Generating a lot of free cash flow, and it's a wonderful product.
Anybody that's Jewish out there, I do apologize. I just had to say something evil. Just like something that just... It's not okay, but I'm not okay.
All right, Todd, thank you very much. So what's interesting about this, Ty, if you look at the reason why Netflix did so well, part of it was that whole ad-supported tier growth. In a stretched consumer environment, which is what many people are talking about right now.
158 filled, guys.
Many are trading down.
158 was filled.
They're going to go for that ad-supported.
We got 2 more orders there. I just only have a couple more orders here. Here's your break and retest. Watch 15-minute trade line here. Watch your 15-minute time frame, and then that 162. If you get filled, take it. That's where I was. That's where I was. There we go. There it goes. There it goes, baby. They just had to wear some people out. Just had to get them cussing. There it is. So there you go. 164, 165. Take it off, guys. There's 20 cents on it on $1.40. All right, 20 cents on $1.40. I don't know what that is. That could be like 30%, 20 to 35%. Well done. We can do this all day. And I will be pissed if this thing just continues to fucking fall out of the sky. I will be pissed. I will be pissed. I just don't think it's going to, but it could. It could. Here's what I don't like. You guys need to notice something here. Now I could start to come in, but look at the right side. Look at the top right of the screen. Look at the volume. The volume is looking a bit sluggish. When you agree, look at that. Look at the buy side. It's looking a bit sluggish, isn't it? So. All right, I'm out of this. I'm gonna take this off. I'm out. I'm old, but this is still your break and retest. This shouldn't cause you to get out. I'm just out of this. I'm taking my money and I'm moving on because, it's times like, 9:30, 9:45 in the morning when we find a setup, and then, you go from this or $1.50 all the way to $2.20 in just a matter of a few minutes, right? Instead of sitting there for 45 minutes cussing them out. The setup, in my opinion, was this morning, and we haven't sold off yet. So I still think this setup is here. I'm just kind of wondering if we're going to go a little bit higher before we go lower, which is okay. I made my money. I made some money today. Day's not over with either, especially if the SPY can start to pull back, which I might start keeping my eyes on for some daily. Y'all know how we do we're not undefeated. I know I've had a couple losses, but y'all know we murder the SPY, bro. If for anybody that's new here and you guys don't know, shit, y'all gonna learn today. A lot of people like to call themselves the SPY Whisperer. Okay. I'm definitely not the SPY Whisperer, but we just do a good job. We have some luck with it. Even though luck is something we don't need.
Can they come up with a plan that derives some additional revenue from the wealthiest Americans? Can they do it without alienating rich donors or frustrating other middle-class voters? Megan McKellar is here now with that story. So what is their plan exactly?
That's exactly right, Kelly. That's the balance that they're trying to strike here. And the proposal that we've heard the most about when it comes to taxing the wealthy is this pretty controversial idea of taxing unrealized capital gains. Campaign surrogates like Mark Cuban have been
So they say taxing unrealized gains is for the rich. How many of y'all out there don't consider yourselves rich, quote unquote, but would have to pay unrealized capital gains?
on the campaign trail, but they say that she's open to different ways of getting there. And there's one alternative that's right.
I think we're gonna pull back to 582.50. That's so funny. So fucking stupid. That's exactly why you can't support IRS. Shit like that. Taxing unrealized gains. What the fuck is wrong with them? They need to stop spending so much money. Let's start with that. Let's start with that one. Whoever thought this idea of the government spending money like the way that they are it's fucking sickening. Tell them to stop so you can keep your money. You should spend your money, not those people. So crazy. It's your time. This is your life. You're here one time. You're on this planet one time. And here they are making up a bunch of lies so they can come attack you and the money you make. Or I'm sorry, steal the money that you spend your time making. It's crazy. And it's flat out ignorant. It really is. They shouldn't be spending money for a long time, for quite a few years. The government should be done. COVID, there was a reason. After that, no. No, we don't need to start paying college tuition. Unemployment's at 4%. The government needs to take a breather and step to the side. The government needs to go sit on the bench and give it a break because it's not their job. And this is where they come in thinking that it's their job to solve every single issue. It's not. It's not. That's not the society I want to live in. I already have a state of the mind where there will always be somebody doing bigger and better things. You can start doing something. You can let's just quote unquote a business. I don't care what kind. Maybe all different kinds, right? But if you really want to take it to that level, I'm talking that level, right? The revenue of, you're pulling in, I don't know, over the course of 10 years, you pull in 100 million. So quarterly, I don't know, you're doing 50 to a million a quarter. Every 3 months, you're pulling in about 50. I'm sorry, 500 to a million, 2 million, 3, 4, 5 million a quarter. So even just a million a quarter, right? If you reach that pinnacle of 100 million in total revenue, even if it takes you 10 years, what would that be roughly? What's that, about 500 to a million, 500,000 to a million every quarter on average, right? On average to get there in about 10 years. See, that would be 100 years, so 10 years, so times that by 10. It'd probably be like 2 to 5 million a quarter, right? For 10 years. 2 to 5 million a quarter, roughly. I could be wrong on that math, but that's what you would do. You'd be doing about 2.5 to 5 million every quarter to get that, 100 million in revenue on that 10th year. And people do it. People are always doing it. That number sounds big. It's kind of big, but in my opinion, you're going to look at that. That 100 million eventually, when we're older, it's going to be the million, right? Million used to be a lot, right? Well, that's minor leagues. That's not even the minor leagues, honestly. $1 million. It's not even the minor leagues, guys. It's a lot of money, sure. But there's just a lot of money out there. They just took out $7 trillion a couple years ago. You know how much 7 trillion is? Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, but 7. It's crazy. All right, so here's the SPY. Let's see if we can't start to get ourselves a little pullback here. All right, where are we at here? Let's get this cake. Nice job there. So 162. I'm out of that. Put for right now to see if we can try to get a pullback here. Looks like the market's going to participate with us on NVIDIA, so that could really help. Maybe I should have given it time, but that 15-minute chart was worrying me, guys. I had to take some of that off because that was kind of in the back of my mind, this 15-minute and 30-minute chart. You can see that 30-minute, it's hanging. You see how it's just holding it right now? Feels like it's going to break it. It's not leaving it. See how it's not leaving it now? But you don't know that going into it. You don't know that stuff going into it. So, in my opinion, why do I think this is going to hold? We're crossing above the 0. RSI is only at 45.50. So, I think, and we have this little gap fill up here, which we already hit. I just think we're going to make another run back up into like 144, 145. I just think we're going to. I think that's where we're headed. We're headed right back up here. But who knows? I could be wrong. Man, 143 would have been nice. It's just crazy that, you know, this morning, these things were just going from 155 to 165 right to 220 to 200. I want this 140 level, guys. I really want this. Look at the volume. The volume is just falling out of bed. Like, this is the problem, right? Look at those buyers in there. Look at all those orders. 4, 2, right? You see any, there's 1,000 to the sell side. So you can see how the buyers are kind of just whooping up on us. And the thing is here is that they start to run out of money. Or not, they don't run out of money. They run out of shares to sell. There's a 5,000 buy order. So just, you can see them nibbling. They're stepping in and they're nibbling at VWAP, at the trade line. More than likely, these are 15-minute chart traders.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire. Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on
Again, anything. So for anybody that's out there that doesn't know this, anything above VWAP and you sell, there's a nice sell order there. 2,600, 3,000, 6,000, 6,500, 2,000, 8,000, 8,600. So the sellers are really packing it on here. You want to buy below VWAP and sell above. So let's see. So if you look at it from like an institutional like viewpoint, you would say sellers should be still sitting here doing their job and selling into this bounce. And I think, man, it's just this 15-minute chart's really fucking us up. 5 minutes still looks good. It's got a little more room to go. I'm surprised that this did not bounce back. That's so wild. You should start to bounce back. And if we can bounce back, I'll probably take the trade. I'll take the trade again. Like, look at the volume here. It's just, it's non-existent. Look at that.
There are only 2 times that I've been really scared about a systemic financial risk in the economy. The first was
Boom, break, retest, look. And then it packs on again. Nice job, guys. Good job. You got the SPY behind you, and that's what's really helping you right now. That's crazy. I can't believe that that's happening right now. I can't believe that. I really can't. If you asked me if VWAP, if we were going to bounce back, I would have said we're bouncing off of VWAP. And they're just going to pin this thing more than likely. But Looks like the SPY is going to give you some help.
Companies stopped hiring. That's why there's an 18.8% youth unemployment rate. Basically, Chinese youth are facing a lost generation. The second reason is it's very difficult to fire people in China.
Guys, hit the like button, subscribe. Stream donation contributions, links in the description. Okay? I'm doing a cash giveaway to you guys. DJT is still hanging out. I'm still waiting for a short, but I don't have it there. I know. It is. It is absurd. It's just... the bigger point to that, though, is the idea that you should even have to... Like, the idea behind how do we take more money from the people? It's like... I don't understand. Like, literally, there's nothing left. Send somebody $600 and you don't pay the tax on it, the IRS is going to be knocking at your damn door. What are we doing? What are we doing? Wasn't it like 12, 13, 2000? Wasn't it like 11, 1200, I thought? Used to be like the limit, a reasonable limit before the bank really... Like, the IRS already gets your information, which is crazy. It's just... It's so ridiculous. And guess who the tying vote was for that? To tax transfers of over $599? Kamala Harris was the tying vote that said yes. She could have said no. She could have said no, but she didn't. You know why? She's big government. She's not for you. I don't care if you're rich or poor. She's not for you guys. I don't care what category. She is there to use the government to take from you and the people. It's not okay. Just like Obama did not die for your right to choose. Listen, I respect your choice. I did not die for your choice and who you vote for. Right? I'm not here to try to swindle anybody into doing something. I want you to do what you want to do. Obama goes in and says, you're black. Why are you talking about not voting for the black woman? Like he died. Like he went out there and fought for people to have a choice. They have a choice, Obama. You can't just get mad and try to force your big government opinion on someone else and use your nationality or the color of your skin and the fact that you already were a president, so they're going to feel already some type of way being in the same room, right? Oh man, we just pissed the, like, you know what I'm saying? They feel some type of way if they really upset you, but you're not upset. You just want them to do what you want to do, and that's not okay. And the man could have went in there if he was a decent human being and said, what is it? What is it that you don't like about the candidate? What is it? Could you guys let me know so we can, do something about this? This is something we can fix or change, but no. She's a black woman. A black woman helps hold us up. Women hold us up. I'm disappointed in you. Like, what? What type of shit is that? On some kids, like he died or served or did anything to have the right to make someone else feel some type of way and swindle them into voting. Just like gay rights. When he hung that over the gay people's heads. Here's your crumbs. Oh, we're going to give you this, but we're going to, here, look at this. Like, first off, the government isn't, it's not their job to give or take. It's like, I keep going back to that point because I think it's important. It's not their job to tell you or a priest or whomever, the church, it's not up to the United States of America's government to say whether you can or cannot do that or think that we are supposed to be the world's police. You saw Kamala as soon as the Brazil stuff happened. We're coming down there to straighten it out. Well, who the fuck are you? No, we're not. Like, why? Like, that's the mindset that, like, it's like really ridiculous. That I just don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. And they ain't worrying about anything we got going on here. They're worried about foreign policy, how are we going to continue to take and spread money between whatever they see? They had their little personal agendas, and that's what they go about doing. You know, they have things that they want to do, and they just go do them, right? And you don't know about them. You don't know about them. You know, there's a reason why Obama and Biden are the only two presidents that have ever had a problem and stirred some type of small arms conflict between Ukraine and Russia, because they're trying to swindle their way in to another country, dictate what they do, okay? And then it starts beef between the two countries, and here they are with running with their tail under their ass. Oh, yeah, we're going to give you guns but no troops on the ground. Sir, you went over there. You need to get your ass on the front lines. You need to go over there and start fighting that war you started. Remember, that was your prerogative. It wasn't the men or women of Ukraine. It wasn't the men or women of any other nation. Right? There was peace between Ukraine and Russia. They were doing fine as trade partners. They were fine. It didn't happen under Bill Clinton. It didn't happen under George Bush Sr. It didn't happen under George Bush. It never happened under Donald Trump either. Ask yourself why. It's really not that hard. We can go back to the history. People like to get mad. Oh, but there's a history. You're right, there is. But in all of the time, since the 1600s, 15, 14, 17, 18, 1900s, there really hasn't been an issue. An arms conflict war type of issue until Obama. The guy who thinks that it's up to him to do everything. His motives should be everybody's motives. He likes to hand you a ticket every time he talks with his hands. Right? You know that little, like he's holding something and he's like trying to pass it to you as he's talking? He's such a fucking clown faggot piece of shit. He really is. Obama's a piece of shit. I'm just going to say it. Because he used words to trick people. And oh my God. So yesterday, I was coming back. And I heard on the radio the most craziest stuff that I heard on the radio station, and it was on an African American station. And I'm just like, what? I was like, is this why? I swear to God, you guys, I asked myself this question. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I'm like, I don't think these people are that stupid, but I do think that there's a few that are falling for it. And this guy was going on he was saying the most ridiculous, the most, like, just fairy tale things that you could think of about Donald Trump. Didn't call out any, I wish I would have recorded it. Because what it made me feel like, I'm like, really, they're doing this to the black people? This is what they're doing to them? This is it? It was fairy tale shit that it wasn't the CIA who went after him. If they wanted him killed, that they would have killed him. First off, any normal human being isn't saying that the CIA or the administration tried to get him killed. Were there some people lacking on the job? Sure. Was it a political motivated type of... I mean, look at the fucking guy. Look at him. You can look at him and tell he's a fucking creep. Where he's just like, he believes in his way or the highway. And what's so funny is Obama and Biden have tricked these people. It's so funny. They have literally flipped the script. The big government has flipped the script where they used to not slob the knob. Now they're slobbing the knob hard and going after other presidencies. So he was saying this most mundane shit about if the CIA wanted him killed, this, that, and the third, and And let's just be honest here, guys, right? If that is found out, the Supreme Court and all the other justice systems that we have, those guys would in fact go to jail, and the other legal ramifications that would have. It's just beyond even what they call premeditative can be used in the court, and they can be going to jail. So even if they attempted to try to do something, even just the passing of information and a forethought of an act, of a violence act, is a jailable offense. So it made me think, I'm like, wait, so people, like people with brains really know what's going on. You can watch all the shit you want to watch, but let's just be real. The people that were doing their job were not doing their job, guys. It was 100 degrees out, and that place was a little farther west, but it was humid as shit that day. It was hot. They got caught lacking, and that's all it was. People said something. Sure, they should have acted upon it, but at the first thought, they're like, what are they talking about? Like, because as a person, you're like, that's not going to happen to me. That's not going to happen here. You know what I mean? That's too, the president being shot at and a couple other people are about to die. That's not going to happen. Like, that never happens, like, around me. I hear it on the news, but it'll never find its way to me. Well, it did. And they got caught lacking. And the fact that this guy continued to go off and continue to talk about Kamala and come up with the most craziest shit on why you should vote for her, I just felt bad for the black community. I'm like, bro, this is never going to help their people out, especially continuing to even put on the radio station, a national radio station, things of the sort that this is an actual thing where people believe. Sure, there might be a few dumbasses out there, but this is not national headlines that the news stations are saying this was premeditated by the government. No, not one station ever said that. Like, it just made me feel like, I'm like, wow, it was just a disservice, if I could say it, to the black community. It was such a disservice to say that. And it's also a disservice to continue to vote for the same people or woman that continue to put a grip on companies and societies between taxes. And you wonder why you can't find a job in the inner city, right? Because the steel plants and everything else keeps fucking leaving because they keep taxing the shit out of them, because the government wants to have their arms and hands around just everything in a chokehold. And you wonder why you can't find a job in the inner city. You wonder why nobody can make it and has a hard time. Ask yourself why there's a PDT rule. Why is it that you have to have $25,000 on a margin account to trade it over 3 times? Ask yourself that. The politicians did that. They didn't do it to help you. That's for damn sure. That ain't doing nothing for you. That's keeping you backwards, bud. That's a poor tax. So I would really reconsider even thinking about, like, just whether or not you like or dislike Donald Trump, life for a company to continue to work here. It's been proved in the past. I can't do the Kamala. If you do it, hey, that's your decision. I respect. Who am I to say anything? All I'm saying is they've been in office for 12 years. 12 years. 12 years. And you still have companies leaving. You still have less and less families and homes being built. Not being built, but less and less new families being started. We were on a really nice trajectory there for a little bit. Let's loosen the reins up. Nope. That's not what big government believes in. They want to tighten the reins. The government literally tells banks that they cannot accept deposits because they do not want them getting too big. Who is the government to tell another industry or a company or a business they can't get too big. That doesn't even make any sense. You know, that's not the government's job. The government's job isn't to do that. The government's job is to foresee that process goes on smooth, and to understand if something happens, say, hey, all we ask is for you to have insurance for these people over 100 to 200,000, and we're good. Anything over that, you know, you need to tell the people that bank with you that there is risk, there is inherent risk in this, and you could leave money. So if you want to, you know, we just have to tell you that as a fair warning. Like, I just don't think that the government should be telling any company they can or cannot get big enough. Sure, can like a law with big tech. Should there be a law passed with big tech that any GPS coordinates within a hospital location, they cannot spy on people? Yes, they should. Those are the things that government should be for. Okay? Big tech should not be able to just go see what you have going on. Whether it's a law already, I don't know. It might be. But those are the things that the government's for. Are those bicycle helmets really protecting you that you bought? Those seatbelts are going to work? Like, just shit like that. Right? Not, we got to figure out how the hell we're going to tax so we can keep spending more and more money. We got to tax unrealized gains. Just, again, take. That's it. Like, it's ridiculous, man. It really is. It's ridiculous. And there's a lot more. Let me not go there. Let's not go to the, oh, we need to see your COVID card. Did you get your shot? Oh, you can't fly. You can't attend the concert. You can't go to the movie theater. Nope, you can't do this. You can't do that. They did that. Not Donald J. Trump, by the way. As a business, it was up to you. And I believe that. It's your business. You want to be a goofball, or if you want to be overbearing on people, that's your right. It's not the government's right to dictate, you know, in order to travel and you have a family emergency, you have to have a COVID vaccine. It was just, there was a lot. There was a lot. Let's not even talk about the fact that the Democrats didn't even get to pick their choice. We could go there. Let's just not even go to the fact that they lied to everyone for 4 years, over 4 years, about the fact that he has had Alzheimer's that has been setting in, getting worse and worse and worse. That's a fact. They didn't want to address that. Oh, he needs a nap. So if they're lying to you on that, what else would they lie to you about? He needs a nap. Oh, he's sick, but I thought he needed a nap. Nah, he's sick. Oh, he needs to go to bed early. Oh, shit. Bed early. He's sick. Why don't you just say it? Just come out and say it. The guy's got Alzheimer's. Sure, we got the doctor. He's perfectly fine. Yeah, I'm sure he is perfectly fine. But that doesn't mean he doesn't have Alzheimer's. Right? Go see him at an event, guys. I urge you, go to an event with Joe Biden. Go watch him stare off in the sky and just be fucking looking lost. All right? What else? What else we got? Oh, the cocaine. Don't forget the cocaine in the federal grounds. Hey, justice for all. The next time they tell you justice for all, remember they had some cocaine at the White House that we still don't know whose it was, nor do I care. I don't want anybody going to jail for drugs. I don't give a shit, but it's the point. Don't sit there and say justice for all and Donald Trump did this, that, and the third. In which he didn't. Let's talk about that. Sure. Did he keep some files away from American people? I think he was keeping it more so away from the playbook of Joe Biden because he didn't want Joe Biden, Obama, to see his playbook and how he was able to get things to work so quickly. Right? I could see why with that aspect, but it is a property of the United States. But the paying someone or signing a contract. Contracts get signed each and every day and are perfectly legal, and a binding agreement between two people happens all the time. It happens in businesses, between two businesses. Hey, I'm going to take you in here. I'm going to show you this product. Okay? This is what we're working on. If you say anything, or if another company gets wind of this, we're suing you. Something happens. It's just a binding agreement. Binding agreements are perfectly legal. Second, the gay butt sex that was recorded. Also on federal grounds. What happened to those two? I'm just saying, you can't say justice for all and scream this, that, and the third. Right? Because it's been nothing but a party with them in the office. Let's call it for what it is. Okay, let's talk about Kamala using... Oh, I love this one. I love this one. This one's... You guys are going to love this one. And I lost all respect. I lost all respect for him. Because this isn't... This is that shit. Right? This is that shit. I'm trying to think of his name. One second. Let me see here. Come on. Let me see here. It's not offset. Fuck. Let's see here. What the fuck is his name? Quavo. No, what? It wasn't Quavo. Is it Quavo? I think it might be Quavo. Yep, Quavo. Quavo Honcho. His name's Honcho. What a G, huh? What a G. Guess what he did? Look at this. Look at him. Look at this. You guys are going to love this one. Oh, shit. Talk about an oxymoron. This is funny. Talk to him, Quavo. Talk to him. Mind you, this is the same group of people going after Young Thug too, with no real evidence. Listen to this. How y'all doing? Yeah, how y'all doing?
If y'all don't know me, I go by the name of Quavo. Born to me from playing in the streets and, you know, nurturing me and teaching me how to be the man I am standing before you. So, I mean, one of these issues that I care about is resolving the gun violence issue.
He wants to resolve it. Why he want to do that?
And you can't understand the struggles of gun violence if you're not in the field or in the heart of it.
But wait, bro. Didn't we just make a living off of it? Didn't we just make a living off that shit? That new sky dweller you bought, that you iced out, right? That sky dweller is about 75 grand. You paid another 20, 30, 40,000 for that sky, just that one. Didn't you make a living off of gun violence? And why? Just because your man's got hit? Let's back up. Let's just back the fuck up. Can we just back the fuck up for a minute? If you're in this crowd, shame on you. Shame on you. Not for Kamala's sake. But if you're cheering what he's saying, I get you want people to stop killing each other. But listen, I'm going to tell you all this right now. This motherfucker right here and his mans and Offset, right? You don't see Offset going to the hood in the middle of the night, right? They got security, this, that, and the third. They don't just go anywhere they want without security. Or at least they're not in places they shouldn't be. So, because your mans gets killed being somewhere he shouldn't be, okay, now we want to start screaming gun violence. Well, wait a second. let's go back to where we're at again. First off, the law-abiding citizens aren't running around toting guns and quote-unquote gun violence, except you and, I'm sorry, you got some white people in there, but in the hood, in the trenches, you made a living off of it. Let's not forget that. You sponsored it. Yo, you was the front line of that. You was sponsoring it. Get your money, cook your crack, get the pack, flip it, get your money, fuck bitches, this, that, and the third. You was the front line, bro. Now you want to cry to a district attorney just because your man's lost his life. But I thought you stood on business, right? Remember when you was at the BET Awards? Trying to look all hard, taking pictures in front of guns and shit? What changed, bro? What you mean?
So one thing I learned.
So because one thing I learned, I had to learn this because I didn't have common sense. Before I came on stage and before my mans got killed, I didn't have common sense. I don't want to blame it on my nationality or I don't know what it is, but I didn't have common sense. I show up in places I shouldn't be. I got the money not to be there. I got the money to take my people out of there, but I don't. It sounds like you just put yourself in that situation and you're trying to put the gun shit on everybody else who has respect for firearms. And I'm going to go back to this. But Quavo, you a bitch. You a real bitch. You a real bitch. All right? Quavo, you're done, bro. You can't do nothing no more, bro. Nothing. Crying to the state prosecutor, talking about let's support the person who put my people away. The irony in that. Come on now. Just stop it, bro. Just stop it.
Home of the Migos. From playing in the streets and, you know, nurturing me and teaching me how to be the man I am standing before you. So, I mean, one of these issues that I care about is resolving the gun violence issue.
Look at this dumb bitch. Not one of them got common sense to say, well, wait, Quavo, then why'd you wrap up on it all this time? For 20 years, you made a fucking living off that shit. Why now? Why just because your mans get popped and gets killed, now you want to solve it? Now all of a sudden, it's a problem because it's in your life. Don't back down now. Don't be a little bitch. You was about it that whole time. No. I want to know, can he vote? He talks all that shit. How is he not a felon? Being in the streets doing this, that, and the third. Because he was never about it. He's just a playboy bitch. That's all it is. And it's crazy that these people back here are the ones that actually still that live in it or around it. But he ain't there. He's in L.A. He's up in the hills. You ain't find. He's in the mansion, bro. He is not with y'all. Let's remember that. And also, let's also remember the point to this. The point to this is when it became a problem for him, he didn't give a shit when Miss Auntie lost her son to gun violence 15 years ago. It wasn't a problem when the man got shot and robbed and got all his shit taken. It wasn't a problem then. It wasn't a problem then. It was only a problem when it was convenient for me, Quavo, for it to be a problem. And this is where we get another hypocrisy in the fact that he's even supporting Kamala. No, listen, if you had common sense, you'd have respect for firearms. Really, at the end of the day, we don't need any gun laws because either you're going to be a foolish person with a gun in his hand, or you're just going to be, you're going to be a law-abiding citizen with some common sense that's going to respect whether it's a firearm, a chainsaw. I don't give a shit what it is. You lose respect for it, or if you play dumb things are going to happen. But this is crazy. This is where I lost all the respect in the world. Because this is the same woman who locked up a bunch of people on some weed charges. Simple drug charges that never worked. The war on drugs has not worked. Go take a walk down Aramingo Ave in Philly.
So one thing I learned about working with Vice President Harris is she always stand
Oh,
on
he been working with the prosecutors. You hear this?
business.
Stand on business. Like what? Like what? Locking your people up over some weed charges? Look what he's wearing. What is he? Look, he is so bitch made, bro.
From inviting me.
They took out a real one. They should have just popped Quavo instead. That's alright. Chris Brown bodied his ass. That really hit me, guys. I'm sorry, because it's really funny how gun violence is a problem when it hits him, but for 20 years making millions of dollars off of it, it wasn't a problem then. Funny how the tide turns. That's just the shit that I don't do, guys. I'm sorry. You can't just say, oh, it's a problem. I lost my buddy. It's gun violence. Nah, how about you just get some fucking brain cells and have respect for firearms? And if you don't, guess what? There's consequences to that. Right? You get popped. If you kill somebody, you better run. I don't know. Or you better not have a cell phone on you. You better not get found. I don't know, but I'm just saying, you have respect for firearms, and I think everybody here's got respect for it. It's just crazy. It's just, there's a lot of irony in that. I want to stop gun violence. I want to start making laws tougher to get guns because my people don't have respect for them. The majority of the people that I surround myself with don't have respect for them. Let me rephrase that. There is a lot of African Americans, black people, Puerto Rican, South American, South African, whatever nationality you are, Cuban. Not that you'd fall there, but you guys get what I'm saying. It's crazy. That was just when I saw that, I just thought that was the most bitch-made shit that I think I've seen in a long time. I put him in the same category as 6ix9ine. And actually, I'd put him in a category above him, because I think 6ix9ine was just like, the people he was with weren't rocking with him, and he was just like, you know what, y'all did me dirty, so I'm just gonna do y'all dirty. It just is what it is. That, I don't know, man. Quavo, you just can't do that. You can't just say, oh, everybody wants gun violence to stop. I think you gotta stop the war on drugs for that to happen. Just give them the place to do their shit, and that's all it is. I mean, you're never going to stop everything. It's not up to the government to stop everything. It's up to you to protect yourself at the end of the day. And if you put yourself in situations where you're on the block at 2 o'clock in the morning and you're a millionaire, what the fuck are you doing? You lost all common sense, bro. Just because you're from there don't mean you should be there. I don't know, man. It's just funny. And I think some of you guys would agree. You can't make a career off of it. And then when the chickens come home to roost, then it's a problem. Like, come on, get real. So yeah, they definitely should have taken Quavo instead. That definitely should have happened. That may not sound okay, but it is what it is. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, just like Trump, he got shot. You don't hear him whining and crying. We gotta stop gun violence. No, if I look like I gotta get better security. Because you're never gonna stop gun violence. You're never gonna stop somebody from doing something stupid or something that they shouldn't do. It's not gonna happen. Protect yourself. Protect your family. Don't put yourself in a position where something stupid could come. Let's just start with that. And that's a fact. And let's just be honest. People like Kamala Harris, the shit that's going on in ATL, they ain't never did anything for the citizens. They haven't done shit for them. So anyway, but that's my rant for the day. I hate that I get into it every day, but it's hard not to, y'all. It's just hard not to. Like, it's just crazy to me. It's crazy to me that you would cry to a state prosecutor. Like, I'm here, since I'm here, like, it's because it gives this idea that, like, I'm voting for her, or I want to vote for her. I don't even know if he can vote. I don't know if he's a felon or not. But I'm going to come up on here, and I'm just going to say whatever sounds good. And because I do it, I hope you do it. Like, we need to just have, I don't know where we went wrong. Like, who started this? Let's use NBA athletes. Like, I still don't understand how any of these dumbasses listen to, what's his name on Golden State Warriors about voting Democratic. Like, doesn't make any sense to me. Because, in my opinion, y'all still struggling. Y'all still in the ghetto. The majority of them are still in the ghetto. But the fact is, that's not it, really. Because you want me to be honest with you, there are people in every nationality that makes it and doesn't make it, and that's just the truth in what it is. I'm not Republican. I'm not Democrat. I'm not putting a, I don't even know what I would be in outside of libertarian. But that's less government, which means it's more dependent on yourself, at the end of the day. Anyway, I traded NVIDIA today. That's about it. Small trade. I'm still going to keep my eye on this tomorrow. I wouldn't... Part of me thinks that I'm going to get the bigger move tomorrow, and it'll probably happen with the gap down. But with the SPY reclaiming this area. So we have, look, on the SPY we have this 584 failed break above. You have this failed break above 584 right there that you did not hold. And it looks like we're going back to reject it now. So you can see we popped above it, this dotted line here. And you broke above it, and then you pulled back and you never held it. And then it just bounced into it, rejected it. So the Qs, another failed break there. So we're just sitting in a consolidation. So if the Qs aren't moving and the SPY is not moving, where do we go? Handy old TLT. Let's go to the bonds. Let's go to bonds and a dollar. UUP just is not liquid. I wish this could have... I'm actually curious, where are these? Because we put in limit orders at 29 for 16 cents. And look at this. The last one was filled at 38. That's so funny. But it just doesn't look like there's enough volume there. It's what's garbage about that. Alibaba, Boeing, Nike. Why is that so loud? Holy shit. I'm so happy Chris Brown bodied Quavo, like for real. Alright, so done with that. I try not to get into politics, but for whatever reason, I always find my way back talking about Kamala. It just sucks, man. High inflation, stupid spending, thinking it's their job to think that it's up to them to solve every damn issue. It's not. You know who gets hurt the most? People that retired. People that retired get hurt the worst. So much for being there for you, huh? Remember when I told you all that? We're for the little guy. We're for the little guy. You're not little. You're better than that. You're bigger than that. Don't get used. Don't get used. Pick your friends wisely. Remember the union guy? Remember the union guy that's not even from a union state? You remember that one? Yeah, I'm so union. No, I don't. We got a couple unions in our state, but that's only because it's federally required for structure and fire and electrical reasons. But I'm union. Remember that. Oh, he must be from New York and New Jersey. No, I'm from Delaware. And that's where 99% of the companies are out of, because we can just fire people and not have any repercussion for them to have insurance. We can just get rid of them for no damn reason. As a matter of fact, we're there because they're not union. Oh shit. Now, how many goofballs suck all that stuff up and they drink the juice? Isn't it funny? Shit's hilarious. I think it's funny, but it's not. It's funny, but it's not. It was always for the little guy. Wall Street's been getting up on him all this time. I'm pretty sure Wall Street gave him that retirement. And like this idea of Wall Street, Wall Street provides opportunity for business owners to grow their business. Wall Street allows and provides ordinary people, rich, poor, or in the middle, an opportunity to partake in cash flow from items that are sold around the world that they can get a return on to have a better life. Like this idea that this is this, and I never understood it. I never understood why they used Wall Street or big companies and demonized them. They are the only reason the United States is the United States. It's not because of the government. Do you guys think that the United States of America is the United States of America because of the government? Do you think we would be this strong, this powerful, have the best innovation in the world? You can get tricked into the China shit if you want, but it ain't true. I'm going to tell you that right now. All right, the only reason we ship that shit off is because it's cheaper to make. But in retrospect, in real life, we are X amount of years ahead of China in different markets. As far as technology is concerned. Why do you think we have the greatest military? Well, we have the money to spend the money to spend on the R&D, the research and development. So this is what I hate about Joe Biden, Obama, and Democratic Party, is that they always demonize because they use this, someone else has something that someone doesn't, so it's just bad. It's not fair, blah, 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 blah. Truth be told, I think we all know this. Even if you start something, let's just take, maybe you have a goal, right? And that end goal, you try 4 to 5 to 6 different things, if not 8 to 10 of those things, but all you need is one to work. I think we can all agree with that. And I think we can also all agree that not all of us, or not everyone, is going to be that lucky. A lot of it is luck. Some people are going to try and make it faster or do better than others because they reach out to others and they have different goals. These people they bring on the commercials, they have this creep that Kamala brings on her commercial. He's got a bald head with this huge ponytail, but he's got these earrings, and he's just like the weirdest looking, like, I'm like, who is he? What are they trying to appeal to? Because it's just like, it was like gay, but biker, but like, I don't know what it was just it was weird. It was really weird. And they keep using these commercials that, I'm not a big guy, I don't have a lot of money. That's not right. Billionaires don't pay anything in taxes. Like, how is it okay to continue to have commercials that lie? Like that's a blatant lie. It's a blatant lie. And I just think it's so crazy that they would try to push that narrative And it'd be really sad for anybody to even believe any of that shit. Just, it doesn't matter. Life isn't fair. Someone is going to have more than you, but it doesn't mean that you can't have what you want. That's the thing. Are you going after what you want? Like, really going after it? That's the question. If you want a $5 million home, you want a couple Ferraris, well, guess what? You got a lot of math to do, and you got to start now on the way that you're going to get there. You just want a regular home, maybe a Corvette, maybe a boat, maybe you want a jet ski, maybe you want a motorbike, a dirt bike, whatever, and you don't need a whole lot. That's cool, but you still got to figure out a way to get there, and you can get there. It's just people have different wants and needs. Some people love innovation in business, and they don't do it for the money. They love to create, and then they create companies, and they go off to do these different things, and they just so happen to fall into money. It wasn't a part of the game. They weren't trying to make an ass load of money. It just happened for them because they wanted to start a business, a real business that made change, right? And made life easier for others. So I just don't think it's okay to demonize that. I don't. Oh, because Elon Musk started PayPal. He started Tesla. He took the money that he got from PayPal. He took that risk to make Tesla, but he should suffer. But he should do the suffering because some random ass guy in Detroit that's sitting on the porch doesn't have anything. Who is to say that that person that, like, it just doesn't make sense to me. You obviously didn't have money in mind, right? Or because if you're just following, if you do something for X amount, like, you have to have common sense to know, right? This is just how I think, and I can be wrong. This doesn't mean that you can't make it. So I don't want nobody to get me wrong for this. But in my opinion, and I think it's common sense that if there's certain things you want, you can't just go fill out an application and ask someone else to give you, for you to get it. It's not going to happen unless you have an actual. We live by, like, we know that there are different things that we can do in life that put us at a different tax bracket, right? Everything from, being a real estate agent to being a lawyer to being a doctor to starting and owning our own business, right? You do that because there's things you want in life and you have higher expectations that you set the bar high and you want nice things, so you go after it and you go get it. You shouldn't be punished because someone else just assumes that they can fill out an application, and if they don't have the common sense to know that the sole purpose of a business is to, there's an accounting part, right? Where how much does it cost us for payroll for the job to get done as far as people are concerned? Let's bring up Boeing. Do you know how much it costs Boeing a percentage-wise on each plane as far as the payroll per person? How much they pay people to complete a plane? I think it is 1% of total cost to build a plane. I'm pretty sure it's either 10 or it's 1%. It might be less than 10%, right? That is the money that goes to the people. So as a business, it's like, okay, we pay for the good. How much can we charge? Or, like, how much is it going to cost us to have somebody get carts? Or how much is it going to cost us to get somebody to flip burgers because we don't have a machine to do this? And everything is tallied to a T. And then it's how much we can charge, how much it's a business that's being ran. So you can't just assume that, unless you want to go to corporate, there is a corporate world. Like, I'm just saying. So I just think it's just kind of like, it just hits me the wrong way when they have people on TV that are, and Kamala is using people that don't have anything as a campaign ad to say billionaires don't pay more, or I pay more in taxes than billionaires, and this, that, and the third. And I'm like, holy shit, it's just ignorant because there are people that have billions of dollars. There's people that have hundreds of millions of dollars, and they do so much good for the community. It's completely false to say that they don't pay any taxes, because they pay taxes on numerous things. So you're saying they didn't pay taxes on their home? They didn't pay taxes on their payroll tax? They didn't pay taxes on their business? But let's not talk about the government taxing the same good multiple times. Let's talk about that fraud. Why all of a sudden did they use that to side and get trust with the government? And these are the same people for the most part. It's not that you shouldn't trust them, but a person like Kamala, in my opinion, you shouldn't trust Kamala as far as you can throw her. There's a reason why there's a lot of complaints with her and her people. She treats people like shit. She believes that she is above you and above a lot of everyone else. That's why Joe doesn't even like her. You know, I just think that there's that fine line. And she says it. With the stroke of my pen, I could have you behind bars. This, that, and the third. Like, it's just something about her. And it's not okay. And it's not okay to just use the same innovation and the people that have businesses that have created the innovation to say, because they're billionaires, and they're only billionaires because of their company. It's not them. It's they're in control of that business. So that business is tied to them. They would have to sell everything, right? And they may not even get that much for it. What the market cap for that is, right? But it's just so brainless, and like, it's just crazy if there's, because I'm almost certain there's people out there that believe it, or that would live by like, yeah, that's not cool. That's not right. It's not right that I'm only making blah blah blah, whatever it is, and they spent their whole entire lives innovating and creating businesses. Why should they have more than me? Well, you just said it yourself. You just said it yourself. Why they should. Did you ever take the time to start some type of business or to be innovative and creative? If you didn't, then you gotta sit down, Jack. You know? And I'm not saying that people shouldn't be able to make it in life, but the only reason people aren't making it, and the only reason you're talking about it, is because Kamala Harris and Joe Biden decided to continue to keep spending and spending and spending. That's a fact. The more dollars they put out, you know, the more that these companies are going to want to go after. And it wasn't, and I knew it, and people were arguing so much about it. Sure, maybe in some places there were issues, but I feel like the supply chains, like, it was going to come back and bite them in the ass. This supply chain issue, No, listen, China was just shut down. That's the supply chain issue. And what you need to do is recognize the fact that you have taxed them to the teeth, right? Now, we got to also factor in the foreign exchange rate on their return. But make it, I don't care if they got to do it tax-free. Just tax the payroll. I don't care. Either stop spending, do what you got to do to bring manufacturing and all that stuff back here. Because once it's gone, you're not getting it back. Because it's not easy to become an engineer and think that you're just going to have people go to school and graduate with a bachelor's and then be able to handle real-life engineer shit. Because when something breaks on a production line, you need to know what the fuck you're doing, right, to solve the issue. If you ain't got nobody there, if you don't have these things, you know, happening, you're going to slowly lose, and generation after generation, that engineering skill will be lost. It's just a matter of time. John Deere wants to move to Mexico. Well, guess what? You need to figure out a way to keep them here, bud. All right? Obviously, they can't compete here. What are you doing to make it hard for them to stay here? Fix it. It's not the government's job, in my opinion, to continue to figure out where and how to take. That is not their job. The number one job, obviously, is safety. Right? We want to make sure the trade and everything is just running smoothly. I just think that they step into more shit that's none of their business than they should be. So I'm sorry, but I'll be done. But I feel like that's a real problem. I feel like it's a real problem. And you got this goofball Trump talking about tariffs. Like, don't just threaten them with tariffs. Just say, what do you need? All right? You can't just say, well, if you go there, we're going to tariff you. Come on, Trump. You know what? Come on, bro. You're better than this. He knows who the CEO is. We all know who the CEOs of these companies are. They're pretty easy to look up if you don't know them. But ask them, what is it? Why do you think you need to move? What's good? What's wrong here that you're not able to meet, ends meet, I guess you could say? What is it? What can we do? Do we need to just not tax you at all? Fine. Is it corporate tax? Is it the payroll tax? What's going on? And I guarantee you, is it tax deductions? Or see, this is the other problem. I feel like they're also leaving because they know that Kamala and Joe Biden are going to take away their choice of where they can and cannot spend their money, right? Because you have two sections, right? You're spending money that is tax deductible for your business, or which goes back into the economy, or you give it to the government to spend on what they want. And what they want is to send that fucking money right to Lockheed Martin and all these other corporations on bullets, war, and all that shit to go right to Ukraine and Russia. Instead of picking up the phone and figuring out a solution here. Kamala won't do it. First off, Putin ain't going to listen to Kamala. She's been riding with Joe Biden. He is already not going to have any type of trust for her. Like he had with Bill Clinton, George Bush Sr., and Donald Trump. It's a different breed. So I feel like that's why these companies are leaving. Because they're taking away the choice of what they can and cannot do with their business. Go look at Portnoy. He posted up. His tax stuff. It's not okay. The government is too overbearing. And this, again, all stems back from Obama. See, the thing is we didn't know it at the time. And a lot of people that are either just joined in the country or weren't here throughout that time or whatever, or were too young to even pay attention or know. But that second term of Obama and a lot of the things that came out, that's really when, the tide turned. That's when they started using 9/11, right, against you. Big Brother, you were being spied on. They had the right to not. They thought that it was okay for them, again, to do what they want, not have a judicial reason or a warrant to say, I'm gonna monitor your phone calls. I'm gonna video surveillance, all the above. Then it came out once it was released, but it wasn't until it was released is when they did something about it. But again, they did it by using 9/11 as the excuse. And that's what this party does, is they paint these pictures and use something as a deterrent for you to say, okay, yeah, that makes it right. All these kids are being dumbasses shooting each other. Well, we got to take your guys' guns because these kids over here are shooting each other. That sounds kind of right, but no. But what are you going to do when, another country flies over here and starts, having their way with us? That's why we don't really have any wars here. I wouldn't say that's why, but the main reason is you don't just have to worry about the military, the government, the police, the FBI. You got to worry about all of them plus the citizens. I wish we could just go back to the way things were, where the government wasn't after taking from everyone and all these businesses and making life harder. When they sit there and swear up and down they make life easier, and then you don't hear a fucking thing from them for the next 4 years. They say and do everything under the sun just to get you to vote for them. Ask Biden, where's that weed legalization you promised everybody? Huh? Shit. He wanted to get rid of Newports. Or not Newports, but he wanted to get rid of menthol cigarettes. He was taking more. He wasn't giving. He was taking. He's a liar. And that's what I mean. It's not up to him because he likes or doesn't like or because something is bad It's not up to the government to decide what people do with themselves or do with their spare time. It really isn't. You know, the government is to make sure that the cigarette companies aren't doing something that they shouldn't be doing. That's it. Not to decide whether or not something should or shouldn't be here. That's just my view on the world. As a business, if you don't want people smoking at your business, have them step outside. Tell them they can't smoke here. You got to go across the street. That's your business. That's your right. You know, you want people to wear a mask? Okay, guess what? It's your business. I can't say nothing. Whether or not I agree, I might think you're goofy as hell, but if you're sick, you shouldn't be out, right? Let's just be honest. Let's just have respect for other people. And if you're sick and have COVID, whether or not it could or could not kill you, whether that's, you know, what are you doing going out getting people sick in the first place? That'd be the first question I ask. Whether or not, whether it kills you or doesn't, why are you being so, you know, ignorant as to just go about your day getting other people sick? You know, unless it's an absolute emergency, but I don't know, man. Some of these ads are nuts, though. Some of these ads are really nuts. About as nuts as me not being able to get that 160, 150 out of NVIDIA today. Or to 220. See how it's not really moving? Because the trade isn't there. It was there this morning. That was the setup. And I couldn't attack it quick enough. And again, listen, guys, I do apologize for yapping. I do apologize. It's really hard not to. I think Kamala is an ignorant person. And I think she's only concerned about herself. And I think she does believe in big government over the citizens. And I'm not okay with that. I want to go back to the people that we used to have. We have some earnings coming out after the bell. Let's stop with all that. Let me try to stop at least.
Running a small
YBC Duel. This is the video right here. This is the video I randomly watched. And I think a little while later he got killed. He said, we out here terrorizing the block and ain't nobody out here. So what's going on here? Diddy snitching on other CEOs. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's going on here?
Foxy's just a real chick, bro. Like, whatever that happened back then, I think either she has chalked it up as that was just how people got in the game, or she's just a real bitch. She's not gonna come cry victim. Like, you have to realize, you know, with all due respect, I'm not trying to, like, shame no victims now. Bro, like, the whole, all right, even though I never said I didn't want to do it, I kind of felt...
Bro, he apparently spends all his time right there in that seat, but he has not, in my opinion, he has not watched this testimony here with Young Buck.
Whatever you do.
As he's still talking about how guilty he is. And he's still talking about, people still talk about how Woody did this, that, and the third on snitching. But yet, the lawyers proved otherwise because Woody gave them false names. And they didn't even think to look it up. And they just, and he got, and Woody got locked up because they thought that he was lying. And the only reason he brought up Young Thug's name is because they asked for Young Thug, and he said, what do you want to know about Young Thug? I'll tell you whatever you want to know.
And is that
come on
of that post 2019
that 11 o'clock roughly UTC time? So about 6 p.m. Eastern time.
It would have been.
But we have
Eastern
some earnings
time,
coming up after the bell, guys.
It was posted at 23:19.
We have about
UTC
15 minutes
time, and it would have, which I guess would coordinate to about 11 o'clock. Yes.
Okay. Scrolling down to page 152. what does this post read on Blaylock's Instagram?
It reads rock crew with a Instagram emoji, an LLB with a green heart emoji, and then it's tagging at Slime Business Rod.
When was that posted?
Would have been posted January 4th of 2019.
Brief moment, Your Honor. So I'm going to go back to November Alpha 1, and specifically page 33.
I was talking this whole time and the mic wasn't on.
You can either, I'm going to have it displayed on the screen, or you can have the physical copy before you. And let me know if you can see this. I'm going to hide this floating panel that gets in the way. Is this a, do you see Slime Business Rod Instagram in this thread?
Yes.
And who is the author of that first post, and what does it state?
So you're going to see it is time was sent at 10/10/2018, 17:13 UTC. There's a text that was sent. Here's the thread ID denoting the members. So in this case, it's Maniac Rolac with the C's being replaced by the X's. The text says slat. And because it's in the PDF format, you're not going to know what the emojis are. If you looked at it in the index, you'd see what the emojis were after it. But it says slat, what's blazing, twin?
And is there a response from the author Slime Business Rod handle?
So if you look, here is, yes, there is. Same thread ID number. And it was sent at 10:10 at 17:15, and the response says Shid, SHIDD, Boolin, BOOLIN.
And is there a response back from the initial poster?
Yes, you can see the response. The author is Maniac Rolac, and his response is right side.
Now going to page 34, do you see with the highlights, is this 05EA and Drive Slim, the Instagram handle we had discussed earlier with some photographs?
Yeah, I believe it's Ocean Drive Slim.
And is this a thread between that Instagram handle and the Instagram associated with Rodelius Ryan?
Yes, so it's going to be Slime Business Rod and Ocean Drive Slim are going to be the people on it, and every message in that between those two specific individuals will have the same thread ID ending in 93476.
And what is the date for the thread we're currently on?
Guys, I would watch for a pullback bounce here. 584 short going into
October
the bell.
27th, 2018.
So I'm looking for to get short this bounce
And
back.
this thread continues on.
VWAP is all the way down here at 482.45.
I would I would copy the thread
I'm not
ID
saying it's going to
and then
happen, but
just go from
man, this would be
text to text, but it
nice.
appears
This
to
would
be
be nice.
Now, I wanted to scroll down to
The
you
hourly chart
to
still
scroll
got
down
time.
and show this Y0095 Brazy. Did that Instagram handle come up in your review of these Instagram records?
Yeah, so that was a separate Instagram account, a completely different account that had been run by Tahiria Hartfield.
Is that the same Hartfield from the What's Going One records that we had discussed?
Yes, and the way that we discovered that is in the What's Going One records. She made a post that said, "Man, I miss my old account," and she posted at Y95 Brazy.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay.
This is in.
So, Your
All of
Honor,
this in?
this specific part is how I may need to approach to respond. I don't want to have a speaking objection, but it's how Mr. Hiles connected these accounts.
We'd like to approach.
Man, they fighting over every little thing. Let me check to see if we got. Oh god, damn! We ain't got no TiVo in this damn thing. They're approaching after approaching after approaching. Shout out to the lo-fi.
So if you guys are wondering why I'm watching the lead, he's an attorney. It's really the only one that I find him funny, but they go over this stuff. All right, so if there's something on it, they'll bring up certain aspects that I don't think the jury has actually even picked up on, which is crazy because there's kind of some key stuff.
Is it fair to say that you wasted your life? Nothing you can do about it. You just wasted. Shout out to Dub Right Side gifted 5 memberships. Big shout out to Dub. If you got one of Dub's memberships, please tell this man thank you. Thank you. I think what we're gonna do, guys, because this is getting ridiculous, is we are gonna pull up. Y'all know that Steele won a very huge motion. Y'all remember when Glanville tried to put Steele in lockup? Let's take a look at that. Give me 1 second here, because these damn let me do this. Let me see if I can pull it up. These sidebars are just taking so long and they're so frequent. So we can jump back and forth. Oh, we see a little white woman Whitaker head. All right, shout out to the white woman's head. Some of y'all brothers swear by that, boy. I swear to God. Y'all can't leave it alone. All right, we're back in it, guys. We're back in it.
Mr. Howes is going to
Saved by the Bell.
The same exhibit 2, November, Alpha 1. Some messages in the Instagram associated with Rodelius Ryan. Let me know if you can see this on the screen while I get this panel to hide. Hopefully. And with this first statement, can you read what that says from the Instagram handle with free JUJU to?
So I can see that the author is Slime Business Rod. Recipients are Free Juju and Slime Business Rod. So those are the only 2 that are part of this thread. It's going to be a text. Here's the thread ID, and it says the text that was sent says, That shit tripping. I gotta tell you something. Shit that happened today.
And is this first one when we had talked about video calls in the previous?
So there was a.
Is this how it's shown?
That's how it's shown in the record.
Let me just pause it right quick. Big shout out to Dub Rightside for the 5 memberships. Also, big shout out to Kamala. It's Pamela, but with a C, right? Shout out to Kamala. Kamala Norris gifting 5 memberships. If you got one of Kamala's 5 memberships, please, please, please tell her thank you. She has ensured that you will not be locked out for the next 30 days. Shout out to Kamala. This is a real year for you. Kamala, all right? Kamala, shout out to Kamala Norris. Also, shout out to Big Jeff. Big Jeff J. Gifting another 5 memberships as well. Y'all know that you can hear it in my voice. Now I'm a little bit from the South. Got that Southern hospitality. If you got one of Jeff's memberships, please tell Jeff J thank you. Just don't say thanks, nigga. No, say thanks, Jeff. Put a name on it. All right, the names must be named. Thank you so much, Kamala. And thank you, Jeff. Big shout out to Kamala and Jeff. Somebody shout them out. Tell them thank you if they got y'all a membership. Let's go.
11. If you scroll up a little bit.
Yes.
Keep going. All right, there you go. So you're going to see item type.
He's not talking into the mic. Come on now.
So just specifically with this video call event right here, item type, do you see that?
Yeah. So it would have been at November 1st, 2018, 3:28 UTC. So about 10:28 p.m. on October 31st, 2018.
2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes.
This
1 minute.
free
I'm sorry.
JU account says talking about telling something that happened. Scrolling down, was the recipient of that slime business Rod?
Slow down a little as we go.
Yes. So this is page
All right, let me
513.
turn this down. We
is
have
the
some
page we
earnings
just
coming out.
discussed. Page
Guys, get ready.
512.
Oh, you went way too slow.
Oh, okay.
All right, we're going to turn that off. All right, because we have some earnings coming out here. What happened here? Hold on 1 second. Just give me 1 second. All right, here we go. 15 seconds. And we have Enphase, TXN, so ENPH, TXN. All right. And the results might be out here. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to play CNBC really quickly for us while I get situated.
I think that's all kind of in the mix as we go through earnings season.
Yeah, yet another day where if you look at the mega caps, you have, some up, some down. The ones that have been up, the NVIDIAs and Apples, they're down today, and Microsoft,
It only
Meta,
takes a couple
and Amazon
on a given day to sort of really stop the bleeding at this point. I think the dispersion is good when it comes to the mega caps.
There were some bank stocks that just came out here just a minute ago. PFSI, CNI. Hold on 1 second. We don't really have much. I'm going to wait for Enphase and Texas Instrument. TXN, here we go. $1.47. Oh, they beat.
The estimate was 4.119 billion. So that is a beat for Tango X-Ray November, Texas Instruments.
Yeah, they beat, man. That's a big beat. That is a big beat. Big beat.
Genelux announcing first patient dose in trial evaluating systemic therapy with Volbevec in non-small cell lung cancer. That's Golf November Lima X-ray GNLX.
Okay. Revenue 1 point. Say it's.
Guidance going to matter this season for what it implies about momentum into 2025?
It's incredibly important. When we look at earnings expectations going into next year, we think earnings
GNLX shares getting a pop here on that. $2.98. Golf November Lima X-ray GNLX.
GNLX, guys, is popping here. There's some phase clinical trial stuff that just came out. So first patient dosed in phase 2 trial evaluating system therapy, Volbevec non-small cell lung cancer. All right, keep your eye on GNLX. You have phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and if you can pass phase 3, then you still have the FDA phase. TXN.
Coming up, Seagate Technology. Seagate reporting, expected to report $1.46.
Seagate.
Sandy Tango X-ray.
Seagate. STX. All right, Joe, that's about it for me. ENPH should be coming out soon. Enphase should be coming out soon. I am curious about Enphase's results here. Or I should say their report. Let me actually put ENPH up here. I'm not sure if it came out yet or not. I don't think so. Maybe it was just released.
CDXS, Codexis, says the company's CFO.
I don't know why they sold off so bad.
October 2nd, Charlie Delta X-ray Sandy, that in a filing. Codexis.
Their earnings call isn't until later. So Texas Instrument 4.15 versus 4.12 estimate. So they beat by 13, 14, 15, 300 million.
The estimate was $1.06. Revenue $266 million. The estimate $263 million.
The Russell 2000 small caps finishing lower again today for a straight day of declines.
See, you guys put that in, remember, put this in your mind. Set the bar high. These boys are doing 100. Let's see what Seagate's is.
Seagate. Reporting $1.58. The estimate on Seagate was $1.46.
Let's see how much revenue they're doing.
X-ray revenue $2.17 billion. The estimate was $2.118 billion. So that is a beat for
$2 billion.
Sandy Tango X-ray.
$2 billion and a quarter.
SBU
All right.
Starbucks
So
reporting preliminary results, announcing an increase in its dividend.
Starbucks is raising their dividend. Starbucks, guys. S-Box, what's going on here? This thing's selling off badly. Press release. Wait, Starbucks had earnings today? No way. How did... Wait.
SBUX Starbucks shares selling off here.
Wait.
$88 on that very weak guidance from Starbucks.
Weak guidance. 10:30. 10:20. What? All right, so this thing's sold. I didn't even know they had earnings today.
Starbucks Q4 international same-store sales down 7%. That's SBUX shares off the lows now at $90.72, down about $6 on SBUX Starbucks.
All right, so they're increasing their quarterly cash dividend. Q4 EPS 80 cents. An increase, blah, 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 blah. Starbucks reports preliminary Q4 and full fiscal 2024 results. All right, I guess this is for their next earnings, I guess. I don't know what this is for. All right, whatever. Okay, so Starbucks will be on the list tomorrow. TXN is bouncing back and looking to go positive. Keep an eye on that. Not sure what that means for NVIDIA. Probably nothing, because it doesn't have shit on NVIDIA. But anyway, listen, I love you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow if I don't do a watch list tonight. I'm going to go through and delete a lot of these lines and levels that I have. Let's have another good day. Thank you guys for joining. If you haven't done so, please hit the like button, subscribe. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Stream contribution donations. Hit that link in the description. Help me take this stream where I want to take it. All right? With your help, we can do that. Love you guys. Have a great rest of your night. Let's have another great day tomorrow. Congratulations if you got short NVIDIA this morning. Congratulations if you got short NVIDIA this afternoon. We made some money today. That's our job. We did our job. Did you do yours? Well, if not, join us tomorrow if you just found us. Again, hit the like button. Again, 10 likes. 10 likes is the goal. 10 likes, 10 subscribers. And I'm doing a giveaway for you guys at 1,000 subscribers. And I think y'all are going to be excited about that one. You guys are going to get something you guys didn't expect. But anyway, have a great rest of your guys' night. I appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out.